The delivery of oxygen and carbon
कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यम् कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम्
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, friends. As General Secretary of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine and the Organizing Secretary of the 27th Annual Congress of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, Criticare 2021, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to this conference. The year gone by has tested the resolve of everyone across the world, more so intensivists who have fought the virus and the disease while becoming victims themselves. This conference is the first ever virtual conference of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, heralded by the new normal that has been forced upon us by the pandemic. The conference, the scientific content and the organization has been the result of the untiring efforts of its president, Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary, the president-elect, Dr. Deepak Govil, and the entire EC team of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine. We hope that you will enjoy this program and partake of the excellent scientific content which has been drafted by the scientific committee, keeping the views, the aspirations and the requirements of the intensive care community at large. We hope that you will continue to support all the endeavors of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine and all its future meetings in the future as well. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Can we start the meeting? If we are, I think it's already 9. But do you have the speakers ready? Am I audible, Sharmili?
Yes,
please,
you are audible.
Please go on.
Okay. So welcome you everyone to this virtual Congress of 2021 Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, that is Criticare. And in this first session, we have our chairperson, Dr. Shiva Iyer. Is Dr. Shiva Iyer here with us in the participants? We can't see him in the list. If he is not there, then we can begin the session. Is Dr. Shiva Iyer there? Well, I think we can welcome Dr. Shiva Iyer as and when he joins. And meanwhile, we can move ahead with the first talk. And the first talk would be delivered by Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary. Sir is a well-known figure, not only in India, but in all parts of the world. And he needs no introduction. And he is one of the most admired, loved, and respected personalities in pulmonary medicine and critical care. So I would request Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary, sir, can you please go ahead with your talk?
I welcome you all to Criticare 2021. Probably the first lecture which I'm delivering today itself shows you the challenges which was faced by critical care community during the pandemic. And no doubt about it that today we are meeting each other virtually signifies the importance and the changes which it has brought down in the day-to-day functioning, not only of medical profession, but across the society. My dear friends, you will all agree with me that COVID has been disruptive and disruptive in all fields, whether it is social, whether it is working environment, or whether it is doing your day-to-day work. It has created challenges at workplace. It has created challenges at the level of society, social changes which are happening. It has also created a lot of mental anguish leading on to increased incidence of anxiety, depression, apprehensions. And along with it, when we were working together, we found out it created the challenges of supply chain when we were working within the intensive care units or even to the hospitals, even if we are not talking in terms of the medical profession. Otherwise, also in its initial years, initial days, it did create a huge challenge to us as a society, as a state, as a nation, as a country. And one of the major challenges which we have been facing during this period has been uncertainty. When it started, nobody knew what coronavirus infections will be, how it will spread, who will get affected, what are the diagnoses, what is the probability of persons dying of it, who will get, who will not get. So there was a lot of uncertainties which was doing. And as the uncertainty went up, similarly the anxiety and other issues started coming down. What it struck was that when it found out all of us were unprepared for this sort of a pandemic. People have been talking for a long time of a pandemic, primarily of a respiratory region, which can be easily transmittable. And one of the classical examples which we saw, but to a lesser extent, was that of swine flu in the current memory. A century ago, we had faced the pandemic of Spanish flu, which stayed for 2 years and nearly 50 million people died because of that. But in this condition, in today's era, people thought that probably they're invincible. Swine flu gave a bit of a taste of it, but it had never been like what we had seen it. In simple word, we were unprepared at the international level. We were unprepared at the national level, and we were also unprepared at the local level. And add to it, the social media played its huge role. Social media probably spreads the information, or I will say the disinformation, faster than the speed of light. And the people were learning through the social media, or you can say the WhatsApp industry, or your even Facebook, and so on and so forth. The net result was that even the rational people, medical professionals, were all flummoxed and dumbfounded and they didn't know how to react because there was no known rapid information and medical professional were as good as a layman because everybody was leading from the same area. And then suddenly you find that it overran the systems which we have been following in the Western world. Look at it, what happened in China. It was a catastrophe in the city of Wuhan. It also, in that province also, there was a catastrophe. Systems got overrun, and within because the spread of that illness or the knowledge of that illness came, or this disease, I simply say, came at a time when there was a Chinese national festival, New Year festival, and it spread like from there, Wuhan, to rest of the corners of the world. And when we started seeing the things which have started coming to us from Italy, it was tragic. Systems overran. Then we saw the things happening in Europe, UK, and New York City was ravaged. And the system which we looked up to, which were considered to be the best, could not cope with it because of unpreparedness. And add to it, there was a very diverse response to it. If you see, starting from China, where it was a very, I must say, it was a very strong response, where people had no say, to a relatively more democratic and says in the Western world. And we actually started feeling a pinch of it in our country, primarily from the Western world, from where COVID actually in large part came to India. And the first patient to be ventilated there was in Mumbai, and the person had flown from Middle East, and the airports became the hub of transmission because of common system of using of airflow, that is the air conditioning. It reminds me of Alex Haley's famous saying, either you deal with what is the reality, or you can be sure that reality is going to deal with you. And that is exactly as happened in the COVID-19. It can be very prophetical if you see what he said it. And net result has been that people just didn't know what to do with it. As I said in the beginning, preparedness was not there. But what is very interesting is that the people learned very quickly. Initially, one had no idea how it is spreading, except that the reports which started coming from China, that there is a new pneumonia which has come up and which is killing the people, and it has been in circulation since the month of November, and much more people started to know about it in the month of December. And one of the famous Chinese eye surgeon who flagged it was reprimanded, and who ultimately succumbed to this particular scourge. When you looked at it, the preparedness, the question first was A, how it spreads, how many infectivity it is having with it, how much time it takes persons when they gets infected to have a disease, and how many of them are going to go into the intensive care units. Now, these were the questions which people had no answer at that point of time. And obviously, when we started looking at it, we started looking at it in terms of whether it's a droplet infection, it's an aerosol infection. But now when you look at a hindsight, does it make a difference whether it's a droplet or an aerosol? Because droplets will come up for it. So people initially used to think that probably by it's the large one, so you keep a distance of 6 feet, it probably will work, or what you called as a do gaz ka rasta. But end of the day, they realized that aerosol formation, when I'm talking, speaking, laughing, is as important as large droplet infection is there. Then it came to it, okay, fine. How are we going to handle it? We realized over a period of time, large majority of the infection was actually asymptomatic. People are not aware about it. And gradually we learned over a period of time that you are going to have certain events, super spreader events, which are responsible. And classical one that we had seen has been in the form of this infective spread of COVID-19 from Singapore to extremes of the continent, that is to South Korea. It went also from there to Canada and also to the Europe, including your UK. People also found that the meetings which were taking place between the Chinese businessmen, and when they went across, probably they're also asymptomatic patients, unaware patients, they started spreading the disease. And when this disease started spreading, we found ourselves ineffective to deal with it. How to isolate, where to keep them, and then also when they came to the hospitals, where to put them, because intensive care units do not have an anti-pressure rooms to an extent. And suddenly we found that the system will be overrun. Even if I take 5% of it, if the infection is spread into 1 lakh people, 5% people is 5,000 beds. In terms of ICU, then how to handle it, how to deal with it, we were absolutely at loss. And people were, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, and the other staff which were there, they started falling ill one after one. And then people started, okay, let's need to use personal protection equipment. What sort of a personal protection equipment we need? One has no clue. So people looking at the WHO went to the archives and found out that yes, PPE is required. China probably was one of the biggest and the larger exporters of the PPE. They started using the PPE which was used in Ebola and Marburg viruses, which when came to know that they were not of suitable level as far as the tropics was concerned. Thereafter, the people started looking at it, okay, it's a droplet, it could be an aerosol infection. So they started wearing those spacesuits like whole of aprons. Along with it, they started preparing and looking for the N95 mask, and some people went up to respirator mask. And they found out that where you are having complete PPE kits, there the infection in the medical staff practically dropped down to 0. Then the challenge came up of getting this particular disease from the non-COVID era. And according to that, we started with one after one another, and we realized that we went with the evidences of the past and how we failed one after another. Then everybody said, okay, this is causing number of respiratory failure. So he said, what is wrong in it? Let's do and look at it and have ventilators. Now the world tried the ventilator, and suddenly they found that more you put the patient on ventilator, more is the mortality, higher is the mortality. What to do? Then the narration started that the Western world is finding difficult how the Indian states are going to have it. If you look at it, hardly we have 47,000 ventilators in this country when we started it up. Now every state government of India, central, federal government, everybody was after it, how we can get the ventilators so that lives can be saved. And suddenly you find there is a deluge of requests to the ventilator manufacturers, and then large number of the ventilators, they actually come from either from China, or they have been coming from the Western world like the Europe or from the UK. Then their respective state government, because of this, put a halt to it. So it created a numerous challenge how to handle with it. But when the data started coming up, filtering out, that more the people require ventilation, more is the mortality. And at that point of time, we started looking into the pathophysiology of the disease. We started learning the new terminology, the H type, the L type of ventilatory of the lung involvement. But there was no clue exactly what is happening. In a famous paper, which has been published by Gattinoni Group, they said probably there is a high compliance and a low compliance. You can say high elastance or a low elastance. Low elastance were relatively easy to ventilate, high elastance were relatively difficult to ventilate, which are behaving like a full-blown ARDS. And a term at that point of time was coined as a hypoxemia, which is something very unusual, that people weren't becoming hypoxemic without having significant information or without having significant clinical symptomatology. And that what brought to the use of pulse oximeter, and that started little bit easing the work of the emergency physicians as well as that of the critical care people. Then one realized that it is not primarily the ventilators which you need. In fact, even those people who are getting respiratory failure, large number of them are recovering, or they simply need is an oxygen. Therefore, this small minority require ventilatory support in critical care environment. What we learned was that majority of the patients can be managed with oxygen support, and then this led to, for the first time, people started knowing, large number of them, outside the critical care circles of high flow nasal cannulas. And they started looking at it, and adequate storage of oxygen and its delivery became most important. What we realized when we started using these oxygen devices, they're oxygen guzzlers, like the equipments or like the cars, mobiles which have been gasoline or diesel guzzlers in the past. And then we started looking at it, how we are going to supply the oxygen to them. If person is in a 40 liter of a flow of oxygen with a 40%, it becomes a challenge. And then we ourselves, we faced that at our institution, that when we used number of HFNC devices, it overwhelmed the system and how to maintain the supply lines. And that is where we learned hard way that to maintain the oxygen supply, it's not only that you have to have a generation, but in the supply chain, you need to have an adequate flow of or adequate transportation of liquid oxygen. And when you when you have filled your cylinders well, then you require is that you need for the distribution, the distribution network that is pipe has to have of an adequate diameter and length, so that we are able to provide oxygen to each endpoint. Then people started looking at HFNC devices. Then the standard for which we are using it, they found out cannot be used on the floor of the wards when the need was required because it needs air. So there were no air compressors. So people have to put air compressors outside OT or ICU environment. So these are the challenges which we had never expected, and we started looking at it. And now probably people know that how many D-type cylinders you know, manifold system you know, and gradually we are shifting from the cylinder-based manifold systems to liquid oxygen, and a step further is actually industrial oxygenators or oxygen concentrators which are coming up so as that we can produce adequate amount of oxygen depending on the need and requirement. And you will realize that if you recall it, in Maharashtra, in other states, the oxygen manufacturers actually put a red flag saying it that the oxygen supply may soon overrun than actually the need in it. So there was a huge challenge for us in intensive care rather than administrators to look at oxygen supply, demand supply. It brought us to an issue of a governance. It brought us to an issue of a planning. It brought us to an issue of an execution. It brought us to an issue of a coordination. We realized that the governance structure, whether at the institution level, whether at the local government level, state government level, and also at the federal government level, and the coordination between different states required a huge task. When I look at the governance at the level of the intensive care units, the most important challenge we thought will come from the pharmacy. We thought will come later realizing from the oxygen. But the most important challenge came in terms of manpower. Where is the trained manpower? We were trying to seeing it and trying to looking from the Western model, trying to put untrained people into intensive care units. They were just not mentally and physically aware about it. Mentally, they cracked very quickly. The intent was there. Similarly, they had a difficulty in terms of using the devices, monitoring the patients. Even if we put, and then wearing those PPE kits. And when the directions came up that you will not use any centralized air-conditioned devices, hardly we had minimum, in majority of the public sector institutions, there were hardly any negative pressure rooms. Even in the corporate where negative pressure rooms, they were of limited numbers. So it became a challenge. How to handle it? How to coordinate this whole activity? Now, it has taught us now that if we have to be ready, the crux is coordination and clear-cut preparation and planning of disaster. Disaster, we have been thinking most of the time in terms of trauma, in terms of natural disaster, but nobody had planned except for the biological disaster like this, which is happening. Even when we say the numbers have been 5%, 10%, because the number of people which are getting affected has actually caused the deluge. I remember that the time when we were issues having like this, from where to get adequate orderlies, adequate nurses, adequate paramedics. We all try to put the whole system becoming, okay, the doctor-centric, the resident-centric. But what we realized over a period of time, for providing adequate amount of care, you need good trained nurses, or the nurses with the golden heart. You need orderlies who can look after these people inside the intensive care units. And more so when you are finding there is a social isolation which is taking place. And at the same time, we have to ensure that as a part of an organization that there has to be an adequate diagnostic capacity. There has to be an adequate therapeutic capacities to take care of the challenges because of the rapidly developing situation. It was not a static situation. It was a dynamic situation. And at the same time, how to take care of preventive aspects of it. And later on, I will discuss about the vaccination part of it. Because all these things are all interlinked. So the first phase in the governance was preparation. The lockdown, when it started up, gave us some idea of the pudding, what we are going to eat in some period of time. But if you see it, some had earlier, some had later. It helped us learning from each other's experience. Maharashtra, in particular, Mumbai had it early, followed by Bangalore and Ahmedabad, and then the Delhi. And obviously, Calcutta also got ravaged at the same point of time. So all the port of entries which were there, and it became more city-centric. And no wonder when we see today the data, majority of the slums in the Mumbai or in Bangalore and at other places are having now evidence of significant immunity. But at that point, the upper class, the people in the high rise, they escaped. Now that is becoming now a more vulnerable population. So the challenge will be how to vaccinate these cases. Similarly, as an intensivist, when we were seeing it, theoretically, it's very good to put it in data. But it was a question not of going for an overkill, but at the same time not to go for underkill, because every single resource needs money. Everything got diverted, and the people who were working in the intensive care units in the private sector had a significant pay cuts. Now it created the schism. Now getting from the direction of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we were trying to put people as per the guidelines to different, to the war zones. And we always are coming with the excuses of the people, but by and large, majority of the people went with it. Then the scare among the people, how they will go and stay with their family, they may fall them. Now the question came up in between among the intensive care staff, how we are going to do the shifting. So we realized that over shifting will be 4 to 6 hours. If I do 4 to 6 hours, from where will I get the manpower? I can get the PP kits, I can get the diagnostic kits, I can get the other thing, but FEB we are going to get it. But nevertheless, then we started realizing the saga started of interleukin-6, saga started of CRP, ferritin. To make adequate arrangement of these kits became a challenge. Adequate diagnostic capacity to confirm the diagnosis became a challenge. But I can say with a sense of pride, we did rise to it. At my own institution, from 250 today, we can actually within 24 hours, we can do more than 3,000 RT-PCRs today. Then obviously within that government institution, the surgery went to the background. Then along with it, what we realized, other things also went to the background, including the patients who are not having COVID. Again, the question came, how to handle it? You will say, how was it related to the intensive care unit? It was, because what we realized over a period of time was that persons in the labor room, deliveries are taking place, patients are coming with the trauma, who are coming and having injuries, multiple injuries, how to handle them, how to tackle them. So all those issues which we all face. The most important challenge, which was the medical literacy. A consultant was as well read as a layman was. And when we looked at the common teacher, it turned out to be the WhatsApp University or the social media. So the rational people started reacting irrationally, using irrational treatments, and sometimes going overboard with a good intention though, in order to help their patients. It created a panic-like situation. And you will see more than 1.5 million papers have now coming up. So many publications are coming up, and picking it up, the right communication was important. Gradually, we realized that the digital media took over and we started getting some sense of meaning. But still date, if you ask, nearly 1/3 of the population of the world continues to depend upon information. And our doctors and nurses are no different. Therefore, we have to start a training teaching program in managing these patients in intensive care units. What we learned during this phase was that, which was a challenge, that always has been a challenge in critical care, is communication. When we looked at this communication, what was the major problem? That my mother is there, my father is there, my sibling is there. Nobody's telling me what is happening. The doctors, the nurses, they were all under harassed because of the work, and they were saying what to do, how to do. Therefore, what we learned was that transparent, effective communication is the key. And we started using new digital media. People were given iPads. People use WhatsApp. People use Facebooks. People use your, in these cases, iCloud settings and also FaceTime things to talk to their near dear ones from the intensive care units. It gave them the reassurance. But at the same time, they were vulnerable. They shared their vulnerability with the family, which again created a lot of stress on the media, a lot of stress on the care providers and the and on your people and administrators. But at the end of the day, the common question was whether my patient will survive or not, how you talk to them. And again, it was a very lonely place where nobody was allowed to go inside and people were suffering alone. And it's not that the care provider, the patient was suffering, care provider, caregiver themselves were having the same anxieties, etc. It was a really, if you really ask me, it has been one of those nightmares which we were having it. But fortunately, the technology came to the help and we started using it effectively to talk to the patients. Where effective communication was there, the level of care went a step ahead and people were satisfied. Where it was not, it was a challenge. Similarly, when patients died, it was an unsung death.
Thank you
where
for this
even
invitation.
the last moment where people were finding it up, not able to meet their near and dear one. A lot of parameters and protocols and things change over a period of time to make it more patient friendly, and it took its toll on intensivists and critical care nurses. As I said, we were working through social isolations. We were staying in the hospital. We were all quarantined, staying away from the family. Same was true for the patient. Same was true for the care provider. It was a huge challenge, and no wonder there was a stigma associated with COVID-19, especially when we were working within the intensive care units. So how to mitigate it was a challenge as a director, as a leader, or to the institutions for us. The network was that the people started concealing their symptoms. They had a hesitancy in seeking medical care. And the net result of this was more and more serious patients started coming to the tribe and more utilization and requirement of ICU. And soon average stay of the patient was 5 to 8 days. We started getting overwhelmed. And we have to create new high dependency units. We have to create new wards with the facilities for oxygenation and where HFNC to consider taking up the pipelines. These are the attitude, etc. This is one of the papers which was published in Indian Journal of Psychiatry, where we found nearly 35% more than 1/3 of our doctors, they became depressed, and 1/3 had severe anxiety and stress in the intensive care setting, which was far higher in persons who are not dealing with these cases. Trust me, these are the people who are the battle worn, who are the hardened battle people like paracommandos. If 1/3 were there, what could have happened outside, you can see. It also told us the health disparities. Health disparities in the intensive care setting in the public sector and the private sector. Health disparities in the pay structures between us and the public sector. In our own state, in my state of Haryana, we found out there was no worth government or public sector facility within the city of Gurgaon. We had to depend entirely on the corporate private hospitals for providing the intensive care settings. How to handle it, how to deal with it, how to see to it that cost-effective treatment without compromising quality is given. Hospitals have their own challenges, ICUs have their own challenges, and still needs to be taken care of. But this has exposed the socio-economic underbelly of the state and the country, and I think we need to work on it. ICUs cannot work in isolation. And also we realized over a period of time as the new treatment started coming up from a lopinavir, ritonavir combination to HCQ, etc. People went with their presumptions with the lab, you still the ivermectin, we are using it up. So science and public health based response was there. Easier said than done because health is also socio-economic issue. So, and the policy issues, they got a lot of it had the politics came up because no democratic country would like their population being suffering, and that put the pressure on the administration, that put the pressure on the leaders. So sometimes the decisions were taken which defied rationality. You look at it, what they did in the UK, what they tried in Scandinavia countries to have a herd immunity, and ultimately they have to revert back to the time base of isolation or lockdowns, which we did it, gave us time to preparation, and so forth. Fulfillment of human needs was a challenge. Hospital word comes up from the hospitality, and the wards come from the jail. And when we admitted these cases in intensive care unit, we were never used to it. We had to see to it they were fed. We need to see their daily requirement of ambulation and everything was taken care of. It brought into the role of orderlies. It also brought the role of social health, mental health within the intensive care units, which people were not ready. They had to face it. And that created a huge challenge. And that's what Dale Carnegie said, the most of the important things that the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying when there seemed to be no hope at all. And as an intensivist, I can say, and the president of the association, I can say with a sense of pride, that is what we did. We adapted to the things. And adaptability is the one which helped us dealing with this particular thing. We were able to increase the diagnostics from not only from the diagnostics, but the diagnostics required to take a therapeutic decision. Therapeutic decision, as it was a dying situation, we very rapidly adapted to it. We adapted from simple oxygen to ventilators to high flow nasal cannula to CPAPs to helmets. We adapted from starting from lopinavir, ritonavir to HCQs, going up to remdesivir, to tocilizumab, to steroids, which have become the game changer in the armature. We went from no communication to using the digital health or digital platforms for communication with the families. I think that is what we did it. And we learned the value of collaboration and cooperation between different institutions, within the same institution, the departments, and we worked as a team. And that is where the intensivist led as a leader, as a policymaker, and saw to it that we share our experiences and the patient dealing with it and improve the outcome of this. And it brought up the telehealth, including telemedicine, into picture. We started using telemedicine to take care of the human resource limitation in the intensive care unit. I looked at the data in the 4 centers within Haryana. We found out that probably the mortality we reduced by nearly 40%. Same has been experienced in Karnataka, same has been experienced in Chhattisgarh. Therefore, the telehealth, including telemedicine, became the key in managing these patients. It not only improved the treatment, it improved the care, because now you could directly supervise what was happening behind those 4 walls of intensive care units. I think that was so important. And it has now, the telehealth and digihealth has come of age because of this particular epidemic. As I said, we learned best practices and adapted ourselves. But the most important issue remained between treatment and care. Nurses dispense comfort, compassion, and caring without even a prescription. This is what Wall Sainsbury said. And it's also true. That means doctors provide the treatment, nurses provide the care. It's a team. Similarly, orderlies provide the care. They're a part of that caregiver bundle. If we want to make the experience of ICU better or the hospital better, I think time is we need to invest our nurses, our paramedics, and our orderlies. That is what made the difference. We were all talking in terms of oxygen treatment, but end of the day, patients are so scared. What they wanted, a hand of comfort, a word of comfort, and all the people helping them out in taking their daily ablutions, daily other things. You can see a proud man and a woman sitting there, like nobody's to look after them, who always looked after themselves, finding themselves too breathless to take care of themselves. That is what was required. That is where we did. And I think, and I must have no hesitation in admitting that in public sector hospitals, we did not come up to that expectation, but the private sector, yes, definitely, with the nursing, excellent care, did a wonderful job. That is what John Ruskin said, when love and skill work together, expect a masterpiece. And probably people are asking me why there is in India is a less mortality in the intensive care units. Probably we are skillful, no doubt about it. We work with passion and compassion, and we realize our responsibilities. And at the same time, we use the armamentarium which became available to us, whether it was in the form of drugs in terms of steroid tocilizumab, or now which is coming as a baricitinib, or whether it was in terms of oxygenation. We all took advantage of that. And starting from simple oxygen to rebreathing mask, going on to high flow CPAP and ventilator systems. I think it made a huge difference. And obviously quite a few cases, though it's a tip of the iceberg in ECMO services. And also I can say that we took a talk in collaboration with our colleagues in cardiothoracic surgery and lung transplant in pulmonology. What we learned through this hygiene works. Hand wash and your mask is the two important thing which works. And obviously a simple gown is good enough. We don't need a full PPE. And that's what it has been taught. And I think in the coming summer season, we need to take this in account. And we will come out with some policy decision or some guidelines from the Intensive Care Society, because I think there's no need for those PPE kits where they were more like a plastic sheets where people were drowning themselves with their own sweat. So what we need is a constant hand wash, and wearing the mask is the key. And if you want, you can actually feel a shape. And that's where the Gandhi becomes relevant. It was a paper which was published in Lancet. He said, faced with today's crisis, what would Gandhi do in the intensive care unit? I think what is important for us is that, and I think the same principles apply in an intensive care. We will begin with actions that are initially small. This is how we all started in our ICUs. Not we will merely preach, act, and practice himself. That is what we did as an intensivist within our intensive care units. We acted locally, not chase the world to change. And what we tried to do, we stayed local. We looked and learned from the experiences of the world and tried to change the things there. Therefore, we believed in interfaith and social unity. We went into the care of sick. We went from there to the freedom of fear, to the ready to accept mistakes and prayer. And that's what, as an intensivist, that's what I think all of you will agree. All of us has done it. And this is the last slide. If you look at the Bhagavad Gita, what did it say? Arjuna's only dharma was to fight and not worry who he was fighting or the outcome of the war. Same has been true for the intensivists as far as the corona epidemic is concerned. So for this, we need to be, if the Lord Krishna told to Arjuna to be able to do what is needed without becoming attached to the result is the way of living a skillful life. I will simply say, you put it in intensivist here, to be able to do what is needed without becoming attached to the result, that is the death in this case, is the way of living a skillful life as an intensivist. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you,
I welcome
sir.
you all.
We have with our chairperson, Dr. Shiva Iyer. Dr. Shiva Iyer sir needs no introduction because he is very well known to everyone who is in the field of critical care, and his tenure as a past president of ISCCM had seen a lot of transformations. Dr. Shiva Iyer is the head of the Department of Critical Care Medicine at D.Y. Patil Medical College. From henceforth, I will request Dr. Shiva Iyer to take charge of the proceedings for this session. Dr. Shiva, sir.
Thank you, Anirban. I'm from the Bharati Vidyapeeth Medical College, not the D.Y. Patil. Sorry.
I'm absolutely. That was purely a slip of error, sir. I apologize for that. I know I have been to your institute and
Dhruv. Thank you so much, Dhruv, for this excellent talk. Summary of the last year of what we have experienced in COVID, and it was a very personal account and sharing of experience as the architect of the COVID effort in Rohtak, and giving guidelines for the entire state of Haryana. Thank you so much, Dhruv. Now, if I may ask the hall coordinator to share the slide of the next speaker, Dr. Maurizio Cecconi. Thank you. So, Dr. Maurizio Cecconi is going to, touch laterally on the topic which Dr. Dhruv has so elegantly spoken. So, he's going to speak about leadership during a crisis. As we all know, Dr. Maurizio Cecconi is consultant and honorary reader in anesthesia and intensive care medicine at the Epsom and St. Helier's Hospital and the St. George. He's the clinical director of adult critical care at St. George's. He has authored more than 100 publications. Main areas of research are hemodynamic monitoring, hemodynamic optimization, physiology of the critically ill. Since 2011, he has been research lead for the Adult Critical Care Directorate and is the current clinical director. He is also the editorial and publishing committee chair of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine, and he's an associate editor for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Maurizio Cecconi, who is going to speak to us about leadership during a crisis. Request the tech team to start the...
I really look forward to when COVID will end, and finally I will be able to resume traveling and come to visit India, which I really love, and I have a lot of fun memories coming to meetings about intensive care with you. So I will talk today about my experience on leadership during a pandemic. And our story in Italy started on February 2020, when a patient on his 30s admitted to the intensive care unit in Codogno Hospital in Lodi, Lombardy in Italy, tested positive for a new coronavirus. This was just one case, but it was a very important case because up to that moment, we didn't really think that we had an issue there. And in this little place that no one really knew before, and it became very popular last year, an intensivist decided to force the local protocol, and she basically asked for a PCR swab for coronavirus, despite the patient that she was taking care of didn't really have any risk factors for coronavirus. So when she got the result was positive, and that was the beginning of realizing that there had been a secondary transmission in the community. I took this slide, I prepared this slide just a few days before. I was in America at the Society of Critical Care Medicine, and everyone is seeing the coronavirus map of Johns Hopkins. And as you see here on the left column, Italy was not really even on the list here. What we knew now is that probably there have been many more cases that have gone undetected, and that's been really a common theme of the subsequent clusters of SARS-CoV-2 around the world. During those days, we were seeing a lot of new things coming to us, in the sense that just in a couple of days, suddenly changing the risk criteria for SARS-CoV-2, we started to see many patients coming to our emergency departments, many patients coming to our intensive care unit. And together with the ICUs of the Lombardy region, we started to collect this data, and we were just seeing day by day what was happening. In moments like this, when you see something that is unprecedented, sometimes the instinctive thing that you want to do is wait for more information, sometimes downplaying the threat. And I do remember that in those days, there were still a lot of people talking about whether this was just a normal flu, and it would have just been just a couple of bad days and everything would have gone back to normal. So it was more about trying to downplay the threat, really, rather than accepting the data that was there. So just in a few days, however, we realized that what we were seeing was really unprecedented. I had been in America just a few days before, and I knew, speaking with colleagues from everywhere around the world, that we were watching very closely what was happening in Wuhan, but no one really had the idea that something so fast could happen in our intensive care units. So we decided that it was the moment to act with urgency, to communicate with transparency, and really to take responsibility and to focus on solving the problem. The problem there was to put an action plan, not just for us, but really to try to give time to other people to prepare. And it's very important during crisis to communicate effectively, continuously with your team or with whatever is your audience that you want to engage. You may have seen this. This was a letter that we sent out on the 5th of March. It was sent through the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine. I'm now the president. At the time, I was the president-elect of the society. And together with Joseph Keseshoglu, the president, I was speaking with him quite often and saying, look, what we're seeing here is really fast. If something like this happens in other places, many intensive care units, many healthcare systems would be in a very difficult position. So with Giacomo Grasselli and Antonio Pesenti, we decided to send this letter out with a very simple message, which was get ready. Get ready now. because it's important that you try to control the infection in the community as much as possible, but at the same time get ready in your hospitals, trying to increase your ICU capacity, try to find ways to simulate donning and doffing, to have adequate procurement for personal protective equipment, and so on. One other thing that we realized as the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine was that there was a lot of need of information. And even in the first 5 days after the patient number 1 in Italy, we organized the first webinar with China, with Bindu. That was seen by more than 1,000 people. We suddenly realized that there was a need to provide available, trustable information to bedside clinicians around the world. So we created a new platform and we started regularly to do updates about the coronavirus. On the 28th of March, we organized a marathon, giving a voice to everyone around the world to know what was their situation. With COVID, we got experts talking about the clinical pictures. We talked about research. We had the WHO telling us about what was happening around the world, and we were really trying to connect people. And just to give you an idea, this marathon was seen by more than 130,000 people just during those hours, and we went more than 160,000 people. So we followed up with more webinars. We had more than 500,000 people connecting. We used a lot of social media, again, to try to filter information, to try to get away from fake news, from confusing information, and bringing practical clinical information at the bedside. And our information was really very much tried to show to people how fast the virus can be. If you see these are the first 10 days of the outbreak in Italy. What we did here was modeling with the Foundation Bruno Kessler, an institute for data science in Italy, what we were seeing. If you look at this, you may believe that this was a linear growth of cases, but actually every day there was a little bit more cases than the day before. And that meant we were already seeing an exponential rise of cases. So this is when the region is put in lockdown, and a few days later, the whole country is put in a lockdown. As you know, by now, when you do some restrictive measures, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to see the effect on hospital beds. And indeed, despite the fact that we put restrictive measures in place, for the next basically month, ICU beds, they started to increase day by day. We put together a network to try to give an ICU bed to whoever was in need of an ICU bed. And I remember on the 17th of March was the peak of admissions from SARS-CoV-2. We started in the region from about 800 ICU beds, of which probably 30, 40 were free at the time. Remember that we were in winter, surgery was going on, but a lot of other diseases as well, of course, as everywhere in the world. So the spare capacity was very little. We stopped immediately elective surgery to spare some capacity, and we started to create some new beds. So we peaked on the 2nd of April with about 1,500 ICU beds, with another 300 beds for non-COVID emergencies. And on top of this, we created another 2,000 beds for intermediate care, where we care for a lot of non-invasive ventilation and CPAP patients together with other specialties. So in practice, we increased by 4 or 5 times the number of ventilatory support beds that we had in just 6 weeks before. It was an unprecedented effort. Everything was new. That allowed other people to realize that the speed of the disease is really fast. And indeed, when you see numbers going up, you need to put restrictive measures in place. Another thing that we did during those early hours, the very beginning in February, was really trying to prepare our teams as much as possible. I remember on the 22nd of February, we brought in an in situ simulation team from the university. We trained on donning and doffing about 80 clinicians to do intubations and proning. We tested them with random drills days after that, and we basically set up a new system. In retrospect, I really think this has been one of the best decisions I made in order to have a team that was proficient with donning and doffing procedures in order to be able to protect itself. This is one of the pictures of our first ICU that we opened. We had to open another 3 ICUs during those days. So we started from 15 general intensive care beds, and we ended up with 60 ICU beds plus another 30, 40 level 2 beds in the hospital. This is a safety officer, again, because at the beginning we didn't know how difficult it would have been to protect ourselves. We decided to go for a very high level of protection because we didn't have a high number of personal protective equipment in stock. Rotas were done in a way that you would stay for 8 hours without getting changed in this suit. And when you were coming out, clearly you were tired, so we had a safety officer helping and supervising the doffing procedure in order not to make mistakes. The doffing, as you know, is the most difficult part where you can get contaminated. So I don't know if it is because of this or for how we were looking after each other. However, we had a very low rate of infection during the first wave in the ICU team. To the extent that we realized it was actually very safe to work in the intensive care with these suits. And even at the very end, we realized that maybe we could even bring sometimes relatives to visit patients. And indeed, at the very end of the first wave, we had the first pilot where we brought one family in, and now routinely we bring some relatives. Every day we're trying to bring 1 or 2 families at the bedside, completely with donning and doffing, completely supervised, and so on. The story, not just in my intensive care unit, but really everywhere in the world, it's a story of people. I often hear about lack of ventilators, and people saying an ICU ventilator makes an ICU bed. Is not true. It is the ICU people that makes an ICU bed. And as you know, we need to have an adequate number of competent people to safely staff an ICU bed so that we can care for more patients. One of the difficult things at the very beginning was also the fact that we, in order to have people helping us at the bedside in ICU, we had to deploy people from different parts of the hospitals. Some of them never worked together before. So in a couple of days, you were brought into an ICU team trying to help. And we realized that maybe one way to improve communication was to create a safety huddle. And this was a very simple thing to do. Just introduce each other. Was this the first time that you worked in the ICU? What are going to be the risky procedures in the next 8 hours and so on? And is there any plan CT scan? Are we going to do proning and so on and so on? And this really helped a lot with the communication over the next shifts. Communication was a key part of what we tried to do also with the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine. We decided to give our expertise and all the information that we were recording at the bedside to institutions. So we collaborated a lot with the European Commission, trying to explain that indeed one of the crucial part was not just devices and drugs, which of course we told which ones were important to store in preparation of a second wave, but also really to focus on people, to focus on the fact that you cannot create specialists in a few weeks or in a few months. However, you can prepare better all those healthcare workers not working regularly in intensive care. And this has been one of the themes of the COVID-19 skill preparation course. It's a skill course funded by the European Commission for doctors and nurses not working regularly in intensive care, with online training and also with some face-to-face training. We also knew that in order to get familiar with an intensive care environment, sometimes doing some local shadowing was important. But as you know, in intensive care, during some shadowing of 1 or 2 days, if you are lucky, you may see a lot of procedures. If you're not, maybe you don't see anything. That's the nature of our job. It's unpredictable when a lot of things are occurring. So what we did in my hospital, we built an emergency hospital in preparation of the second wave to fight with a new intensive care unit, a new A&E just for COVID-19, for infectious disease. And what we did in the summer, when the situation was quiet from an epidemiological point of view, we brought a team of 20 experts from across Europe, doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, and they were actors in a virtual reality environment that we filmed. And now participants in this course can actually be immersed in a virtual reality environment. While I speak, we have trained more than 15,000 doctors and nurses across Europe. So to conclude, I would say that for me, the experience of leadership during a crisis, which has been this pandemic, has been really, if I can pass and take a message, really is to act with urgency. We need to be humble in front of the data, act very quickly, do not search perfection. To be good is enough. Take responsibility to try to protect your patients, your teams. That's what I've tried to do. That's what we try to do with the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine. Focusing on problem solving, not by creating complicated solutions, but really trying to create solutions that could help with the problem in front of us in this moment. And communicating transparently everything that was with us, sometimes even our uncertainty. There have been a lot of uncertainty, as we know. We now face 2021 with the hope of vaccines that hopefully will help us to come to bring to an end the pandemic. Really, communication is really the key, and updating continuously our teams and our intensive care global community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mauricio, for a very lucid presentation and for enlightening us about how you led during this crisis. And thank you also for the details regarding how the training was done. And I found it especially nice, especially the safety huddle that you described must have been very useful. Anirban, do you want to add something, say something?
Sir, I think you have because as Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary had said that it is his masterpiece talk, and which was continued by Mrs. that it's also needs to be seen that it's a wholesome perspective which they have put into our focus, and I think we can take a lot of messages from them for our better practice in the coming days. So you can invite the next speaker because we are running out of time.
I agree with you both, Shiva. I agree with you both, but I think it also tells you that during the crisis, how you manage it depends upon the leadership. Therefore, it is essential that you can make a mess of the system, you can take it as an opportunity and create systems. And I think what Sisoni was saying us, that the way they use the system to create the opportunity, I know they were all overrun, they were unprepared like we were. But I think overall intensive care people have risen to the occasion and have been able to provide leadership, not only in their institutions, their intensive cares, but also at the local level, state level, and the national level. I think that's very, very satisfying.
Yes. So can I have the CV of the next speaker, please? So I would now like to invite my dear friend and colleague, Dr. J.V. Peter, whose current position is that of Professor of Critical Care and Director of CMC Vellore. Dr. J.V. Peter is Fellow of the Australasian College and fellow of the College of Intensive Care Medicine. And his areas of expertise are toxicology. We know that he's done very important work in the field of organophosphorus poisoning. He also authored a systematic review on the same. He, in addition, is has 3 publications, and for research in India, we look up to him for mentorship. So, Dr. J.V. Peter, can I request you?
I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation for Criticare 2021. The topic that has been given to me is critical care as a specialty. I want to start with a brief introduction, then I'll talk about the specialty of critical care, then go on to the joys of being an intensivist, looking at it from a service component, educational component, and research, and then make some concluding remarks. When we look at the tiers of healthcare globally, we have these classical 3 and now the 4th tier of healthcare. The first is primary care, which is preventive in nature. Then we move on to secondary care, where these are provided in subcenters, and family medicine plays a major role in this. Then we have tertiary care, which is specialty focused, and then quaternary care, which is high-end care, which is highly specialized. The future of healthcare in India is going to change over time. Healthcare is among the leading causes of death in India. And so several cost-saving and cost-cutting measures are being put in place to deliver healthcare, and these will continue to evolve. This includes things like daycare, outpatient chemotherapy, etc. What will be the future components of healthcare and how will it look like globally? I think it will evolve to move on to acute and emergency care, critical care, and chronic care. And critical care as a specialty will continue to be relevant in the years to come, like ophthalmologists, obstetricians, and dentists will always be in business. So the future of specialty of critical care looks bright. Let's go back and trace the origins of critical care and answer this question, whether critical care is based on location or is it a concept? In 1854, Florence Nightingale separated seriously wounded soldiers from less seriously wounded ones, and she demonstrated that there was a reduction in mortality. The modern critical care started in about 1950 by Peter Safar, who brought in this concept of advanced life support. He kept sedated patients and ventilated patients in a separate location. But the major growth in critical care happened during the polio epidemic in 1953, when Bjorn Ibsen established the first ICU in Copenhagen. And the picture that you see on the right is an intensive care unit with multiple iron lungs, where non-invasive ventilation was provided to people who were afflicted with polio with bulbar poliomyelitis. And there is historically a polio patient from Louisiana named Barton Hobart, who used the iron lung from late 1950s till his death in 2003. Critical care is now highly specialized. These are high-tech areas, and you have now examples of 5-star type facility intensive care units, which are manned 24 hours by trained professionals. So is critical care defined by location primarily? Is it a location where sick patients are cared for? If so, who is a critically ill patient? Is it someone with a predicted high mortality? Or is it someone with a particular diagnosis? Like, for example, is it someone who's had a head trauma? Or is it someone who's had a post-operative surgery? Or is it someone with sepsis? The concept is that it's more a concept than just a location. Again, Peter Safar defined the critical care as a concept, not a location, which frequently begins with begins with emergency department intervention and culminates in ICU admission and continued management. So what is an intensive care unit? An intensive care unit may be defined as a hospital area in which an increased concentration of specially trained staff and monitoring equipment allow more detailed and frequent monitoring and more frequent intervention in seriously ill patients. The concept focuses on or involves focused care, early therapy, avoiding delays, attention to detail, and there is low margin for error, and close monitoring to pick up events. What is this concept of focused care? The nurse-patient ratio is often 1:1. In some ICUs, it may be 1:2. There is 24-hour on-site cover by junior doctors trained in airway management and hemodynamic management. Senior intensivists are there during the day and they're on call at night. And there are several rounds that happen, unlike in other areas, by a specialist, and inputs from specialties are also received when necessary. There is also the concept of early therapy. Early recognition is key, and the time to initiate intervention impacts outcomes. And these concepts have been popularized in various disease processes. For example, in acute myocardial infarction, we say time is myocardium. In acute strokes, we say time is brain. In severe sepsis, now we talk about time as being tissue. And we all are familiar with the golden hour for trauma, which impacts neurological outcomes in trauma. Now, there are some examples where early intervention have been associated with improved mortality or reduced mortality. And the classical examples are the initiation of early antibiotics and outcomes. And as you can see in this graph, as the time to initiate antibiotics increase, the cumulative survival fraction actually comes down. We also see that early intervention in stroke with thrombolysis is associated with better neurological outcomes. And we see that this effect is best if therapy is initiated within 3 hours of onset of stroke. The concept of critical care is also goal-based, not only early intervention, but it's also focused on targets and goals that need to be met within a specific period of time. The early goal-directed therapy in sepsis in the initial studies showed evidence of benefit in terms of mortality. However, in the more recent studies where the emergency services are so well streamlined, failed to show a benefit of early goal-directed therapy in sepsis. However, there are several other targets and goals that we create in several clinical settings, like targets for temperature in therapeutic hypothermia, targets for blood sugar, and several other things. The concept of critical care is also attention to detail. The patient is approached as a whole and is also approached in terms of individual organ function or dysfunction. And several organ functions are assessed very regularly in the ICU. Several checklists and protocols, including the FAST HUGS BID, have been created to ensure that this attention to detail is always kept in focus. Continuous monitoring of several parameters. These are common parameters that we monitor, but there are other parameters like intracranial pressure monitoring or intra-abdominal pressures monitoring, which can also be undertaken either intermittently or continuously. And often the attention to detail also involves setting long-term, intermediate, and short-term goals for the patient. So I want to go back to this question that we asked initially. Is intensive care a concept or location? Does the location matter? Now, we know that it's more a concept than a location, but then we need to have some food for thought as to why there are so many categories of ICUs in India, like medical, surgical, and cardiothoracic ICU, as opposed to in other countries where there's a single mixed ICU where these patients are managed. Now let's move on from historical aspects to the practice of critical care. Now, as you know, the levels of critical care are from 0 to 3, of which levels 2 and 3 are the areas which come under intensivists and intensive care. Now, level 2 are patients that need a fair amount of monitoring and maybe single organ support, whereas level 3 are patients where they receive high amount of support or advanced respiratory support. Now, the practice of critical care in India has evolved. There is increasing complexity of medical problems, high-end surgeries, and longevity, all of which has resulted in a proliferation of intensive care units across the country. There are highly trained intensivists from across the globe that bring diversity to the practice of critical care in India. And there is a reasonable network among professionals and a good society, the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, which has a commitment to train and equip intensivists. So what is possible in critical care? High level of respiratory support, either through ventilation or extracorporeal support, is possible. It's possible to offer renal replacement therapy. Basic and advanced hemodynamic support and monitoring is possible. It is possible to manage organ transplant and other intercurrent problems in the immunocompromised recipient, as well as manage major and complex surgical patients post-operatively. But there are several questions that we need to ask ourselves in the practice of critical care. Do critical care units impact outcome? Who should be treating these patients in the ICU? What outcomes are relevant? Is there any downside of critical care units, and should ICU care be rationed? The first question is, does critical care improve outcomes? And we have some good data from the Australian-New Zealand database. This is a slightly old publication, 2008, where they looked at 223,000 ICU admissions over 11 years, and they found that there was an overall decrease in mortality over time by about 4%. However, the length of stay was minimally changed. When we look at our own unit in CMC, just at the time when there was only one intensivist, the mortality in medical critical care was over 40%. But with increasing number of intensivists and the training program, the mortality has come down steadily over the last 10 years to about 23 to 25%. Now, the second question that we need to ask in the practice of critical care is, who should be treating the patient in ICU? And this is a subject of much debate and controversy because there is these two concepts, open ICU and closed ICU. The open ICU concept is where the specialty team admits and manages the patient, with the intensivist mainly as a consulting physician. The closed ICU is where the intensivist admits and manages, but does collaborate with the specialty team and the specialists. Now, the other concept that is more so in the US is the high intensity staffing model, which involves either a closed ICU or a mandatory consult situation where specialty teams might still have admitting privileges to the ICU, but every patient must be seen by an intensivist. Now, which is better, closed or open ICU? The high intensity models, whether it's closed or intensivist supervised, has been shown to be associated with reduced mortality and length of stay. However, there are some studies in the US that have shown no benefit with a closed model, with some suggestions even saying that intensivist run ICUs may have higher mortality. In the Australian units, particularly the cardiothoracic units, there has been studies that have shown that the outcomes better with intensive care managed units rather than specialist managed units. And this is beautifully summed up by a person called Worthley in Australia. He says we don't have his or her patients, we have our patients. And in the event that the home team feels that there may be aspects of our treatment that require explanation, we're only too happy to discuss with them civilly. So closed or open, the pendulum is more towards closed ICUs managed by intensivists. What are the outcomes that we need to look at as intensivists? Classically, at a research setting or in developed countries, people look at dead or alive. But in developed countries like India, in developing countries like India, we need to look at other clinically relevant outcomes. This is because in developed countries, the health system is uniform, health insurance available, and predominantly they are mixed ICUs, and rehabilitation after major illness is possible. And hence they're able to support long-term patients with significant disabilities. In developing countries such as India, the health system is variable, very few are insured, and there are financial limits that are placed before the intensivists. And again, there are several ICU streams, and these have happened as they've developed, and limited rehabilitation facilities or nursing homes make long-term care of patients with disabilities difficult. Hence, I think we need to relook as to how we approach outcome in intensive care patients. We can look at it in two ways. One is those with favorable outcomes, that is discharged alive and well, and expected to go back to the usual quality of life. And this is very important in developing countries like India, where the burden of looking after sick people with disabilities is quite significant. The rest could be bunched into what we would call unfavorable outcomes. This may be death due to disease progression or limited due to futility, discharged against medical advice, where they're discharged alive but likely to die soon, discharged alive but in physical and mental disability, like in a persistent vegetative state, or you have the fourth category where they're discharged alive with significant physical disability and minimal or no mental disability. Now, when we look at alive, alive at what cost? Because ICU therapies are very expensive. It needs huge infrastructural costs, equipment costs, and monitoring and treatment equipment are quite expensive. Human resources are also demanding because you have 24-hour on-site cover, and this also increases cost. And there is no definite guarantee of success, and sometimes patients land up with complications. And on top of all this, we have to grapple with post-ICU quality of life, including post-traumatic stress disorders, physical disability, financial burden of a prolonged illness, and challenges with return to work. Given these downsides, should be patient care, particularly in those with very high predicted mortality. If you look at this study, which was published several years back, they looked at people with a probability of survival of less than 20% and found that they actually do not survive hospitalization. So the huge cost of treatment, prolonged treatment, disability is likely in this subset of patients, and in such subset should we ration ICU care. Now, pandemics are an exception where you will often have to prioritize, but it becomes difficult to ration ICU care, particularly if the family would like to continue care and they're financially able to support such care. So how do we identify those who have a good chance of survival? This is a study that we published in 2015, where we looked at the utility score on day one for patients admitted to ICU. So it ranged from 0 to 1, 1 suggesting that the patient is likely to get back to normal quality of life, and 0 suggesting that they will die. And when we looked at it, as the utility score increased, the probability of survival, as well as the probability of survival without disability, increased. So we need to look at such scoring as a guide to therapy in intensive care, particularly in developing countries such as us. And there are some studies which suggest that a 5 to 7 day ICU trial may be appropriate in those patients where you're not sure as to which way they may go. We move on from the service component to the training component. The evolution of training component is probably earliest in Australia, which had very good training programs since the 1970s. In India, critical care training is a young specialty started in the 1990s, and it has evolved separately from 3 streams. The medical critical care evolved through physicians, the surgical critical care through anesthetists and surgeons, and the cardiac critical care through thoracic surgeons. And it took over 20 years to form the specialty of critical care in India. If you look at the educational path overseas, in countries such as Australia, it's a post-MBBS program, which is of a 6-year duration. And earlier there were 2 pathways, either through the anesthesia stream or the physician stream. But presently there is a single pathway through the College of Intensive Care Medicine, Australia. In the US, after the initial UG qualification, there's a board certification in internal medicine, followed by specialist certification in critical care. Sometimes critical care is practiced along with pulmonology or with other subspecialties. In India, the entry level for critical care is a master's or DNB in medicine, anesthesia, respiratory medicine, or emergency medicine. There are several postdoctoral courses that were initially started by the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, and they pioneered the earliest training programs in the country, both the diploma and the fellowship. Other than that, the national board initially ran the fellowship, and now they run the DNB program. And candidates who want to take up the European diploma in critical care can also work 2 years in an accredited unit and take up the European diploma. Higher specialization in DM started in the year 2013 or 2014. It's a 3-year DM course, and several institutions now offer this course across the country. It's a course. The Australian College also has a few accredited centers in India, some are entry-level training, and some are accredited for 4 of the 6 years of training in India. Now, who can teach in these programs? For the postdoctoral courses, for the ISCCM courses, they require 8 years of critical care experience with at least 50% time in critical care. However, for DM, they should be working in an MCI recognized teaching institution and have 9 years of teaching experience in critical care, and overseas qualifications are recognized in the country as of now. We move finally to the research component. The research component, being a young specialty, there are innumerable opportunities for research in critical care, ranging from basic physiology to interventional studies. Organized research platforms are available in developed countries, and in Australia it's the ANSICS, and Europe it's the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine Trials Group, and in Canada it's the Canadian Critical Care Trials Group. In India, the research is scattered, it's mostly investigator-initiated, and the quality of research is variable. That resulted in an editorial in one of the leading journals with Dr. Devatia asking this question: intensive care research and publication in India, Covardis, where are we headed to? Now, there are key areas where India can contribute to critical care research, and this involves primarily tropical infections, which are quite unique to our country. There are several aspects of toxicology and envenomation and obstetric medicine that are also unique to this country, and these are areas where India can take on leadership in research. But even in other core critical care areas, given the volumes of patients, we can still contribute to critical care research. We know that ARDS is more frequent and more severe in our cohorts. There are areas such as critical care sonology and cardiac and other bacterial infections where research can be furthered in India. But there are several factors that are peculiar to us as a developing country. There are delays in presentation. There is variability in practice, including variability between public and private sector. There is a paucity of negative pressure rooms. Resources are limited, both in terms of availability of ICUs as well as financial resources by the patients. And we also have the problems with the outcome assessment, particularly in those who have been discharged against medical advice. And these have been covered in my earlier parts of the presentation. What is the way forward? The Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine has a very good platform for research. They support research with grants, and there is a new proposal for trainees in critical care to be able to receive these grants and do quality research in critical care. We also need to initiate good databases in our country. Even basic data on several aspects is lacking, and forming research partnerships both nationally and internationally will further research in the country. So we want to conclude by saying that critical care is a multifaceted specialty which is poised to grow exponentially. Intensivists require special skills in diagnostic, procedural, and communication. There is tremendous job satisfaction in saving an individual. There are opportunities for clinical work, teaching, and research, and the work-life balance can be good, particularly in academic institutions. I want to finally talk about the characteristics of a good intensivist to demonstrate how valuable an intensivist is. An intensivist needs to have the keen observation of a pediatrician because patients can't talk, needs to have the patience of an obstetrician in watchful waiting, needs to have the thoughtfulness of a physician because they have to solve complex problems. They need to have rapid reflexes of an anesthetist with quick thinking and action if there is acute deterioration. They need to be aggressive like a surgeon when definitive intervention is needed, like placing an intercostal drain. And you need the diplomatic skills of a UN Secretary General, because you'll be interacting with multiple specialties, each with their own agenda, and also talking to patients and communicating. So thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Dr. J.V. Peter, for your clarity of thought and the intellectual rigor with which you've approached this topic. And, CMC Vellore has a very hallowed tradition in critical care. I remember Professor George John and his textbook on critical care. One of the last single author textbooks that is such a masterpiece. Your thoughts on how critical care has evolved in India and what its current status is and what or where it should take us in the future has really been enlightening. Dr. Anirban, would you like to add any comments?
Sir, that was a great talk from Dr. Peter, and I feel he covered each and every aspect of the exponential growing pattern which he illustrated at the end, that it is poised to take. And we are already seeing the changes and the transformation and the intensity of addiction, not addiction, but the likeliness towards this subject, which is growing. And even COVID had made it even much more popular than what it was today. And I fully concur with his thoughts and his suggestions.
You know, his last point on the last slide, the diplomatic skills of a UN Secretary General in dealing with all the specialties and all the administrators and the relatives and everybody concerned was was really, you know, it rang true in my mind. So thank you very much, Dr. Peter. Anirban, can you introduce the last speaker, please?
I think the tech team can show his slides. Dr. Yong.
Yes. And you can, you can introduce it, please.
Yeah, consultant Dr. Young, Andrew Young, is from King's College Hospital, London. He is a member of the Intensive Care Society FUSI committee, sits on the ESICM Executive Committee and an examiner for the EDIC exams. He is the chair of Editorial and Publishing Committee of the ESICM, and he is on the Executive Committee of the International Fluid Academy. So I welcome Dr. Andrew Young, and I pass on to Dr. Shivakumar Iyer sir to request the organizers to play his video.
Yeah. Please play this. Please play the video. Thank you, tech team.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Adrian Wong. I'm a consultant in critical care medicine in King's College Hospital in London. I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me to talk about a subject I'm very passionate about, and that's social media. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about how social media impacts clinical decisions during pandemic. It's impossible to talk about absolutely everything about social media and the pandemic, but I hope to give you a bit of food for thought and stimulate discussions and hopefully question and answers later on. I sincerely hope you, your family, and your colleagues are as safe as possible during such challenging times for everyone. So a couple of my declaration of interest then. Like I said, I work as a consultant in intensive care at King's College Hospital. I'm also the chair of the editorial and publishing committee of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine. And that's important because I'm biased. I'm biased by the fact that I believe that social media works. It is an important tool for us to utilize. And I have my own Facebook account, I have my own Twitter account, and I run the Twitter account and social media account for a few of those organizations that I mentioned. But let's be honest, all of us utilize social media to a lesser or greater extent, not just in our personal lives, but also in our professional lives. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, so on and so forth. We've all been on these websites before. I like the slide. It just summarizes the number of years it took for each of these products to gain 50 million users. So if you think about the airplane, it took 68 years for 50 million users to achieve it. Look at the bottom row. Computers, internet, YouTube, 4 years, Facebook, 3 years, Twitter, 2 years. And for those of you who have children or you yourself who play Pokemon Go, 19 days. 19 days for Pokemon Go as a platform to reach 50 million users. Astonishing, isn't it? Some of you might not know what this is, and even those of you who might recognize a fax machine, you might not have utilized one recently, but at one stage it was the only way of getting a document from one end of the city to another end of the city or another end of the world in reasonably quick time. That's obviously been replaced now. I don't remember the last time I used a fax machine, because we all have this. I would wager a good amount of money that every single one of you listening to this lecture now has got one of these. It's a smartphone. It's not just a phone. It's our email. It's our calendar. It's our copier. It's our camera. It's our fax machine. So the way we engage and interact with each other on a social, personal level, and indeed a professional level, has changed tremendously. I did some research in preparation of this talk. So this is 2019 data. So if you look at the number of smartphone users in India, it ranks 18 in the world in terms of smartphone penetration. So that's a percentage of the population who have a smartphone. But if you look at the column on the far right, the number of smartphone users, so this is the 500 million smartphone users in India, second only to China. So that's a lot of smartphones out there. So from a professional basis, in terms of trying to keep up to date, things have changed tremendously. This is a editorial from the New England Journal of Medicine, 50 years ago now, about how to keep up with medicine. And it says all that is required is the current issue of the journal, an easy chair, pencils, a pad of paper, poster cards, along with a genuine sustained interest in all fields of medicine. I would argue that in today's world, this is impossible because there's just so many journals out there, publications in the printed press, news articles, so on and so forth. It's impossible to keep abreast of absolutely everything. But equally, the way we tackle knowledge deficit is different. So if you didn't know the dose of a drug or the treatment protocol or best practice, the research findings of a particular study, for example, I'll wager a good amount of money that you no longer go for a printed manuscript, a printed journal. You would go online. You would use a search engine such as Google and type in what is the dose of X, what is the side effects of this, what is the percentage complication of Y. The way we tackle what we don't know is radically different. We've already said that we've all got a smartphone. We're connected to each other already, and that is integral to the benefits of social media. Social media allows us to learn. Social media allows us to engage. Social media allows us to share. And in terms of learning, it's not about working harder, it's about working smarter. Because there is just so much out there. The journals in a particular country that you previously didn't have access to. So, for example, Asian journals, the American journals, the African journals, so on and so forth. And it's not just the printed press, it's other forms of media as well. So visual, audio, especially if we all learn differently. So for example, I enjoy watching more visual presentations, so a YouTube recording, for example. Some of you might prefer a podcast, listening to a speaker or expert speak. You're no longer restricted to the printed press. The way we interact at conferences or medical conferences as a whole has completely changed, and it was changing even before the COVID pandemic. So if you take this conference, for example, you'll probably be meeting face to face in person, and yet here we are interacting on the internet. And these interactions are real time. You can have a conversation about ARDS, about steroids with colleagues from across the globe in a different time zone. We're not bounded by geographical limitations anymore. This is just a screenshot from a Twitter platform which I utilize to try and help keep up to date. And I can follow what's happening at various different conferences by various different organizations in real time. And most of these resources, for which there is a lot of it, are free. So you don't need to pay for these. These information is freely available. And that's especially important if we're thinking about engaging with colleagues in low middle income countries as well. I've already touched upon it, but you can engage and interact better because of social media. You can ask questions of experts. You can question the author's methodological reasoning behind their studies, so on and so forth. Because if you think about it, in the old days, when you see an article being printed in a particular journal, if you had a question, you had to write to the editor, you had to write to the author. If you're lucky, the response to your letter will be published along with the response in the next journal, which may be a month down the line. Whereas with social media, you can interact and ask your questions in real time. This is just an example of the European Society of Intensive Care Medicine Facebook page. And on here, you can post questions, queries, etc. so on, and we'll do our best to answer those questions in real time as quickly as possible. And you can share this information. It's no longer restricted just to you and just to your organization. And again, citing pre-COVID examples, these are guidelines and standard operating procedures produced by colleagues in the south of England, an area called Wessex. And as you can see, these are guidelines and SOPs with regard to emergency RSI, with regard to tracheostomy tube selections. These are freely accessible. So if you didn't have one of these and you want to develop one, you didn't have to start from scratch. You can look at what other people have been doing and move on from there. And as you engage more and more with social media, from just being a consumer, you just observe, you listen, it moves from a one-way situation to a two-way situation where you start actively engaging with the experts using social media. You might just decide that you want to share your own knowledge, opinion, and interactions in a two-way stream. Okay, let's deal with 2020. I think all of you would recognize the gentleman published, shown in these pictures. Just over a year ago, COVID-19 didn't exist in our healthcare systems, and yet it's everywhere now, in every single one of our institutions. Do you remember where you were when COVID first hit, or you first heard of COVID-19? I remember exactly where I was. I was holidaying in Japan with my wife, and we heard about COVID on the Twitter feeds, on the news portal, so on and so forth. And I remember that at that time, not many people took it too seriously. It was a disease in a Chinese city. But now it's everywhere. So this is data from the 7th of February. 105 million cases globally. India, 11 million dead. 2.3 million deaths. 155,000 deaths in India. We have all been affected. But I think, again, it's important to emphasize that just over a year ago, this did not exist. This is a new illness. We didn't know about the virus, how it spread. We didn't know how to control the virus. We didn't know how to treat patients with it. We didn't know how to ventilate patients with it. We didn't know how to manage our resources. We didn't know how to exercise our public health measures, so on and so forth. And yet, social media, the way we connect it now, allowed us to learn very, very quickly. I'd just like to point out at this point that we as healthcare professionals need to be mindful of the fact that the general public, non-healthcare professionals, can also access the information that we have access to. It's out there, and you just need to be aware of it. It's probably mid-March when Maurizio Ciccone, a friend and colleague of mine, conducted this interview with Howard Buckner, the editor of JAMA, sharing how Italy, northern Italy in particular, became overrun by patients with coronavirus very, very quickly. And his message is very, very simple then. You need to get ready because it is coming. So again, why social media? Learn, engage, share. And in times of pandemic, it allowed us to learn in real time from real world people who are dealing with this there and then by the bedside internationally, because it was a global pandemic. So you could access the experiences, expertise, information from colleagues in the UK, in Sweden, in Italy, in America, in India, in China, so on and so forth. You can access experts very, very readily and 24/7, because it might be nighttime in India, but it's daytime somewhere in America where people are dealing with this, and we're learning and developing new treatment strategies 24/7. Can you imagine dealing with COVID without social media in this day and age? Imagine if you didn't have your smartphone. Imagine if you only had your Nokia 3210. Could you take a photo of the chest x-ray that you've just seen? Could you take a video of the ventilation loops and share that and ask the opinions of colleagues? Can you imagine trying to read what the latest journal publications were? Difficult and hard to imagine. Because when it comes to pandemic, I like this quote from Dr. Mike Reed, one of the leading doctors in the World Health Organization, is that speed trumps perfection. Perfection is the enemy of good when it comes to emergency responses. So when dealing with a pandemic, you need to move quickly. And social media allows that. So this is just an example of how information was gathered and shared very, very quickly by the main intensive care anesthetic bodies in the UK, as an example. And they put together a web portal of information and guidance resources for people to deal with COVID-19. And some of these clinical guidance includes airway management, obstetric anesthesia, critical care, so on and so forth. Because if you at your local institution are worried about how you're going to deal with airway management in these patients, you can be assured that someone else in a different institution, maybe even down the road, have similar concerns and worries. Why reinvent the wheel when you have the ability to share resources and develop them together? Again, if you look at Facebook, again, I've taken these examples in terms of interaction from the ESICM account for 2020 year COVID. We have managed to reach 2 million, 3 million people on the information that we put out on our Facebook page. That is a tremendous number. In terms of the videos, information, webinars, so on and so forth that we published on Facebook, 340,000 people have watched it. Can you imagine your last medical conference face-to-face? How many people were there? Delegates? Thousands? Hundreds? This is 341. The reach is astronomical by comparison. But it's not just these big organizations that have a voice. Social media allows everyone to have a voice. And I will discuss the risks and benefits of all those. So this is a website for the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. And it publishes guidelines, protocols, so on and so forth. Again, so sharing, engaging. And again, another example taken from Facebook, COVID-19 coronavirus anesthesia critical care experience sharing, 18,000 members. 18,000 members. Now, you could argue that not everyone on it will be medical professional, but that's still a significant amount, an area where people can discuss, share their experiences, their learning, so on and so forth, all with the noble intention of trying to improve patient care. Let's not forget research. REMAP-CAP, probably one of the most famous and well-known research trial that was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. 11,000 patients randomized internationally. Without social media, without the ability to interact, communicate with each other in real time, this would not have been possible. But like everything else in healthcare, I've told you about the benefits, but there are risks involved to everything that we do, and social media does have its risks as well. You need to be aware of your bias. Again, it's very important that I highlight this in a moment. If you believe something works, then when you appraise the evidence for it, you will think that that works. You will look for confirmation that your bias is true. Just be aware of it. Because social media allows everyone to have an opinion, and having an opinion on something does not make you an expert. It does give people voices, and these people can be anonymous. You don't know who these people are, and they can publish anything on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, so on and so forth. They might have their own website. You need to be ensured that the information that you are digesting is true, robust, so on and so forth. Because one of the biggest problems, and social media has facilitated this, is fake news. And it's not just members of public, it is also the healthcare fraternity that has facilitated the spread of fake news because it's so easy. We might not have the ability to review and process these information quickly. And this is a very interesting paper which looked at the scientific quality of COVID-19 publications during the early phase, so between March and May time. And if we all accept that randomized controlled trials are the pinnacle of evidence-based research, you will note that the vast majority of publications during this period of time on COVID-19 are of low level of evidence. You need to be aware of this. Like I've already said, members of public have access to information that's available out there. And some people who have got significant sway, who are in positions of responsibility, may say stupid things. It's mind-boggling that the World Health Organization has to put this message out that people should not be drinking bleach. People should not drink bleach. But on a serious note, if you think about COVID treatments, this is just a list of COVID treatment things, drugs, processes that have been thought to treat COVID-19. That long list there. Now, you might not prescribe all of these to your patient that presents to your institution, but for drugs that you do prescribe, how much evidence is there for it? Is it evidence-based, eminence-based? Is it your own personal experience? And equally, if you don't prescribe some of these drugs, you will find a equally passionate individual who thinks by not prescribing that drug to your patients, you'll be killing the patient. Again, as an example, I've already mentioned the FLCCC Alliance. This is what they would recommend for patients who present with COVID-19. Metaprednisolone, ascorbic acids, thiamine, heparin, ivermectin, vitamin D, atorvastatin, melatonin, zinc, famotidine, and therapeutic plasma exchange. How many of you would do all of that for your patient that presents with COVID-19? How many of you would agree with this? And if you agree or disagree, on what basis are you agreeing or disagreeing? Is it scientific evidence? And if it is evidence, how robust are they? If you take ivermectin as an example, Merck, the company that makes ivermectin, has said no scientific basis, no meaningful evidence, a concerning lack of safety if you were prescribing ivermectin in COVID-19. And yet, the FLCCC has produced this response. I'm not going to go through it, but it is a point-by-point rebuttal to the concerns raised by the manufacturer of the drug itself. They're healthcare professionals, and I have no doubt their intentions are noble. But what is the basis of their argument? You need to be able to process that, because there is just so much information out there. Like I said, somewhere around, at some time frame, whilst you're asleep, someone is awake dealing with COVID-19. There's just so much to take in, so much to process, and it can at times feel really, really overwhelming. You might feel that this is all burning you out. And so I sincerely hope that we will see the tail end of this pandemic. So in conclusion then, social media is here to stay. We need to be able to manage it. It is just a tool. So like any other tool, you need to know how to use it. It will have its risks. It will have its benefits. We need to be able to weigh it up. And especially in the time of pandemic, you need to be professional about it. Whatever you hear on social media, you need to think and appraise it as you would any medical journal. But my overwhelming conclusion when it comes to the use of social media in dealing with the pandemic, COVID-19, just imagine trying to deal with it without social media. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, for a roller coaster ride on the social media and its use during this pandemic, and the pluses and minuses of using social media. And like you said, it is important for us to adapt because it is here to stay. Do we have any room for questions? Are there any questions in the chat, or since this is a plenary,
there are no questions in the chat box so far, sir. There are no questions in the chat box so far. But sir, one observation is that just like when we talk about meta-analysis, that if our screening of the studies is not appropriate, there is room for a lot of errors to get magnified several fold instead. So similarly in social media also, if we don't have a mechanism to screen the content properly, then there is also a scope for a lot of magnification of misinformations.
That is true. What you are saying, Arindam, Anirban, is true. I think that is where the social media is a double-edged weapon, and that's what people are doing it. If you really look at it,
and the source is extremely important.
So I think when we are looking at the fake news, spread of fake news, mob news, all these things are coming up. And the challenge for us as clinicians is how effective communicate we can do with the people in terms of the science and the facts. I think that's important, but social media sometimes goes beyond a point which is not either your control, my control, and you don't know in which direction will it move.
Exactly. That is the reason why when we use information based on social media, we should try and develop a mechanism of a checklist. And if it follows all that checklist, just like we follow Prisma for meta-analysis, concert for us, I'm just saying that if to satisfied, then we should follow those informations, or else we run the risk of inviting or magnifying a lot of misinformations to take upper hand at times.
So, is there already such a checklist, Anirban? Have you heard of it?
No. I propose that we should
etiquette on the side.
A checklist for.
Why don't we have a guide from the ISCCM? Checklist for how to appraise information that comes on WhatsApp.
You see, it's Dr. Shiva, it's easier said than done, because end of the day, what is key for all news is the source from where it is generating. That is the one from where you pick it up.
I agree. It's easier said than done.
That's what I'm saying. So it is the source from where it gets generated, and depending upon that, what your perception, feeling, it starts getting multiplied. So I think when people are forwarding it, carried there where the responsibility comes up, you need to do the check-in. And quite often we have seen it, that how things they get blow out of proportion, then you realize that nothing was there. Same thing is happening in medicine also. I think the experts, like, you can't keep on tracking everything which is coming up, but which comes into your note.
Sir, the point is that in when you read a journal, when you look at study, there are references. You can always cross-check. So there is that scope is available. But in a social media based news, nobody puts any sources, so you don't know where exactly to look for.
I agree, but you see, the media, you have the luxury. You do not have a luxury. By the time you do it, you delete it. Somebody has already recorded and spread it out. So I think that is where the challenge is coming up, even for the regulatory authorities also. They don't know how to check it. It's a hydra-headed thing. You stop it here, it comes up there. I think it is equally important for us is keep on looking at myths and checks and the facts, you keep it coming up, but nevertheless, you will always be trailing rather than you will be doing. I know methods people are coming up, but sometimes it is easier said than done. It's a wish list. Probably, again, there will be a debate about free speech, right to information, again, coming up and issues with the right information, etc. I think the people who are generating it, you have to have an extremely responsible. That's, I think, the self-discipline is the key.
Dhruv?
Yeah.
Dhruv, there is a question for you on the chat.
Yeah.
There is a question in the chat box.
About industrial oxygen, about its purity. So, is there anything that you can enlighten? It's from Dr. Badhe. So can you provide any insight on
What
the
is that
purity
question?
of industrial oxygen?
You see, industrial oxygen, usually we do not recommend because it has a lot of suspended particulate matter and other things. So by and
Dr.
large,
Dhruv?
yeah, I am talking about you're talking about industrial oxygen use. Hello.
Yeah, purity.
Yeah, I understand what I just wanted to know the question exactly what it is. I am seeing something else post-COVID. Yeah, what is the purity of industrial oxygen advised by the speaker? No, I have not advised the industrial oxygen. What I have been trying to tell at that point of time is that this is where the oxygen is available. And when you take industrial oxygen, it has to be converted into medical oxygen to be used. No industrial oxygen as such has to be used. It needs to be converted, but I know for sure in the practice, because the cost differentials, people are using a lot of industrial oxygen in like for the home oxygen therapies, etc. But in the hospital case setting, industrial oxygen is not recommended. It is not 100% pure. In a sense, it has got a lot of suspended particulate matters and it has not the clearance and the sterility. Therefore, it is important for us to see that we don't use as far as possible for individual uses when we prescribe it, because of the cost differential. That's why the oxygen concentrators are becoming far more popular for easy to maintain, no logistics and other things.
Thank you very much.
I have not at all advised industrial oxygen. Let it be very, very clear, loud and clear. I'm talking about only medical grade oxygen should be used.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very kind words and your novel thoughts. And I wish to thank Dr. Shiva Iyer, sir, for taking his precious time out of his busy schedule in being the chairperson and conducting this session so smoothly, and also illustrating upon a few of the points from the speaker side. And I also thank all the speakers who had participated in this session and made it such a meaningful, and they given us very lot of thoughts to ponder about. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all. Sharmili can take over from here.
Thank you, Dr. Animal. I would like to welcome our next chairperson for the next session, Dr. Rajesh Chawla. Dr. Rajesh Chawla is a reputed intensivist and is currently a senior consultant in critical care medicine and pulmonary medicine at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. And we're going to have the session on very interesting topic about fungus and antifungus treatment in ICU. So over to you, Dr. Chawla, take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Good morning, everyone. And we are going to today discuss a very, very important topic. I think in every ICU, after staying for a few days, let's say about 7 to 10 days, one starts thinking of fungal infections in patients who have fever or who gets a new infection. So we have 4 very important topics, and which are related to, one of them is related to the COVID-19, and then another is about Candida auris, which is a new menace which is coming and doesn't respond and has a very high mortality. So without wasting time, I ask the first speaker, who is the Dr. Raymond Dominic. He's going to talk about the mucormycosis prognosis relevant in COVID-19 management.
A very good day to everyone. Hearty congrats and thanks to the organizing team for this very beautiful virtual conference. Like the saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So hats off to ISCCM. I'm here right now to have a very brief chat with you about mucormycosis under the thematic of emerging and new infections, even though I frankly do not know what is really new or emerging about mucormycosis. It's just always been there. Just that the turn of events in the previous year has led us to inviting more problems. Like some of the articles have described the situation rightly as from the frying pan into the fire. Okay, and interestingly, the whole of last year, almost everybody globally had become a virologist, and there was a stiff competition between the medical magazines and local newspapers as to who would be publishing most of COVID. I can blame, because I guess there wasn't much happening otherwise, not much of no movies, no road traffic accidents. Well, yes, there were more babies, but that's apart. I'm not trying to belittle the importance of mucormycosis or COVID. I just feel that it's been a little too hyped. I'm talking about COVID-associated mucormycosis because this was a pandemic of immune dysregulation, and COVID has always known to, mucormycosis has always been known to exist in a milieu of immune dysfunction. Perhaps, our MDR nosocomial infections deserved a lot more attention. Look at that. Way back in 1978, Dr. Agar and Maki already draw our attention to 3 case reports, a series of patients with this deadly mold, wherein he rightly calls it as the complication of critical care. Patients who had presented for some other disease ultimately developed something like ARDS, and wherein there was a use of substantially high dose of glucocorticoids for reasons that we now know that are not evidence-based. Okay, and from there on, there have been consistent reports from across the world reporting mucormycosis in various instances. Okay, in immune-compromised hosts, in clusters, as hospitals. Look over here. These are all the instances that COVID has been associated with over the last several years and have all been reported, and lately the COVID-19 situation. So there have been many unspoken or untold stories about hospital outbreaks and cluster outbreaks, which have been variably traced to hospital equipment or linen construction sites and things like that. There have been clusters associated with tsunami, associated with various tornadoes, associated with war times and all that. Okay, but it so happens that COVID-associated mucormycosis, for some reason, happens to be the star of all it. Right? Like I told you, many of these clusters, especially hospital-acquired infections, have been traced to laundry. And this interesting surveillance report that I just came across says that close to 30% of freshly laundered linen can harbor the spores of these organisms. This becomes even more for invasive, for aspergillosis, and a lot more, almost in all of the cases, for various other pathogenic fungi. However, we do not know the clinical significance of this. I'm just trying to stress upon the fact that these fungi are omnipresent. And luckily, this disease is not unique or contained to the developing world. The burden seems to be fairly shared by the developing and the developed world. Of course, we do underreport. That's a different story. Look at this compendium of 851 adults with mucormycosis, a collection over 17 years between 2000 and 2017. Looks like the predominant risk factor among the developed world happens to be hematologic malignancies, hematopoietic stem cell transplants, and solid organ transplants. The reason probably why the incidence is low among diabetics is perhaps the hypothesis that there is widespread use of statins among diabetics, and it has been shown that statin for some reason inhibits or retards the growth of mucor in vitro. So in the developing world, diabetes mellitus continues to be the leading risk factor. Rhizopus, the blue bars, account for 48% of the infections, followed closely by the light green, that is mucor, and then we have the rhizomucor. There are several other genera and species variably distributed across the world. Mortality in this series of 851 patients is 46%, which is bad, but it appears that it is not uniformly fatal. Okay, so it is not necessarily a death bell, especially when treated early, aggressively, and appropriately. Okay, quickly moving on to the mycology. Don't worry, I'm not going to be talking to you about the sexual and asexual reproductions. No, just a few tidbits here and there. Well, yes, originally it used to be called mucormycosis, then it became zygomycosis, and now we are back to mucormycosis based on molecular studies. Well and good, we leave it there. So this organism is saprophytic, it is opportunist, it is found everywhere. Okay, it is omnipresent, And each one of us will have ample exposure every day. So that stresses upon the importance of host immunity. And under the microscope, these organisms appear as broad, irregularly branched hyphae with rare septations. Now, this structure is very important because this is what the absence of septations and the broad nature is what makes it more fragile or friable. And that is the reason why they are so difficult to grow in cultures. By the time the way the tissue is handled, the way the sample is processed, by the time the mucor gets destroyed, and that's the reason why it is so difficult to grow them in cultures. And the mode of transmission can be inhalational, ingestion, or cutaneous exposure. Needless to say, host risk factors play a very important role. Topping the list, hyperglycemia. And this is all the more when there is a combination of diabetic ketoacidosis, hyperglycemia with acidosis, because both of these have been shown to promote the growth of mucor. As a corollary, it has been realized or it has been seen that in vitro, normoglycemic serum actually does not promote growth of mucor. Desferoxamine is another risk factor that is traditionally spoken about, but this is not a drug that is commonly used. It's an iron chelator or aluminium chelator, which we do not use too often. In other words, basically anything which promotes an iron excess or an iron overload augments the growth of mucormycosis. Now, all of these infections are invariably angioinvasive, and that's one of the hallmarks that needs to be demonstrated. And by virtue of this nature, they tend to produce a lot of infarction and necrosis of the tissue. And depending on the mode of transmission, we land up with one of these sites of disease. So rhinocerebral and pulmonary are what we have been seeing more often in COVID-associated mucormycosis in fairly equal distributions. Cutaneous mucormycosis are what that are often seen in healthcare-associated infections. GI following ingestion. Disseminated disease is perhaps more common among people on prolonged or high-dose glucocorticoids and the neutropenics. Isolated organ involvement like CNS endocarditis, notably isolated renal mucor has been variably reported. Any of these can happen. Well, disease and pathogen really doesn't matter. Commonly, we, at least in our subcontinent, we tend to see the rhizopus mucor and rhizomucor. You can see that Cunningham-Miller has perhaps accounted for a lot more of pulmonary infections, and we have cutaneous infections by certain other genera. Doesn't quite matter. They are all, the presentations are similar, diagnosis is similar, and therapeutic considerations are also similar. Quickly running over, these are all, I don't think I need to be stressing on the clinical features and presentation, signs and symptoms. That's a very characteristic rhinocerebral mucor presenting with orbital or maxillary cellulitis, and then we need to perform this careful search for the palatal esker. There is ongoing palatal destruction. With cerebral invasion, you can have a frontal abscess, what you see over here, or infarctions. Recently, I had a patient who had complete ICA occlusion. Of course, the patient is well and good after 8 to 9 months of therapy now, right? Pulmonary mucormycosis, again, is probably very difficult to differentiate from any other pneumonia because they can present with anything, like starting from a solitary nodule or a lobular consolidation, or this sign, what is characteristically called the atoll sign or the reverse halo sign, wherein you see a central GGO and surrounded by thick capsulated form. Now, this is not specific to mucormycosis. You can see that in aspergillosis and cryptogenic organizing pneumonia, various other situations. Okay, so these are things that you get to come across, but none of these are pathogenic. What you see here is a GI endoscopy. That's a stomach showing necrotic area. This is small bowel. Small bowel is extremely common. Okay, so among the GI presentations, probably stomach tops the list, followed by colon. Ileum and esophagus are extremely rare. Cases of ileal mucor have rather been reported in premature infants and neonates. Cutaneous, again, quite often we see in the diabetics, presenting with very bad cellulitis and necrosis. Let's move on. So, talking about mucormycosis, what needs to be stressed is early diagnosis and early initiation of treatment. A high index of suspicion, coupled with the help from our clinical microbiology colleagues, really helps in prompt diagnosis. There is no point chasing biomarkers like galactomannan or beta-D-glucan because these are not antigens that are associated with the mucor. These are cell wall components related to Aspergillus or Candida. These have nothing to do with mucor. Well, yes, some new rapid diagnostics like the PCR for Mucor DNA are being spoken about, but these are not routinely available commercially yet. And I told you why they are difficult to grow on cultures because of the nature of that aseptic hyphae. And even if you do grow Mucor on a culture from, say, a relatively non-sterile site, like for example, a respiratory sample or maybe an antral wash, or from the palatal scraping or something, if you do grow something in a suitable clinical picture, it still makes the diagnosis only probable. The diagnosis gets confirmed only upon histopathological demonstration of this organism, which needs to be invasive, tissue invasive or angio invasive. So these are the hallmark signs. And I already told you, handling the sample is very, very important. You need to specify the diagnosis when processing samples so that lab technicians know that they should not grind the sample or they're not allowed to triturate even when preparing for slides or whatever, because that just destroys the hyphae. MALDI-TOF is a comfortable system that can be used for species identification as against the conventional techniques, because nowadays many of the tertiary hospitals already have MALDI-TOF that I know. And talking about sensitivity analysis, I'm not sure if at this time point it is really important, because most of these mucor are uniformly sensitive to amphotericin B, posaconazole, and isavuconazole, inherently resistant to any of the other azoles or echinocandins. And therapeutic considerations, basically the treatment principles are the same, whether you are handling a patient in the ward or the ICU, whether you're handling somebody with COVID-associated mucormycosis or say a calamity-associated mucormycosis or a healthcare-associated mucormycosis, whatever it is. The importance is basically a careful synchrony between these three therapeutic interventions. That is, number one, control of the predisposing factor or treatment of the predisposing factor. If it is diabetic ketoacidosis, quick normalization of blood sugars and reversal of acidosis. If it were neutropenia, reduction in time to neutropenia with the use of colony-stimulating factors. If it is because of a lot of glucocorticoid use, then probably review the situation. If it's possible to cut down on the dose, cut down on the duration, okay, whichever that is. Followed by surgical treatment, resection or debridement of this necrotic tissue, or in other words, debulking. It comes a long way in improving the outcomes of antifungal therapy. There is enough evidence to say that when antifungal therapy is combined with surgical approach, the outcomes are far superior as against antifungal therapy alone, because it reduces the fungal load, the load of the mold, and also that this necrotic tissue is a place where antifungals may not be able to reach. Okay, so we may have to do multiple sittings of debridements, but that's okay. That's how it happens. Sometimes it may result in having to lose some of the vital structures. There are recent reports of endoscopic minimally debilitating debridements, and varying reports are available, but you need to combine surgical debridement as much as possible. Antifungal therapy is probably relatively easy because these agents are nicely susceptible to amphotericin B, posaconazole, and isavuconazole. Of course, the preferred drug is amphotericin, and quite often liposomal amphotericin is preferred for the reason that we can use higher doses. And again, very obviously, it's less nephrotoxic. So we use doses anywhere between 5 to 10 milligrams per kg per day. Okay, we've used up to 10 milligrams per kg per day. No one knows what is the upper limit for this dose. Role of combination therapy, talking about combining liposomal amphotericin with a posaconazole or an isavuconazole. There are varying reports, but there is no strong evidence, or there is no strong association with improved outcomes or better outcomes. So as of now, I do not think that we would recommend the routine use of combination therapy. Role of echinocandins, again, we know that in vitro, the organism is inherently resistant to echinocandins, but then it's been shown that these mucor have enzyme targets which are used by caspofungins. So there is a hypothetical role for the use of echinocandins, but likewise, we do not have enough guidelines or evidence to suggest its routine use. In situations like isolated renal mucor, that is when we need to consider the use of deoxycholate form of amphotericin B, because this is the only one that penetrates the kidney. But this is again only in the event that we are not going ahead with a nephrectomy. Once nephrectomy and a regional debridement has happened locally, then I'm sure we can always switch over to liposomal amphotericin. Talking about duration of therapy, no one knows what is the right duration of therapy. Basically, one needs to continue. The ideal strategy would be to start off with liposomal amphotericin B, a good dose, continue it for as long as warranted, that is until absence of clinical signs or symptoms, until we are reasonably sure that the disease has faded away. And sometimes we may need some amount of radiological clearance of the disease as well, and then switch over to posaconazole or isavuconazole, the oral therapy. Sometimes we may need to continue treatment lifelong, or as long as the immune dysregulation exists. So we've treated patients on an average, with amphotericin for anywhere between 4 to 6 months, several weeks of treatment, and we've had the patients on posaconazole for up to a year or so. These were reversible conditions, of course. Step-down therapy, that's what I just mentioned. Posaconazole and isavuconazole's role as a step-down therapy is rather well established. We may sometimes land up having to use them as salvage therapy, where for some reason amphotericin B cannot be used, either because of outright nephrotoxicity or intolerance. They can be considered, but as of now, the drug of choice, the first-line drug of choice remains amphotericin B. Other therapeutic modalities like ion chelation, hyperbaric oxygen have all been variably reported, but we do not have enough data to give you a take home, not that those are routinely available either. One thing which needs to be given adequate consideration while handling patients is that there is a clear evidence that delay in treatment increases mortality. So high index of suspicion, prompt identification, sometimes maybe having to start with empirical antifungal on layer of the investigations, and adequate duration of therapy coupled with surgical debridement. Okay, and of course the rest of the basics of critical care make a big difference, because let me reiterate that it is not uniformly fatal. It is still believed that mucormycosis is a death bell. No, we've had many survivors. And quickly summing it up, I'm almost done. Right, so this is a very, I couldn't resist presenting this. A very recent publication just came out January this year, a sum up of case series that were reported, all the COVID-associated mucormycosis, totally 8, 3 from US, 2 from India, 1 from, I think, Brazil, Italy, and UK each. 7 out of 8 were men. The median age was 57.5, which also happens to be kind of the median age for probably the COVID people. ARDS was seen in at least 7 out of 8. Diabetes mellitus was present in 50% of them, 4 on 8. No traditional risk factors were identified in at least 3 out of the 8. 2 of them presented along, at presentation. 2 patients presented with mucor on presentation to the hospital, and 6 of them developed somewhere around the 2nd week of presentation. That is typically what we have all mostly witnessed, isn't it? And predominantly those have been rhinocerebral or pulmonary, almost in equal proportions, very, very rarely gastric and disseminated. Okay, so I did do a little bit of phone conversation with some of my colleagues, and we as a team, have treated more than 1,500 patients with COVID, and we have not reported, but we have a total of 10 patients of mucor, which again, was a very appropriate setting, and it's not something alarming. There was so much of post immune dysregulation, either because of the virus or because of the glucocorticoid, or because of some of the other immune modulatory therapies. So it is just known to happen. So thanks for your attention, and wishing you all a very interesting virtual conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Since we are running short of time and we've overshot, so we'll not take any questions now. And I straight away go to the second talk, is the how to select the right antifungal, selecting the right antifungal, key issues in decision making. So this will be delivered by Dr. Parikshit Prayag.
Can the tech team please play the video?
So hello everyone, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It's my great pleasure and honor to connect with all of you. So today I'm going to be talking about selecting the right antifungals and what are the key issues that we consider in making these decisions. So over the next 15 minutes or so, I'll try to give you a quick talk on how to select antifungals, especially when you're working in the ICU setting. So I'm going to be discussing basically based on what is the fungus that I'm trying to cover. So when I'm trying to select an antifungal agent, I need to bear in mind certain points. So which is the fungus that I'm trying to cover, and how do I select therapy according to the species and subspecies? That is critically important. Then how do I select therapy according to the site of action? So when I'm considering antifungals for a genitourinary infection, my approach is very different when I'm considering that for a bloodstream infection or a pulmonary infection. When do I select combination therapy and what is some of the evidence behind it? And how do I factor in the levels and the doses and the different toxicities when I'm considering antifungals? So these are the different aspects that I need to bear in mind when I'm trying to select an antifungal for my patient. So let us start with trying to answer the question, which is the fungus I'm trying to cover? Anytime we're trying to put some patient on an antifungal agent, the first question that must come to our mind is, what am I trying to cover with it? It's very similar to when we're trying to select an antibacterial agent. So when we're trying to select an antibacterial agent, we always ask ourselves, are we trying to cover gram-positives or gram-negatives or anaerobes? Similarly, I must always ask myself, which is the fungus that I'm trying to cover? And once I have more information, which is the species or the subspecies that I'm trying to cover? And let us see why this matters. So let us start off with the spectrum of activity of the various antifungals. As you can see from this chart, an isobuconazole, which is now available in India, is not included in this chart, but the broadest antifungals are amphotericin, fossa, and isobuconazole. They cover most of the broad species, if not the subspecies. When it comes to fluconazole, it really does not have any activity against the molds. When it comes to vori, it has no activity against mucor. And when it comes to echinocandins, they have activity only against Candida and Aspergillus. They do not have activity against any of the other fungi. Even for Aspergillus, they are static and they're therefore usually not used as monotherapy. Now, if you consider 5-HC, then again it has activity only against Candida and Cryptococcus. So these are some of the things that we need to consider when I'm trying to select an antifungal agent. So which is the antifungal agent that I'm using? What is the spectrum of activity? And which is the fungus that I'm trying to cover? Now, once I've decided that I'm trying to cover Candida, then I need to further dwell into the details of Candida, which means that which is the species or the subspecies of Candida that I'm trying to cover. Now, what does Indian data indicate? So far, over the last few years, Indian data shows that Candida tropicalis is actually the most prevalent Candida species across the country, unlike the Western world where it is albicans. Now, this landscape is changing to a certain extent with the advent of auris and with labs now being able to identify Candida auris better. In our own setup in the last 1 year, almost 30% of our candidemias have been due to Candida auris. So this is the kind of information that we need to know, which is the species that I'm trying to cover. If you look across the Candida species, then for most species, you will find that the echinocandin MICs are on the lower side, and within the echinocandin class, it's micafungin and anidula fungin who have lower MICs than caspofungin. So really, when I'm trying to select out a species or select out an antifungal for a particular species, I really need to know the details of the species. And this is where getting your microbiologist involved or getting your infectious diseases physician involved is critically important. So if I'm looking to cover Candida auris, either suspecting or if I've confirmed Candida auris, then micafungin seems to have the lowest MICs at this point of time. Caspofungin MICs seem to be a little bit higher than micafungin in most studies across the world. In India, the kind of South Asian variant that we have as far as Candida auris is concerned, usually it is almost always resistant to fluconazole, can be resistant to amphotericin, and is usually susceptible to echinocandins. and among the echinocandins, usually mica will have the lowest MIC. If it's glabrata that we are considering, usually it has higher fluconazole MICs. However, we need to bear in mind that it may be susceptible dose dependent, which means that if I calculate the dose to MIC ratio of glabrata, if I am able to achieve a dose to MIC ratio of 50, then I can use glabrata safely. If I'm trying to cover Candida krusei, we need to bear in mind that Candida krusei is inherently resistant to fluconazole. It may be susceptible to voriconazole, but it is usually inherently resistant to fluconazole and is usually susceptible to echinocandins. Lusitania is another very interesting species of Candida. Usually, it can develop resistance to amphotericin once someone is started on amphotericin. So it can have higher MICs to amphotericin to begin with, or can develop resistance quickly. And these are the kind of patients in whom amphotericin is best avoided. When it comes to Candida parapsilosis, usually parapsilosis can have higher echinocandin MICs. However, there is data to suggest that these may not be clinically relevant, and still you can achieve a good amount of success with echinocandins. So this is what you need to consider when you are trying to cover the various species and subspecies of Candida. When it comes to Aspergillus, again, I need to know some of the important species. Now in India, Flavus and Fumigatus are clearly more dominant than the other species. So I need to know that Flavus can have increased MICs to amphotericin. In fact, just last week we treated a patient with Flavus and we sent the isolate to PGI Chandigarh. And they told us that the amphotericin MIC for this particular patient for Flavus was around 4, which made it resistant. So this is the kind of these are the kind of things that I need to consider when I'm selecting out antifungals. So again, these are some of the species and subspecies that we need to know. Now there is more data to suggest that isavuconazole is actually non-inferior to voriconazole when it comes to treatment of aspergillosis. And very recently, actually just this February or this month, we had a publication in Lancet, which is a very good trial. It's a prospective randomized trial, and they have compared posaconazole with voriconazole, and they use only the delayed release tablet or the IV preparation of posaconazole. And they actually concluded that posaconazole was non-inferior when it came to treating aspergillus as far as comparing it with voriconazole was concerned. And in fact, the toxicity was slightly on the lower side. So now we have 2 good options for voriconazole considering the toxicity. Now let's come to mucor. When it comes to selecting an agent for mucor, we have to remember that mucor is not just one fungus. It is an order. Mucorales is an order which contains several genera within it. So really for me, it's very important to know whether I'm treating Rhizopus or whether I'm treating mucor or whether I'm treating Cunninghamella. For most of these genera, the MICs for amphotericin seem to be on the lower side as against posaconazole. So the drug of choice remains amphotericin, except when you have genera like Cunninghamella, you can have MICs on the higher side as against posaconazole. Again, when I'm considering step-down therapy, I need to know which genus I'm dealing with. Because if you see posaconazole here and if you see mucor, then mucor, especially mucor succinylloides, has a fair amount of resistance for posaconazole. So really the point is that every time I'm trying to select out an antifungal agent, I really need to consider the species and the subspecies and get my microbiologist involved, get him to identify the species, get him to identify the subspecies, and talk with him or talk with the ID consultant in the hospital as to what the best agent is for that particular species. As you can see from my talk here, that the species and the subspecies really have a very important bearing on the kind of antifungal agent that we are using. And these are again some of the amphotericin MICs from various studies. And as you will see from here again, it's really the species and the subspecies which matter. So when I'm considering amphotericin for Flavus or when I'm considering amphotericin for Terios, it's not going to be a great choice. Whereas if I'm considering amphotericin for something like Rhizopus, it's probably going to be an excellent choice. So it's again the species and the subspecies which is very important. The next important point that we need to consider is, selecting antifungal therapy according to the site of action. Now, why is this important? So see someone like this patient, patient with AML in the ICU with pyelonephritis and is found to have renal mucormycosis with Rhizopus. So again, I know that the species is Rhizopus, so amphotericin would have excellent MICs. So I'm contemplating giving amphotericin. But what is the agent of choice? So again, the next thing that I consider is the site. The site here is renal mucormycosis. Now we know that conventional amphotericin achieves almost 3 to 4 times higher concentrations in the kidneys compared to liposomal amphotericin. So in this patient, actually, my choice is going to be conventional amphotericin, of course, if the kidneys or the nephrotoxicity permits me. So selecting antifungals according to the site of action is very important. So echinocandins, we have to remember, do not penetrate into the CNS, vitreous fluid or GU tract. So if you have genuine endophthalmitis involving the aqueous or the vitreous, if you have genuine candida meningitis, or if you have ascending pyelonephritis from candida, or if you have cystitis, prostatitis, echinocandins really are not going to be great agents for covering those sites. Voriconazole and posaconazole again have poor GU penetration. As I mentioned, conventional amphotericin has better renal penetration compared to liposomal amphotericin. Amphotericin lipid complex or ADLC may have better tissue penetration. Fluconazole has good genitourinary as well as CNS penetration, and so does 5-FC. So in fact, if you have candida, then 5-FC or fluconazole are good agents if candida is involving the central nervous system or the genitourinary tract. So again, these are the kind of things that we need to know when we are selecting out antifungal therapies. Now, when it comes to combination therapy, again, what are the kind of situations in which I will use combination therapy for candida? So broadly, those are two categories. One is when I am considering some other sites like, endocarditis, endophthalmitis, pyelonephritis. These are the kind of sites, for which I might start off with amphotericin plus 5-FC as the initial agent. And then if the patient improves, I might switch to a step-down therapy like fluconazole. So different sites of infection need to be considered when I am trying to choose combination therapy. The other broad indication is when I have very resistant species. So for example, if I have Candida auris, which is resistant to all the agents which are tested, then synergy or combination therapy with voriconazole plus micafungin or amphotericin plus 5-FC, again depending on the kind of MICs that I have, may be considered. When it comes to mucor, there is really uncertain benefit with combination therapies, but with certain species like Rhizopus, you can try adding echinocandins to amphotericin. There is really very little evidence when it comes to combining amphotericin plus posaconazole, and we have to also remember that there is potential antagonism. So really, when I'm very desperate, when I'm trying to use it as salvage therapy, when nothing else is working, or when I have CNS involvement, or I don't know whether Cunningham is in the picture, these are the kind of situations only in which I use amphotericin plus posa. Otherwise, it's just plain amphotericin or something like amphotericin plus echinocandins for select species or subspecies. Again, for Aspergillus, we had a big trial by Kiranmar at Memorial Sloan Kettering, which showed that, for some of the patients in whom the galactomannan is maybe between 0.5 and 1.5, or in some patients in whom there is a fair amount of disease burden with Aspergillus, combining an echinocandin with voriconazole may have some slight benefit. But again, we have to remember that we should not be combining ampho plus azoles for aspergillosis. There is virtually no evidence for that, and we are also risking antagonism. Last but not the least, when you are trying to tailor or when you are trying to select out antifungal therapy, we have to consider the levels in the doses and toxicity. So if you consider voriconazole, what's a good level? So effective levels are between 2 and 6. When levels start going above 6, you are risking neurotoxicity. And why do some patients have low levels? The reasons can be either they are on other agents with whom vori will interact, or they have certain genetic mutations in maybe like CYP2C19 mutations, in which genetically they are predisposed either to be fast metabolizers or slow metabolizers. Again, when it comes to POSA, when I am trying to use it prophylactically, I need to see levels of at least 700. When I am using it therapeutically, I like to see levels of at least 1300 or 1500, more so when I am trying to deal with agents like mucor. Now, why do some patients again have poor levels? It really depends on the kind of preparation that we are using. So if we are using the oral suspension, then absorption is an issue. So it is affected by the local acidity. It is affected by the other agents like proton pump inhibitors. So any agents which reduce the gastric acidity affect the oral suspension. So with the delayed release tablet, which is now available in India, levels are much better because it's absorbed from the small intestine and is not affected by some of these factors. And last but not the least, you have to consider toxicity. So when it comes to azoles, voriconazole has neurotoxicity. and it can also be toxic to the liver. Rarely, it can also cause skin manifestations. So it can cause a skin rash, it can cause periosteitis, rarely can cause squamous cell carcinomas. TOSA again can cause toxicities like liver toxicity, vomiting, electrolyte abnormalities like hypokalemia. Isobuconazole, which is now available in India, is definitely less toxic when it comes to the azoles. Again, one important thing is that unlike the other azoles, it does not prolong the QT interval. With all azoles, we have to remember about the interaction. When it comes to polyene antifungals, we have to remember that conventional amphotericin is more nephrotoxic. So it has amphotericin deoxycholate. Deoxycholate can also harm the proximal convoluted tubule of the kidney. So conventional amphotericin is definitely more nephrotoxic than liposomal, but liposomal amphotericin can have hepatotoxicity. We have to remember that giving someone pre-infusion volumes is more important than post-infusion volumes. This is because when someone is on amphotericin, going into an amphotericin dose with saturating the sodium receptors or the sodium channels is far more important than the post-volume infusion. So always, if you have to choose or pick between a pre-amphotericin normal saline infusion and a post-amphotericin normal saline infusion, always go for the pre-amphotericin saline infusion. And again, with echinocandins, we have to remember that they do cause mild hepatotoxicity. Maybe the least hepatotoxic is anidulafungin because it's not metabolized in the liver. Caspofungin does need hepatic adjustment. So you need to calculate the Child-Pugh score in someone who has D-range LFTs and then adjust caspofungin dosing accordingly. And caspofungin also has slightly more interaction. So these can be important in transplant patients who are on agents like tacrolimus or sirolimus. So these are the kind of toxicities and interactions that we need to consider when we are trying to select out the antifungals. So in summary, always ask yourself, what am I trying to cover? Am I trying to cover Candida, Aspergillus, Mucor, and what are the species and the subspecies that I'm trying to cover? I should not be only satisfied, saying that I'm trying to cover Candida. Am I trying to cover Glabrata? Am I trying to cover Auris? Am I trying to cover Albicans? Or am I trying to cover Aspergillus flavus, Terius, Niger, so on? Select therapy according to the species and subspecies. Select therapy according to the site of action, especially when it comes to CNS or when it comes to the genitourinary tract. Remember the kind of agents that do not achieve good concentration in these anatomical sites. Remember the kind of situations for which we need combination therapy, and always get your pharmacist involved. Check drug levels, check interactions, and check for toxicity. So again, this was a quick spiel on how we should be selecting out antifungal agents. Again, thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to the rest of the session. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Prayag, for taking an excellent overview of how to prescribe an antifungal in a patient where you are suspecting or are treating a fungal infections. So I will now invite Professor Arunaloke Chakravarti, who is the father of mycology, and I think everyone knows very well. Everyone has heard him many times. So he is going to talk about a new menace, which is very few drugs are there for efficacy against this fungus. And he's going to talk about the Candida auris, an overview of what is the current situation. Dr. Arunaloke, please.
Thank you for inviting me to deliver this very important topic, Candida auris, the new yeast threat. Why it is an important threat? Because Candida auris is just behaving like a bacterium. Because we never have seen such quickly any of the fungus produced resistance. It's developing resistance very fast. It is transmitted easily. It causes severe infection and mortality more than 50%, not easily identified, and it causing outbreaks. Just look at this. It was in 2008, first there was the case reports from Japan, then from South Korea, and till 2013, only 5 countries where the cases were there. But by 2019, nearly 40 countries which have got this infection. So it had gone quite rapidly spreading altogether. And amongst this, if you see in India, the first case had come in 2009. Now, What is the factors, host or the environmental factors? What is the factors which has driven the emergence of this or spread of Candida auris? If I come to the environment, most important thing is that use of antibiotics, antifungal in human, not only in human, agriculture, animal, aquaculture, industry, all possibly created a selection pressure. And in case of the host critically ill, exposed to invasive procedure, catheterization, broad-spectrum antibiotics, antifungal becomes susceptible. And also Candida auris contaminate the hospital environment. And in the pathogen, we are coming across the first time a fungus which is resistant to antifungal. This is tolerant to disinfectant. This is temperature tolerant, desiccation tolerant, salt tolerant, and produces robust biofilm. Other characters, if we look into it, most of the cases are seen in case of critically ill patient, and generally contrary to the yeast, which is having endogenous acquisition, here we are seeing exogenous acquisition. As already mentioned, in environment of the hospital, anything can be getting contaminated. And because of this robust biofilm, what it had been seen, it can be viable on plastic devices up to 14 days and on moist surface up to 7 days. And once it acquired, the patient can remain asymptomatic colonized even up to 3 months. And some of them may be high colonizer, so they are high sharer in the environment. In case of this Candida auris, by whole genome sequencing, now we know there are at least 4 clades. There can be 5th clade is also there. We are dealing with this South Asian clade, and in South Asian clade, what we are seeing is that high drug resistance, not only to azole, even to amphotericin B. But till this disease has reached USA, people have not paid any attention. And you can see that when it had gone to US, CDC has first time put one fungus under the urgent threat category along with this carbapenem resistant bacteria. Even first time Indian Council of Medical Research put an advisory, and they said that if there is Candida auris, please refer to the reference center at PGI Chandigarh. So you can see throughout the country, samples came to us and different isolates came, and which we have seen that its fluconazole resistance nearly 80%, amphotericin B 35.4%. But what is more worry that the drug which we consider to be as a lead drug in cases of treating, that is the echinocandin, even in caspofungin and idurofungin, the resistance is quite high. I would say that the incidence has gone such high number. Look at
46 bedded medical ICU, 108 cases of candemia which have been shown. And what they have found is that in this particular study, that Candida auris even exceeded the Candida tropicalis, that is the rank first in order from the bloodstream infection. So this is such an important disease in case of critical care. But friends, COVID-19 overshadowed every other disease. We lost sight of Candida auris. And if we just this COVID-19 with Candida auris, yes, COVID-19 spread within a year very much. It took a decade. COVID-19 had spread more than 100 countries. It had gone more than 40 countries. Them during COVID-19. Florida had this outbreak. Mexico had found this outbreak. Even in India, in Delhi, it had shown that it had caused multiple in cleaning and disinfecting the shared medical equipment. There is also lapses in adherence to the hand hygiene, which causes Candida auris transmission. And if you see the screening for Candida auris colonization, which was initially thought about, has become limited because resources have been diverted to COVID-19. So what Candida auris they usually produce? This is a good study which has shown majority of the cases are in bloodstream infection. Then it is urine, wound, lung, this type of infection which is there. So when we did this surveillance of Candida auris in the hospital, what we found, once it enters the hospital, it gets quickly transmitted to the other patient. Look at this. This is our center data from a trauma ICU. When the first case came, within 4 days, all the patients in the trauma ICU got colonized. And we did a multi-center study in case of candemia, which has shown that significant risk factor in case of Candida auris is that prior antifungal exposure, underlying respiratory disease, vascular surgery, multiple intervention, and patients in public sector hospital where there is overflowing patient load. Where Candida auris persists in critical care unit, I would say anywhere and everywhere. Colonizing the axilla groin, and it has shown that the temperature probe in an outbreak is a very important issue. Even the environmental contamination, isolated from furniture, catheter, reusable equipment such as infusion pumps, everywhere it had been there. Even healthcare workers carry in their hand. And there is a new concept which has come of nasal carriage, like in case of staphylococcus. This is a very important study in case of the New York, which has shown that comparing to the axilla groin, possibly NEERs have more colonization. This is unpaired sample, and paired sample also have shown it is the NEERs which are getting colonized much higher. So how to identify Candida auris? Generally, the commercial phenotypic system which we have, BioTek, API, microscan, all them fail to identify. We need matrix-assisted laser desorption method, that is the MALDI-TOF, or we need the sequencing, which is not available so easily. Very recently, we developed this particular selective media, yeast phosphate dextrose agar, along with this 12.5% NaCl. We exploited that they are salt tolerant, along with ferrous sulfate, incubated at 42 degrees centigrade because they are temperature tolerant. We found there is very high chance of getting this Candida auris which have been there. But we need a quick screening before any patient who is carrying Candida auris entering the ICU. We used to have this conventional technique of chrome agar. Chrome agar could distinguish Candida auris from tropicalis glabrata, but it takes 24 to 48 hours. Even some of the yeast exactly look like Candida auris couldn't help. So ultimately, this is a paper which is still online. This is a method which they have developed. This particular method on real-time PCR basis, which has shown good sensitivity and specificity, it can detect Candida auris within 1 to 1.5 hours. So that possibly can help in quick screening. So the next question is how to get rid of Candida auris from the hospital. Screening for the colonization and also for the inanimate environment, you have to look into it. In colonized patient, we generally do the chlorhexidine body wash or oral nystatin tablet. And for hand wash, what we have seen is that even if you do alcohol or even soap water, everything is okay. That is really taking out Candida auris, but we have to do the compliance to hand washing. In case of disinfectant, I would say that EcoShield and those type of disinfectant are much more useful. Still, you can see few patients who remain colonized for a month. Separate those patients and need continuous vigil if you have to get rid of Candida auris from your hospital. CDC has recommended that we should have a single patient room. I presume that it is not possible in Indian scenario, but what we can do is that emphasize adherence to hand hygiene. We can do the cleaning and disinfectant, which should be there. That should be like in case of Clostridium difficile, that would be terminal cleaning, which would be required. That is very important. So when you should think that you are dealing with Candida auris, if your patient is in ICU and high dependency for a long time, or transferred from another hospital, or there is multiple intervention or prior antifungal exposure, because we have seen most of the patients have got fluconazole exposure. And if your commercial system identify very bizarre organism, which is not usually being seen, then think about it. And if your Candida appears to be resistant to fluconazole or high MIC to voriconazole, anything which is growing at higher temperature with azole resistant, think about Candida auris. So what is the therapeutic option? No consensus exists. Echinocandin still remains the first line of therapy, but I have already shown the Indian scenario that already there is development of resistance to echinocandin. Caspofungin shown to be not active in Candida auris biofilm. Possibly we can combine with 5-fluorocytosine in renal tract or urinary tract infection. At least in vitro study showed that posaconazole, isavuconazole is good, but we need more study. New drugs which are also shown to be good, but they need to be marketed very soon, and that would really help in this. So what is the key message I tried to give you within this short time? First thing is that it's a red alert in critically ill patient. Predisposing factor was prolonged hospitalization, previous antifungal exposure, immunosuppression, invasive procedure, or mechanical ventilation. There is chance of erroneously identified this particular fungus by phenotypic test. I know that there is problem in case of molecular sequencing multitop. It cannot be so easily being done. So we need this new selective medium which we have developed, or you can do the admission screening. These are usually in Indian strains are resistant uniformly to fluconazole and also high MIC to voriconazole and amphotericin B. So you have to be careful. Echinocandin still is recommended, but if there is no clinical improvement, you have to combine with amphotericin B. In case of UTI, 5-fluorocytosine or posaconazole can thought about. And we need a terminal cleaning where possibly hydrogen peroxide vapor or ultraviolet light can help. At the end, I'd like to invite you to this particular meeting, two meetings. One would be from 26 to 28 March. That is the FISF is organizing this meeting. A lot of fungus would be discussed, but most important thing is this meeting, that is the international meeting, first time going to happen in case of India, that would be in Delhi next year during 8 to 12 March 2022. I invite all of you to attend this particular meeting. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Amanlok, for excellent overview and a summary of the infections related to the Candida auris. It is, of course, a problem, and there must be many questions, but we don't have much time. I'll just ask you one question since you are there. You know, the Candida auris, very commonly in the ICU, we are isolating from the urine. And we really don't know whether to respond to this, or people are running little fever. And many a times we respond unless the patient is hemodynamically unstable, we really don't respond. So what are your views on this?
Main thing is that if you are finding Candida auris in the urine, what is the first thing is that it can be asymptomatic. There is no way it's causing UTI. Any patient can have the asymptomatic colonizer as well. So I think it's the real objective of you would determine. If you want to get rid of Candida auris from your ICU completely, then you have to treat it. There is no way you can help it. But if you are seeing that the patient is not symptomatic and there are so much other comorbidity, you cannot handle this issue otherwise, possibly you can think other way. But generally, if you see that this is the patient, 5-fluorocytosine combination really helps in case of UTI to clear it faster. That's why I generally suggest it is better to treat such patient when it is Candida auris. That's why earlier we never used to identify yeast in case of the urine. Now we have started identifying it. That's very important.
Now the problem is many of these patients are a kidney injury, acute kidney injury, and then 5-fluorocytosine is a nephrotoxic drug. That's another problem which we have to face.
If you are thinking that is really not much solution I have got. In case of this, Bori and Posa is the only solution in that. You cannot give the amphotericin B in such patient. Echino doesn't go in the urine. That's a big problem. Though out of this echino, it's the only micafungin had shown a good bioavailability, at least in case of the urine, the concentration which is required to kill in case of the Candida auris. But again, I would say that choice is between this Bori, Posa, and micafungin. So you have to decide about it.
Thank you, sir. So
I have a quick question for Dr. Chakravarti. Dr. Chawla, can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Quick question, yeah. So is terminal cleaning indicated for infection or for colonization as well?
Which one?
terminal cleaning of the unit?
Or the colonization also. Means you have to get rid of Candida auris from your ICU. That's the reason they have said of the terminal cleaning like Clostridium difficile.
And which agent is the best for Candida auris, because it's a resistant one bug? Yeah.
No, that's why I said the hydrogen peroxide vapor is possibly the best way of doing it, because it's not working in other chlorine compounds so well. So it is better to go for hydrogen peroxide vapor. That is possibly. And sometimes if you put it in ultraviolet light for 2-3 hours, that is also useful. But then you have to have an ultraviolet room. That's a big problem in case of the corporate hospital. That's a big issue with that.
So we have isolated Candida auris on 6 occasions in the last 6 months in our ICUs. So after terminal clinic, is it necessary that we keep on surveillance for this, surveying for this fungus in our unit regularly?
If any patient coming from another hospital, you have to look for Candida auris. The patient can bring Candida auris to you. Generally,
okay,
come from the community.
We are running late because
thank you very much, sir.
15
Thank you very
minutes
much.
late. So the last lecture on the future of antifungal therapy, it will be taken by one of a very close friend and as Vice Chair and Senior Consultant, Gangaram Hospital, Dr. Prakash Shastri. So he is going to talk about the future of antifungal. Dr. Prakash Shastri.
Right, hello. I'm Prakash Shastri, and the topic that has been given to me is the future of antifungal therapy. Now, why this particular topic? Why do we need to talk about the future? And the reason is very simple, because the present is not perfect. So we want to make the future as near perfect as possible. So why the present is not perfect? Why do we need new antifungals? Current antifungal armamentarium remains limited. There are just 4 major antifungal classes. I don't need to tell them. 2 of these target the same molecule. That means the mechanism of action is the same. And there's only 1 class which is available in the oral form. Now, the dubious distinction of fungal infection is that if you treat the fungal infection, the mortality is 50%. If you don't treat them, the mortality is 100%. And the icing of the cake is that there are various organisms in the fungal class which have got intrinsic resistance. Like, for example, Candida glabrata is intrinsically resistant to fluconazole. Similarly, Candida auris, I would say, would be resistant to amphotericin B. And over a period of time, Aspergillus niger is resistant to voriconazole. And then a lot of Candida have developed or acquired resistance, maybe because of too much of antifungal pressure on them. And one of the examples that I give is the most common Candida tropicalis, which is the most common Candida in the Indian ICUs. The resistance to fluconazole in Candida tropicalis, at least in my hospital, has creeped up to 15%, and that's very worrisome scenario. So there is a problem that we have, and there are several major unmet needs of antifungal therapy. There are several diseases which do not have reliable first-line therapy. The most common ones are Fusarium, Scedosporium. You will be surprised to see the kind of antifungal susceptibility reports that we get for Fusarium and Scedosporium. One would say auricular sensitive, one would say auricular resistant, one would say amphotericin sensitive, one would say amphotericin resistant. And then, as I told you about azole resistant in Candida auris, that they have acquired resistance, and there are no drugs other than azoles which are available in the oral format, and even the azoles have a few limitations because they act by the mixed function oxidase cytochrome P450 of the hepatic phase 1 metabolism, and that causes interactions with several other classes of drugs which are commonly in use in the ICU. And for that reason, we have yet to develop a proper protocol for prophylaxis or antifungal prophylaxis in acute lymphocytic leukemia. And yes, tuberculosis and voriconazole It's a nightmare, to say the least. So before we move on to the future, I mean, there are certain new drugs which have been introduced elsewhere in the world, but probably have not found their way into the various towns and cities and maybe tier 2 towns of India. And that's why they may not be familiar with these. And so before we discuss about the various antifungal agents, we need to know that triazoles, so the azoles and the polyenes, they act at the level of the cell membrane. The echinocandins act at the level of the cell wall, and 5-flucytosine acts at the level of the nucleus. So this is the basic knowledge that we need to have about antifungal drugs when we move on. One of the new azoles that have come into the market is isavuconazole, and it has been now made available both in the IV format as well as the oral format in India. It is administered as a water-soluble prodrug, isavuconazole, and that is metabolized by serum esterases into the active metabolite, which is more lipophilic, and which is the active form. And oral and IV forms without cyclodextran, which is the carrying vehicle, are becoming available. They have extremely high bioavailability. That means that the oral and the IV formulation, the drug dosage remains the same. And unlike voriconazole, it has low rate of skin and visual toxicity, so it can be given for a prolonged period of time. But whether it is effective or not. Now, this is a study which was done to compare it with this voriconazole in the primary therapy of invasive aspergillosis. And this particular study showed that it was as good, if not better, than voriconazole in the treatment of invasive aspergillosis. But lo and behold, besides the aspergillosis, there's another study, the VITAL study, which also showed that it is effective in mucor also. And that is a big help for clinicians like us, because diagnosis of invasive fungal infections in the intensive care unit is very, very difficult. We have to start prophylactically, or we give empirically when we have a clinical suspicion of this kind of invasive fungal infections. Candida is a different ballgame, but Aspergillus and mucor. And in those situations, when we can't differentiate, we can't make out whether the mold infection is Aspergillus or mucor, then possibly isavuconazole would be a savior for us, because it, as the studies are showing, it can cover both. So potential roles for isavuconazole is CT positive lesions in high-risk patients, especially hematopoietic stem cells, hematological cancers, and in the ICU setup, maybe patients with chronic kidney disease for a long time on dialysis and chronic liver disease. These are the patients who might be intubated, and at that point of time, we could do a valgalectomy to make a diagnosis of Aspergillus. Again, this would be a probable diagnosis, but that can help us. Even if it is a probable diagnosis, at least we can have a justification for starting isavuconazole in these patients. So, and we know that voriconazole covers only Aspergillus and not mucor. So if the valgalectomy is negative, and then we start thinking of mucor, still we can continue using isavuconazole. Posaconazole, unfortunately, is a very effective drug for mucormycosis, but it has not been studied as a first-line therapy. We usually give posaconazole as an add-on or in prophylaxis in certain hematopoietic malignancies. Liposomal amphotericin B, I don't need to tell you that it is expensive, toxic, and has not got the indication as a first-line treatment for Aspergillus infections. So, to sum it all, isavuconazole is non-inferior to voriconazole for Aspergillus. It has activity against mucor, and let me add the other rare molds that you talk about, Scerosporium, Fusarium, possibly you can try. And less toxic, and more importantly for us in the ICU, is the less interaction that it has with other drugs because of its less effect upon the cytochrome P450 mixed function oxidases that are the part of phase 1 metabolism of most of the drugs that we give in the ICU. There's a note of caution, and why I'm giving this note of caution is because we learned the hard way that the hydroxyethyl starch produces or increases the risk of renal failure in patients. So that was the hard way that we learned it. And that is because the hydroxyethyl starch gets stored in the reticular endothelial system. Here also we have a drug, isavuconazole, which is selectively taken up by the cells. And once it is taken up by the cell, how long does it stay in the cell? How long does it take to be eliminated from there is something which is an area of concern. We don't have any clinical opinion about that as yet. The clinical result of that or clinical significance of that, we don't know as yet. But we have to keep that in mind as we get more experience on using isavuconazole. So this is another story which says that isavuconazole is trapped in the cells, and when it is trapped in the cells, for any drug which does not gets eliminated from the body, we are always a bit cautious. Now, the other thing that has happened recently is that we have started getting posaconazole tablet. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that posaconazole is available in the Indian market as a suspension. And the suspension is very notorious because it does not produce specific, or the absorption is not predictable. And that is why we have to look at this tablet where the bioavailability has been improved by coating the tablet by something that avoids its getting dissolved in the stomach, and it gets dissolved only in the intestine. So the acidity of the stomach does not impair the availability of the drug for absorption. And it is presented more in the alkaline pH of the small intestine, where the availability of the drug is higher, and that is why its absorption is also higher. So posaconazole tablet has a much better predictability as far as absorption is concerned in comparison to the suspension format. So this is what you can see, that it avoids dissolution in the stomach, and since it is released in the duodenum, it's the drug available for absorption is higher, and that is why its absorption is more predictable and the levels are much better. So to avoid the posaconazole therapeutic drug monitoring that we need to do sometimes in these patients. Intravenous posaconazole, again, the vehicle used for making this intravenous preparation is cyclodextrin. We are concerned about cyclodextrin because voriconazole IV preparation was also having cyclodextrin, and we have almost stopped using voriconazole as an IV preparation because it can get accumulated in patients who have got renal failure, and it is by itself a nephrotoxic agent. But somehow or other, the cyclodextrin, which has been used in the intravenous posaconazole, has been modified in such a way that it greatly reduces renal toxicity, and it has not been reported in patients receiving the vehicle on intermittent dialysis. Unfortunately, intravenous posaconazole, the pH is very, very low, and that is why it should not be given in the peripheral vein and must be infused via a central line. So this is the IV solution study, which I would just skip this to tell you that the doses which are available, the newer formulations which are available, they manage to reach the therapeutic dose levels much better than what we used to get with the posaconazole suspension. So to conclude, among, at least for the new preparations of posaconazole, 99% of the patients do manage to achieve therapeutic drug concentration. No significant new toxicities have been reported. Therapeutic levels can be done within 24 hours because of the predictable absorption of these drugs. There is little role for routine therapeutic drug monitoring with the newer formulations. We had to do this posaconazole therapeutic drug monitoring when we were giving the suspension form. And these new formulations may allow exploration of alternate dosing strategies, such as concentration-dependent approach and bridging strategies, especially in mucormycosis, where we need to give very high doses of the antifungal drugs. So where are we going? What are the agents available to us in the clinical trials right now? So naturally, whenever we do clinical trials, we look at pathways which are present in the fungus, but which are not present in the mammals or human beings, so that the drug will not have side effects. And that was the problem with the antifungus that were available to us. Most of them used to have a lot of side effects, except perhaps fluconazole, because the target mechanism was similar to, or at least the pathway was similar to one which was there in the human being, because basically fungus are eukaryotic cells. So the other metabolic pathways, a lot of metabolic pathways are available which are different from human beings. The cell wall synthesis is being attacked by a different mechanism. There are some signal transduction pathways which are being tried by triazoles. Then there are some drugs which are acting at the cell membrane. And then obviously there are some drugs which are proposed to be acting via gene expression, which makes them effective against the new class of antifungal drugs. I will not be talking about all of them, but I need to talk about this one, amphotericin B cochleates, because the base drug is available. What they have done is that the base drug has been sort of rolled into a lipid. So it is again one of the lipid formulations, which is taken up by cells in the GI tract and give tissue levels above the MIC of Candida, but low serum levels. So it is preferentially again taken up by the tissues. Phase 1 trial has been done. It has been well tolerated with no adverse events. Phase 2A trial is ongoing for mucocutaneous candidiasis, which is refractory to other oral antifungals. Another drug, me-too drug for echinocandin with a long half-life, and the area under the curve, which is the euphemism for efficacy for echinocandins, is 2.5 times higher than Amidula fungi in the first 2 days, and almost 1.5 times higher during the first 7 days. So it can be given once a week. So that would be a huge boon for people who need to take these antifungal drugs for months together, especially osteomyelitis, bone infection, deep-seated infection, where we need to give them for months on ends. So once weekly doses could be a big advantage in case this risafungin comes into the phase 3 trials and then finally meets with the regulatory requirements and actually comes into the market. So let me move on to the future. When I talk about the future, am I talking about science, which is a fact or a fiction? Well, time will tell. So certain things which are apparently looking like fiction today might become a reality tomorrow. And one of these are called cloud break molecules, which are hybrid molecules. What they do basically is that they make sure that the drugs that you're giving, they get attached to their target sites. Now, an example that I can give is that when we give penicillin group of drugs, they attach themselves to the penicillin binding proteins on the cell membrane of the bacteria. And this cell membrane protein binding proteins, they cease to be the targets for the penicillin group of drugs because they have changed their tertiary structure in such a way that the drug cannot attach itself to the penicillin binding protein. These cloud break molecules are sort of, the drug that I would give would piggyback on this cloud break molecule, so that this cloud break molecule will ensure that the active drug that you are injecting gets attached to its target, which is the let us say the FC portion of the antibiotics, and especially when it comes to endotoxin or lipopolysaccharide in gram-negative bacteria, we have been able to achieve some success by using this cloud break molecule, and they have attached themselves. The drugs, the antibiotics have managed to attach themselves to the penicillin binding proteins and the cell membranes, and they have been able to show their effects, which they were not doing because that penicillin binding protein or the target site had ceased to be the effector site for the particular antibiotic. So work has been done in gram-negative bacteria, and it's only a matter of time that we will get something for the antifungal drug also. Then again, there are some what I call as T cells. Now, this is where everything is coming into those antibodies, and we have talked about tocilizumab in the corona epidemic. These are T cells. DCAR cells are T cells which are expressing a receptor which incorporates selectin domain, and this protects against Aspergillus fumigatus infection. So if we give these cells in patients who are likely to develop a fungal infection, like post stem cell transplant patients, then the patients could be protected against Aspergillus infection. They also have a direct antifungal effect. And the most important thing is that they are not affected by corticosteroid treatments. And corticosteroid patients, obviously, their immunity is much low. Their ability to produce macrophages and neutrophils is much low. So in those patients, DCAR cells probably may have a role in making the drugs that we give more effective. Finally, the fungus and a lot of antibiotics, a lot of bacteria as well, they tend to protect themselves by forming what is called as a biofilm, especially around the central lines and around various implants. So some enzymes are coming into the market, which are where sole job is to break the biofilm. And once the biofilm is broken and the bacteria or the fungus, they tend to come out into the open, then they would be more amenable to killing by the antifungal drugs. And these are very exciting things to happen in the future. And this would probably, this particular research has reached quite in an advanced stage, and we are likely to see these therapeutic enzymes coming in, and that would be a manna from the heaven for us, because we are dealing with so many multi-drug resistant organisms in our ICU, and we are almost at the end of the road when it comes to talking about pharmacological therapy for infections in the intensive care unit. So probably this is a kind of a out-of-the-box approach to manage this kind of patients. And that has been shown, at least in the lab, that it seems to work. And it is only a matter of time that it might come into the future also. So to conclude, the antifungal pipeline is flowing again. Thank God, the research is going on, and we are likely to get new molecules in the future. So there are several new molecules in the clinical trials, and new classes. There are new classes of molecules which are coming up in addition to the 4 classes that we have, and they are in late preclinical stage. So maybe in this decade itself, we are likely to see the light of the day. And new formulations of old drug, and I took the example of posaconazole earlier, may help us bridge the gap into the interim period until this new class of molecules come into the market. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is room for optimism, and I really thank you for allowing me to speak to you, to such an august audience in Criticare 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash Shastri, for giving an overview of the newer drugs which will be available and talking about the isavuconazole. We are through with the time, so I thank all.
Dr. Chawla, with your permission,
not there.
Can I ask a quick question to all panelists, with your permission?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question to all the panelists. We know about immunomodulators and gram-negative infections, mainly bacterial infections. Is there any data on relationship between fungal infections and immunomodulators?
Dr. Parikshit? Dr. Arunalok, yes, sir.
In case of this immunomodulator, only there is the data available to a certain extent in mucormycosis. In aspergillosis, hardly any data is available. But in case of mucormycosis, there are certain data, but there is no clinical trial available. I would say that is in few patients, especially in MD Anderson, they have tried with the immunomodulator, but there is not much success had been shown compared to the other patient. So I would not say immediately there is any role directly for the immunomodulator to use in case of management.
So do you see any particular reason for research not happening in these directions, targeting fungal infection with immunomodulator?
The diagnosis of fungus is so much important or difficult. It needs a multicentric study for doing that. And there is no sponsor for this multicentric study. That's the problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we close this session with that. Thank you so much, because we have already shot the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chawla and all the panelists. It was a very engaging session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So move on to the next session. That will be a panel discussions. So I'm glad to welcome Dr. Yatin Mehta as the moderator for the next session. Welcome, sir. You need no introduction. He's a very well-known, reputed intensivist of this country and as well internationally. He's currently the Director of Critical Care Services at Medant Hospital, Gurgaon. Has been a past president of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, well-known speaker, and has authored many books. So over to you, sir, for a discussion on COVID-19 secondary infections and sepsis.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Pleasure to be here. I think you can start playing the
tech team may please play the video.
Yeah.
Hi all. myself, Dr. Harish Mallapura Maheshwarappa,
Not
working.
this one.
No, this is not the one. Sorry. You still require a man behind the laptop, I think.
They have mixed up the other one, previous one.
Everybody, welcome to the ISCCM annual conference, and it's a pleasure to be here. Today we are going to, next 1 hour or so, we are going to discuss secondary sepsis after COVID-19. So I have very illustrious faculty with me. First, Dr. Subramaniam Swaminathan from Global Hospitals, Chennai, Hyderabad. We'll talk about, and Bangalore, we'll talk about present case of secondary fungal sepsis after COVID-19. Dr. Swaminathan is one of the leading ID specialists of the country, trained in the US and working at the moment in India. A lot of publications. I have Dr. Ashit Hegde, who's head of the Department of Critical Care at Hinduja Hospital. Again, one of the leading intensivists of the country. We have jointly published many papers together. And then Suresh Ramasubban from Calcutta. Suresh has also published a lot of good work on MDR organisms in India, and he's very active in the ISCCM. And then we have Dr. Suresh Kumar. He is going to, he's an ID specialist from Apollo, Chennai. So once Dr. Swaminathan has finished his presentation, then we will open it to the panelists for further discussion. The problem is quite serious for all of us. We all have been handling huge number of COVID-19 patients, and all of them are on some form of immunosuppression. So secondary sepsis is a serious issue. The places are overcrowded. The nursing care may not be that good. The infection prevention strategies may not be as effectively implemented as what we would expect it to be. So secondary sepsis does go up and does increase morbidity and mortality. So we'll discuss that after his presentation is over. So over to you, Dr. Swaminathan.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. Obviously, COVID is something that we've all been grappling with over the last 1 year. And we initially thought with the increased requirement for PPE and safety, probably we'll see a dip in infections related to COVID and possibly better infection control. But it's obviously gone the other way, and we have seen lots of infections, not just bacterial, but also fungal. And we have seen a lot of preventable deaths coupled with the use of steroids and agents like tocilizumab and our pre-existing burden of diabetes. So this was a gentleman we had seen end of last year, 67-year-old gentleman swelling over the left side of the face, principally the maxilla, going on for about a month. This started about in November 2020. We had seen him in December. There was obviously discharge from the left annulus, the left palate, and there was quite a bit of prevalence over there as well. And he also had some discharge into the left nostril, which was occasionally bloodstained. He did report some headache, but no reports of any visual disturbance or field cuts. Past medical history, not a diabetic, so that's very interesting. So for somebody who developed sepsis without any major premorbids like diabetes or hypertension, and no history of any dental procedures in recent past. He had been admitted for COVID-19 pneumonia a month prior to onset of symptoms at another hospital. And he was on oxygen support for a week, but did not require any significant ICU care or NIV or ventilation. He was treated with a lot of steroids, and he did receive some tocilizumab as well for treatment of the COVID. And he did make a recovery with the therapy, but he was significantly drug experienced during the COVID-19. So on examination, you can see that there is this large area over here where the palate is exposed and the mucosa is literally separated off. There's a lot of sloughing, there's a lot of white stuff and black stuff coming through, a lot of discharge. It just looked really, really horrible. So imaging, MRI showed opacity in the maxilla and quite a bit of dense opacities, and also some amount of erosion of the adjoining bones. Fortunately, it had not gone through the orbital plate or into the eye, but most of the maxilla seemed to be really mucky and thick. So it was reported as ill-defined soft tissue swellings in both maxillae, obviously left far more than the right, and in the nasal cavity, and also in the upper lip, and some amount in the adjoining muscles and the turbinates. There was some osteolytic destruction of the bones around it, and consistent with invasive sinusitis of a fungal etiology. So ENT had seen and had planned for a Caldwell-Lup and antrostomy. And even during the examination in the OP, there was a lot of necrotic stuff, and a swab had been sent off. The swab initially grew E. coli and Pseudomonas aeruginosa, the E. coli being drug resistant and the Pseudomonas being drug susceptible. So at this point, we elected not to use any antibiotics because we didn't think that was the primary pathogen. No fungal organisms were seen on the smear taken in the OP, but then smears don't really mean anything. So obviously there was a question of what should we do? Should we give some more antibiotics at this point? He already had received a lot of antibiotics during his hospital stay. Question is, should we give more antibiotics or wait till the debridement is done, or should we ask for more testing, or should we ask for an ID opinion? Well, the answer always is on ID and ask them. But anyway, so we had requested ENT to proceed with the surgery without any delay. Unfortunately, he was a very good risk candidate because he had no major medical issues. His cardiac status was great, and he tolerated the surgery quite well. It was pretty aggressive surgery that they had to do because there was a lot of extensive debulking that they had to do. Very unhealthy granulation tissue. There was the histopathology seemed to suggest there were sheets and sheets of cells all over the place, and there was a lot of necrosis, and you could see non-septate branching, hyphae consistent with zygomycosis, and pauciseptate more than well septate, and not very branched, slightly branched, and consistent with the possibility of zygomycosis with tissue invasion. They could not clearly identify angioinvasion on the tissue, but tissue invasion was fairly obvious. So culturing zygomycosis is pretty tough because it really doesn't grow on conventional culture plates. It will, but it takes a lot of babying. Aspergillus is a little easier to grow. Zygomycosis is not necessarily easy. So we generally send it off for gene sequencing, and the gene sequencing was reported as Rhizopus oryzae, which is a fairly common fungus that we see in this part of the world as a causative organism for invasive fungal sinusitis. And Rhizopus oryzae, again, usual antifungals like amphotericin and the higher azoles are good choices. So obviously here the gram negatives that were seen were probably innocent bystanders, which were just an indication that there's a fungus underlying, and the fungus underlying was Rhizopus oryzae. So we actually sent it off. We actually started them on amphoB and posaconazole and quickly switched them over to oral posaconazole. And subsequently, we got the posaconazole level as well. And with oral posaconazole, with the tablets, we have very good levels possible to achieve. We had very good levels in the blood. And on follow-up, the patient is doing quite well. It's about 2 months now, nearly since the surgery was done. And the patient is doing quite well. We're continuing therapy, possibly to complete 3 months of therapy, and then we'll probably stop therapy. But this is probably something that has come to the attention of the lay media as well. I think all of you would have seen headlines of how many cases of fungal infection have been reported from Gangaram and Bombay and Bangalore Medical College Hospital and Ahmedabad and whatnot. And the newspapers are screaming that there's an epidemic of zygomycosis post-COVID. So this is something that's caught the fascination of the general public as well. So if you haven't seen it, you will see it. And most of us have already seen quite a bit of it. And obviously, early identification is key, and appropriate therapy is key. So with that, I will stop and I'll hand it back to Dr. Mehta.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. Very interesting case. All of us are seeing these sort of cases quite frequently in the COVID times. We've learned a lot about fungal sepsis and AFIs and treatments in the recent times. So Suresh, how frequently normally do you see, and what does the literature say about fungal sepsis in the COVID patients? You are muted.
Yeah, I unmuted myself. So this is Suresh Kumar. Suresh Ramasubban.
Oh, sorry, Suresh Ramasubban.
Correct. There are not too many Suresh now.
Okay.
So if you look at fungal sepsis data, Derek Angus published this in 2000,
6, I think, or 5. The US data where gram negatives are gram positives are rising, gram negatives are kind of plateauing, and for fungus is a significant rise is what they have shown in the US, and about 13%, 10 to 13% of bloodstream infections in the Western world are documented to be of bloodstream infection, and we kind of similarly, despite the predominance of gram negative organisms, so we kind of outplay the gram positive significantly in our bloodstream infection, but we do have a significant gram negative, and we do have a bloodstream infection with Candida or with a Candida species. Invasive fungal infection is a significant number, which is about 8 to 12%, 8 to 10% in our unit, is something which we see, and that's a trend across the, probably Dr. Suresh and Apollo Chennai will also speak about the same kind of data. So invasive fungal infection, especially when you're talking about sepsis, that means predominantly Candida or yeast species. Trichosporum is rarely we see 1 or 2 in the whole last 10 years, but it's predominantly Candida. And we see about 8 to 10% of our bloodstream infection would be Candida. And during the COVID, especially after they've gotten the Solumetrol and the tocilizumab, and they only have one peripheral lines and or a central line, we do get to see a lot more of Candida this year.
Yeah, see, I mean, even in the pre-COVID times, if you look at it, about Indian data, 75% of the fungal sepsis was Candida. About 15% was Aspergillus, and then the rest were 2-3% each. But Mucor is also increasing in particularly Asia and more so in India. So Ashit, first I think let us finish with the fungal sepsis, then we'll come to the secondary bacterial sepsis. So what sort of Candida are you seeing increasing, tropicalis or albicans or other forms of Candida?
I mean, we have two different, epidemiology is different in our regular ICU and in the COVID ICU. Actually, before COVID, we were pretty proud that we never had any COVID Candida auris. But surprisingly, in the COVID ICU, though we had moved to a brand new ICU and we expected that we wouldn't get a lot of XDR, MDR bugs, the predominant fungus that we grew in the COVID ICU was Candida auris. Whereas in the regular ICU, it's between Candida tropicalis and Candida albicans, isolated cases of, non-azole resistant. But so in the main ICU, we have tropicalis and albicans, but in the COVID ICU, most of the Candida were auris. So that was the funny thing, because, this was a brand new ICU. We didn't expect them to get such resistant organism, but that's what we had. I can't explain this, but that's how it happened.
No, yesterday I was in a CME again where somebody presented auris from Pune, which we don't that often see. I never used to see auris in my ICU, but during the COVID ICU, in the COVID ICUs, I've seen several auris during this period. What about you, Dr. Suresh Kumar? Any comments on that? Again, you are muted. Unmute, please.
Sorry. In Chennai also, we see a lot of Candida auris during the time of COVID ICUs there. Particularly the COVID ICUs is a new one, as Dr. Hegde pointed out. It is a new one, not occupied there. Not like a typical ICU where people are colonized with the thing. But during COVID time, we saw a lot of Candida auris and non-Candida albicans. Non-albicans Candida, we have seen a lot of candidemias. Particularly Grabrata also, we have seen a lot of things. And fluconazole resistance among the Candida species is quite common, we have noticed a thing. And aspergillosis, yes, but direct proof of aspergillosis is not there. We made more of probable and possible diagnosis of aspergillosis also we made there. Yes, Candida we've seen, and more of Candida auris compared to routine times. And non-albicans Candida also we came across there, and a lot of azole resistance we encountered during COVID time.
So what are the commonest agents which you are using?
Usually we prefer echinocandin because that will cover partially Aspergillus as well as fully cover Candida except auris there. So we prefer echinocandins preferably there during the time of candidemia, during the time of COVID there. Particularly when the patient is in hypotensive shock, definitely we started with the echinocandins there. Among the echinocandin, we decide what, depending upon the liver parameters, we choose one among the two there.
Fair enough. And what about, in auris, I think micafungin has a lower MIC. Is that correct, Dr. Swaminathan?
Yeah, it appears to be so. What the clinical significance of this is something that I have not been able to figure out, because the experts themselves are not very sure what this means. But yes, it does appear to have a lower MIC. So I don't know if it translates into clinical significance. So yeah, but yes, it does seem to have lower MIC.
And what is the overall incidence of secondary sepsis in your COVID ICUs, which we are seeing? I'll request everybody just to quickly some comment.
So again,
and what time frame? When do you see them?
Alphabetical order, maybe I go first because.
Fine.
Okay. No. So basically, almost every in my ICU, after say second week, that's when they get ventilated, they deteriorate. Almost everybody inevitably died of secondary sepsis. I mean, it's very depressing, but almost at least in the first couple of months, it was very bad.
Yeah. Ventilated patients even may be higher than that. What about Dr. Suresh Kumar and then Suresh Ramasaman? Unmute. I think we should all unmute. Otherwise, you forget to unmute.
So, during the time of COVID, we have seen a lot of secondary bacterial infection. That is a big challenge for us. Even though the patient is coming out of the COVID nicely, the person lands in secondary bacterial sepsis. That's a big challenge for every team to manage it there. So we came across and we start analyzing our data. Even though we had more than 2,000 odd cases in our ICU, in our hospital there. So we are analyzing the ICU patients who got admitted in the ICU, particularly patients who are ventilated. Almost 300 to 400 patients data we have analyzed the data. It showed roughly the similar figure what globally it shows. Almost 10 to 15%, I can put it 13 to 14% is coming right now with the patients going to the HTU type of settings there and probably ICU. Ventilated data, I'm looking at it there. So patients going to HTU, ICU, non-ventilated patients, it stands anywhere between 10 to 15%. To be precise, it may be 14% in the ICU there.
And Suresh, what about you? Ramaswamy.
I think neurologically divided is the first week of illness, second week of illness, and the third week of illness. I think we are predominantly seeing whatever sepsis. What happens is the first week of I always from intensive care. The first week of illness is first week of onset of breathlessness because yes, illness can start a little bit earlier. So from the first week of breathlessness or they come into the ICU HDU where they're on a BiPAP, HFNC, high flow or any NIV or even a mechanical ventilation. We're not seeing that much in the first week. Once they get this 2 milligram per kilogram, 1 to 2 milligram per kilogram of steroids, they get TOSI. Then the second week onwards, there is no real, we really are not getting any febrile response in these guys because of the high dose of steroids, because of these things. So we're sending a pan culture. So the only thing is worsening oxygenation, worsening parameters, and we're seeing a lot of them. So as Ashit sir rightly put it, the mortality on a ventilator was extremely high. If you're on an NIV or on a ventilator, it's very high. And that's predominantly because of secondary sepsis rather than hypoxemia or difficult to ventilate kind of a thing. So I would say almost what everybody's saying is about almost in the second week, pretty much we used to get anybody who has survived on a ventilator for second week would get a bacteremia.
And are we getting more of MDR sepsis this period?
Yeah, absolutely. So whatever we are growing in the second week is generally an MDR CLEB or an MDR Acinetobacter. That's what would be our this thing.
I hardly used to see Acinetobacter in my ICU till the COVID thing came. Now I do see, because again, see, nursing is a bit of shortage and it is not being supervised adequately, because everybody is limited, they work long hours. So Acinetobacter has increased, which was not so earlier, before the COVID times. And obviously these are all HAIs, what we are getting. So empirically, if your patient comes in with the COVID-19, do we put them on antibiotics or what antibiotics you start with? This is open to everybody.
The co-infection rates are very low. So I think infections in the COVID situation is co-infection and superinfection. So co-infection is so we assume that you're coming in with pictures of a community acquired pneumonia. We know that you're COVID positive, you have lymphopenia, you have a procal which is normal and so on and so forth. But majority of us are doing is that there might be some other atypical, there might be co-infection, despite the fact that there's no data as compared to what was there in influenza. So we are treating them with a little ceftriaxone plus azithromycin or doxycycline for 5 days. So that's the general thing, but it invariably drags to 7 days or so. And then in the second week, so the point is that if somebody is not getting better in their 7th, 10th day in the ICU, the antibiotics drag on. This ceftriaxone never stops. It's supposed to be for 5 days. And then the super infection, what is supposed to happen is going to be an MDR. So then it is going to be a standard regimen of a colistin or a polymyxin B or with a TG or a mimino is what is the
yeah, so
practice that
everybody would start, I suppose, on a atypical cover. All of you would give when the patient comes just into the hospital or ICU from community.
Proven COVID initially, while you're waiting for the PCR, we might give, but the moment we get a PCR report saying it's COVID, we probably stop the antibiotics because, as you said, the COVID co-infection at onset is very rare. So we generally stop the antibiotic. But what I noticed that even patients who are antibiotic naive, the first infection that they got was a resistant gut. That was the surprising thing. Normally in the regular ICU, you can sort of predict, if they are antibiotic naive, they generally get an ESBL or something which is sensitive to carbapenem. But here, even upfront, the first infection they got was a carbapenem resistant, though they were never exposed to antibiotics. So that was a surprising thing. We had MDR Acinetobacter, we had this, the NDMs, we had even for Burkholderia in patients who got antibiotics at the most in a day or two, that's all. That was a very surprising thing. That made your empiric choice of antibiotics very, very difficult to guess what was the, to use. So that's why we had to upfront use high antibiotics in everybody, even though they were not exposed to antibiotics before that. And we also saw a lot of gram-positive. Normally, gram-positive infections almost never seen. But probably because the lines are not being introduced with the best, as Ray said that, and I think they did something about that, getting a team to put, but we never had that kind of a team. But we saw a lot of gram-positive infections also in these patients, which was almost unknown in the regular ICU.
No, absolutely. We also see gram-positive, which we were not seeing earlier. And Enterococcus faecium also we are seeing, which we were not seeing that commonly.
So I think we are also seeing a lot of, the only gram-positive is not staph, but we're seeing Enterococcus. And there are some VREs in that.
Yeah, there are some VREs, yeah.
Yeah, one interesting finding what happened in our institution, the ID goes to the patient care daily there. The other team like internal medicine as well as infectious intensive care, they usually come in turns there. They will come once in 3 days or once in 5 days there. So it's easy for me to implement an antibiotic stewardship in my hospital. I can cut down the antibiotics because I'm seeing the patient on daily basis there. I'm the person going daily there. Other persons are going as a team. One person comes there. If he starts something there, I go subsequently. I can stop the antibiotic. I'm analyzing my data there. So as an ID, if you go inside, you see the patients, you can stop antibiotic. Because the primary team is coming once in 3 days, he agreed for me there. Okay, you're going daily. Whatever decisions you take it there, that's best thing there. So you see the patients and taking chance on antibiotic. So I stopped a lot of antibiotics in my institutions because primary team, they come in turns, once in 3 days, once in 5 days. And ICU also comes in turns only there, not regular cases. ID only goes inside and see patients daily basis. It's an advantage for me that time, particularly in the month of June, July, August. It's an advantage for me. I went there, I stopped the antibiotics there.
We need more ID specialists like you. I mean, our IDs never enter the COVID ICU. I mean, we talk to them on phone and we have to decide on that basis. So we need more people like you. So when you're suspecting, Ashit, a hospital-acquired bug, a patient has got a secondary sepsis hit or whatever. So you use what? You use empirically, you use monotherapy or you use multiple antibiotics?
Initially, of course, I was just sticking to a carbapenem in patients who are not exposed to antibiotics. But then we burned our fingers, people were dying of infections and we found that the bug was resistant. So after that, we had to change our whole protocol. We had to either use a combination of gram-positive and either a polymyxin or a combination of your Zavicefta. We had no choice. And even antifungal drugs. They became very poor, antibiotic stewardship, but we had no choice because people were dying. So we had to throw antibiotic stewardship to the winds because of, many patients dying of getting inappropriate antibiotics. So I think in COVID times, unfortunately, like I said, there was no way of making any rational decision about which antibody to use, empirically. I mean, you could de-escalate. That's the best we could do. But empirically, we just had to hit them with everything. Otherwise, they were dying. I mean, even if we hit them with everything, they were dying. But at least we made an attempt. That's all I could say. It was a very depressing thing. But initially, we tried to, stick to narrow spectrum or whatever. But many of them died. So we had to then I had to change my strategy. And, I think a very depressing thing, but
Are you using Zavicepta as empirical therapy, Dr. Hegde?
Actually, I was one of the lectures by Subra himself, where he convinced me that in a situation where, of course, now in this situation, Acinetobacter was a possibility. So that was the reason why maybe it was not such a great thing. Otherwise, if Acinetobacter was not a possibility, then I would have considered the choice between a polymyxin or Zavicepta. I agree in the COVID ward because Acinetobacter is also a possibility. A polymyxin probably would make more sense. But somebody who had, suppose somebody was on a drug for Acinetobacter then I would use probably Zavicepta sometimes. But you're right, COVID maybe because Acinetobacter is also a possibility, you can't use Zavicepta, you have to use a polymyxin along with maybe gram-positive and antifungal.
So the works you'll be giving the works to the patient. So,
at best you can de-escalate, but empirically...
What antifungal will you use empirically? Do you use voriconazole also?
No, as Suresh said that initially it's only echinocandida, unless you're strongly suspecting aspergillus. COVID-associated pulmonary aspergillus, kappa they call it, but it's only suspecting. I would not straight away use voriconazole, but just echinocandida.
Yeah, in kappa also it seems the radiological features are not so classic in these patients, so it can be quite misleading. So that is another problem. And Poly B and cholesterol, what do you prefer? Because many of these patients, about 30% of the patients in COVID ward would have some degree of renal impairment. To anybody.
If you have bacteremia, then Poly B is preferable, and urine, if it is urine source, then cholesterol is preferable. Lung, don't know, doesn't make too much of a difference. So that's, I think, so universally, if somebody is septic, we generally tend to, and if we know that it's not the urosepsis, then Poly B is the source choice for us. Then Poly B.
Does the concentration?
As far as the NDR combination, concentration in the lungs and in the bloodstream is definitely polymyxin B not being a prodrug, and Poly being a prodrug, it takes a little faster to act, and so you have a better. So if you have only 12 hours to 24 hours to get a decent amount of drug into the system, then probably Poly B is always better in that system. This thing that hasn't to be broken down. So I think there's no doubt that in a bacteremic situation, yes, it is. It is going to be better. So I think Dr. Ghafoor from Apollo Chennai has published this in IJCCM last year, 2019, about combination with monotherapy for this thing. So non-bloodstream infections, I think they have shown that monotherapy with colistin alone may be okay as compared to combination therapy. But the big international meta-analysis and the Cochrane review saying for multi-drug resistant organisms, combination is necessary. So I think a combination of carbapenem plus polymyxin or minocycline, digicycline with polymyxin is something. I think there's no real data on which one is superior. I think you need a polymyxin. That's all.
I think all of us will probably initially use it as a polytherapy rather than colistin as a monotherapy, and then maybe de-escalate at some point of time. But otherwise, there will be very few people who will be using colistin as a monotherapy. No.
Only for this is just one paper published by Dr. Ghafoor's team in IJCC. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, sure. Otherwise, all of us would use it along with something else. And about 60-70%, we all have 60-70% in the tertiary care hospitals CREs. So, very likely 2 in 3 possibility that carbapenems are not good work.
So that's why I want to talk about that, because of course now Acinetobacter sort of muddied the waters, but otherwise between using Zavicepta upfront and polymyxin, I mean, he had interesting views, so I think we should talk about that.
Yeah, Subramanian, you have any comment on Zavicepta? You are the one who persuaded Dr. Hegde too.
I think there's more and more data evolving. There's a recent publication end of last year, if I remember right, from Greece, looking at the role of Astronam Avibacter, basically Zavicepta with Astronam. as against other comparable therapy, and it actually showed a survival advantage. That's in keeping with, see, I've been using it for more than 5 years now. I first used it early of 2015, a month after it was released in the US. And since then, there's been no looking back. So for me, Enterobacteriaceae, I think personally, it's a no-brainer that Zavicefta is a better option, especially in the situation where colistin MICs are rising. Like Dr. Hegde pointed out, it's a problem when you have Acinetobacter in the mix, or for that matter, if you have things like Burkholderia, Stenotropomonas, Elizabethingia, those wildcard ones in your mix, if you have it, then you're a bit of a problem. You don't know what you're hitting. But if you have your microbiology fairly well contained and you know what you're dealing with, and it's only CRE, to me, I would any day prefer Zavicefta Astronam over other options. Unless it's a sensible other option, like if it's a bloodstream infection and amikacin susceptible, certainly I would step it down to amikacin. But outside of that, I'm heavily in favor of Zavicefta Astronam.
No, see, I also use Astronam Zavicefta combination, but mostly not empirically. I have some evidence of CRE, then I'll use them both. Only Zavicefta as a monotherapy also may not, I don't know how good an idea it is, because you don't know 50% of the organisms are going to not respond to it. I mean, so if you want to cover both NDMs and OXA48 and others, then you need to give both together.
In our setting, unless you do a carba, you can't be really sure. And for Klebsiella, you need to be careful because the carba may not necessarily tell you the full story. Many of your labs may not know this. If you're doing the carba or Klebsiella, you need to take at least 7 or 8, preferably 9 different colonies and load it into the carba and not do it from a single colony. There have been instances where I've seen a single colony showing only OXA48, but when you sample it from other colonies, the NDM is also there, which is missed. So if you're doing carba on your culture plate, please make sure they sample at least 7 or 8 different colonies to make sure you pick up a representation, because you can have variable the gene makeups in this population. So, and to me, like you said, it's a no-brainer. I don't think in our setting we should be using Zavicefta without Astronam. It's just a recipe for suicide.
Yeah. And are you guys regularly doing a respiratory PCR for these patients once the patient is intubated?
Like film array, second generation?
Pneumonia panel and things.
Pneumonia.
Yeah.
Again, the cost is prohibitive, sir. So it's about, that is one of the things that is, yes, it will be nice because we will know then within a few this thing what to do, go ahead and do. But again, it's whether it's a gene, whether it's true pathogen or a colonization, then you have to be a little bit of especially in the endotracheal tube, it becomes a problem. So we really don't know how good the biofire will be as far as sensitive. It's going to be overly sensitive, and then you might end up in excess. But if it is not for the prohibitive, not for the cost, but again, as I said, it's something which we are using, but as I said, it will be cost which is not made us do it on a routine basis.
But if you are using Astronam and Zavicefta combination, then it's better to do this.
That you have sent a sputum culture and you're going to get a culture report back, and if it grows in acid, you just you're going to save 2 days or 3 days of antibiotics for sure. Yes, I think in the long run it would, but because of the fact that you're looking at what we see whenever we do this biofire is that you see 2 or 3 genes. You don't know which one is a pathogen there. You see a little bit of Acinetobacter gene, you see a little bit of a Klebsiella, then you don't know what to do. If it were only one, then it is very easy. Then yes, I can say, okay, this patient is Acinetobacter, this patient is Enterobacteriaceae. But generally, you would get a combination with both, and then you will get stuck, and then you will have to wait for the sputum culture anyway. So then again, it becomes cost incentive. So there are certain issues. I don't think we have refined our ability to utilize the biofire in a very proper fashion right now. So I think it is a thing in evolution. We really need to do that, and we really need to come up with some plans and have a algorithmic approach how to do this. But again, it has to be first done in a kind of a clinical trial kind of a thing so that the cost effectiveness comes.
Are we doing BAL for these patients, or you're sending it just endotracheal aspirates?
So 1 year without COVID, I think no BAL.
Right.
Bronchoscopy rooms are closed in most of the hospitals right now. Still, they're not opened up there. So all ET secretions for even keratoman, even though it's very difficult to use ET keratoman values, but we started doing ET keratoman value and trying to collaborate there multiple times. We are doing it there. And since we are using from 2008, I am using particularly colistin there, not polymyxin B. With colistin still doing wonders there. 2008 to 2017, still the Zavicefta stayed in the market. We are using with colistin, we are managing an ICU infection there. That's what we are using it there. As you rightly pointed out, Zavicefta has got a lot of problem there. A lot of issue with coverage. Particularly, we do not know when the patient referred from other tertiary ICU. Your ICU is good, you maybe have carbapenem resistant organisms. Most of the tertiary referral hospital, the patient stayed in other ICU for 7 to 10 days. They're already exposed to piptas, meropenem there. They come to us with resistant bug, with the new onset sepsis. So definitely, when bug we do not know, colistin still stand for me there rather than thinking about Zavicefta plus Aztreonum. We need to combine a synergy test in the lab, and it will take time. So it's very difficult to find out whether Zavicefta plus Aztreonum will work. Really need to check in the laboratory before we starting it. Colistin plus or minus some add-on therapy, we can use it to get away with it. What we do from 2008, still it's all goods.
Colistin NEBs?
Yes, if you think tracheobronchitis, definitely yes. If you think ventilator-associated pneumonia, people are trying, but we rely more on systemic colistin. This may be add-on therapy. Where I use colistin NEBs alone as an antibiotic stewardship, and the primary treating team doesn't want to stop the colistin, IV colistin, I just throw away the colistin nebulizations to stop IV colistin, systemic colistin there.
And if you're using polymyxin B, then what will you do, Suresh?
Okay.
I said the problem with this is that I don't have enough of the inline nebulization or vibrating mesh nebulization. So I find it 1 million unit TDS is actually a waste. It's only if you're using a jet nebulizer or anything that is connected to the ventilator. So it's also an investment of about. So if you have enough adequate inline nebulization, then yes. Again, the doses is not very clear. So if it is a VAT that is only in ventilator-associated tracheobronchitis, then I'll use it. I am not very much in favor of combining. Again, as I said, data is also not there where you have a benefit of combining both IV plus nebulization. There are some data. I'm not denying that there is not data, but it's not sufficient where we can add up where we are not very confident about our ability to get it into the alveoli. So at least into the airway. So I stick with just intravenous for a VAP, and if it's a tracheobronchitis, then I make sure that we have a mesh nebulizer and give it only polymyxin E to be nebulized.
No, also other nebulizers in COVID times, you do not want to keep on disconnecting your ventilator and spreading the droplets everywhere. I mean, that's also another issue. Yeah, so vibrating mesh is a limited supply, so most of the ICUs do not have too many of them. And obviously you have, that's a limiting factor. With the limited efficacy data also of the nebulized colistin as such. Yeah. And what about the incidence of VAP? Has it increased during the COVID times?
Yeah, not. So I think, yes. Look at just the antibiotic use, then yes. Again, as I say, if you use a DDT, then you will say that yes. But it's very difficult. So I think always the problems is if you have an ARDS lung. So the way to say, the definition of VAP includes a new infiltrates or in the presence of a pre-existing infiltrate worsening oxygenation. So what we are noticing is that somebody on 60% FiO2 and 10, 12p, next day you come in and it's on 70%, and somebody sends an endotracheal tube and it grows Acinetobacter. Do you call this a VAP? Or do you call this worsening of his COVID? This is why most of during the NABL audit and JCI audit, when somebody comes and asks me, is this VAP? We will say no, because it is not technically, you can prove it either way. This is not VAP, and there are multiple reasons for his oxygenation failure. The definition itself is not very good here for us to confidently say in a theory that this is VAP. But yes, if you just use the fact nothing else has changed, and the patient's oxygen requirement has gone up or he's become hypotensive along with it, then yes. But if he's only got an oxygen requirement high and the X-ray infiltrates are about the same or slightly worse, it's going to be difficult. So I think keeping track would be impossible. But if you just look at the number of people who also became hypotensive, then yes, along with the worsening oxygenation, and if this is not PE or RV dysfunction, then you're definitely looking at a decently high amount we've seen in the COVID data. But yes, but if you were to collect data for an NABL or JCI, you would say not much of change.
See, most of these guys would be on steroids, and many of them would have received TOSI, I think. So there is a good possibility, and plus we have grown bacteria from bugs from these aspirates. So I would think the incidence of VAP would be higher, although I have not seen too much of data on this, but I would expect it to be higher than what you would see in the earlier days, I suppose. Any comments, Dr. Hegde?
No, the other interesting that, I mean, one thing that came out of, nothing to do with VAP, but this is the bloodstream infections. Like I said, our predominant problem was bloodstream infections. At that time, the microbiology introduced this thing, BCID panel, which, gave us the blood culture, at least the genetic mechanism resistance pretty quickly. So we found that very useful because in the middle of the night, the technician would phone us, the bug would be identified and the genetic mechanisms, at least the main genes for resistance, they would tell us about them. So that was something that we found useful, at least for the management of COVID, because the turnaround time between report and sensitivity was much shortened by the so-called BCID panel. We were testing it, a little expensive, but at that time, fortunately, we got something for testing, and we found it very useful. We might, ultimately use it as on a regular basis. The BCID panel, which tells you at least the predominant mechanism of resistance, you get to know very quickly once the blood culture flags positive. So you don't have to wait for the sensitivity and the identification, etc. So we found the BCID very useful, and we are probably going to use it. That is probably at least one positive thing from the COVID.
See, CRBSI incidence has gone up in the COVID ICUs. There is no question about it. I think part of it may be how somebody mentioned it, how sterile the preparations are for inserting of the lines, and what good care. I mean, how many people are following the bundles in the ICU, in COVID ICUs. So that's also another problem. These are all immunocompromised patients. Most of them would have a central line in place. So these are also issues. I mean, I'm seeing much more higher BSI and more gram-positive BSI. Earlier, it used to be mostly gram-negative BSI.
This is a completely different paradigm in the sense like we have always managed sick ICU patient, but we have never managed somebody who's on 125 of steroids and TOSI throughout and is received other immunomodulators throughout the stage. So this is a transplant ICU for all practical purposes, and to have so many of them in all one go with breakdown and infection barriers and infection control measures, I think this is a completely different challenge, and that's why we are seeing higher rates of CRBSI, higher rates of VAP, and every infection we are seeing CMV. We have seen a few cases of cytomegalovirus coming up. CMV pneumonia is coming up in a patient who's so in a non-resolving persistent inflammatory fibrotic ARDS. You'd look at it, the PCP treatment goes up, you will find that the CMV has gone up. Not only is Kappa. So this is in addition to Kappa, if you have persistent inflammatory ARDS persisting in the second, third week, they're on HFNC not coming out. We've seen at least 4 cases of CMV where the viral load is more than 25,000, 30,000. And we have seen significant empiric treatment for PCP. PCRs have been positive on sputum. So everything, all the opportunistic infections are going up in this situation. And the traditional bacteremias because of poor infection control and VAPs are going up. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, PCP, we have seen a few PCPs, we have seen a few herpes, CMV, a couple of them. I think that this is a serious problem, I mean, in these patients. So, Ashit?
No, about what did you want to ask about?
Viral sepsis.
No, I honestly have, I think most, we haven't made this, we haven't maybe we didn't diagnose, we didn't think about it. Now it's already too late to learn about CMV. I didn't think about it. Now our cases have come down, but at that time, most of our patients really death was predominantly gram-negative gram-positive bacteremia. And the only thing aspergillus was something I was worried about, always the back of my mind, but though I thought about it a couple of times, I never really made a diagnosis of Kappa, but I'm sure some of my patients who died probably had aspergillus. I haven't diagnosed the CMV, but it's something that I'm also learning. I honestly have never thought about CMV. I'd like to know what the ID guys, what their experience is.
Yeah, Dr. Suresh, anything to add?
During the time of admission, first admissions, we have not encountered more opportunistic infection. That point of time, Tosli was not introduced in the month of April and May. Once we start using a lot of tocilizumab, we start seeing a lot of opportunistic infection there. Yes, we have seen TB also. A lot of TB cases got reactivated, particularly a lot of tuberculosis we've seen. PCB we come across there. CME, couple of things. It's very difficult to prove. Definitely it's a CME pneumonia. It's very difficult to prove it. not only based upon the viral load, because as I said, bronchoscopy is not possible there. So transbronchial biopsies or nothing is possible there. All our possible diagnoses only be encountered. It's very difficult to prove clinically whether it's a CME-related pneumonia or not. But we have proven TVCC to prove experimental TB, we can get it there. So we proved a lot of tuberculosis. We proved PCP cases there. CME, couple of cases we encountered and thought because of immunosuppression related reactivation is possible, we thought of it there. But the opportunistic hospital-acquired infections, what we are discussing, the key factor, what we identified, the nurse-patient ratio. During the time of COVID, the nurse-patient ratio is absolutely gone. And second thing people are talking about, we are wearing a PPE, personal protective equipment, absolute zero hand hygiene adherence, all wearing same glove, go to the different patients, keep on adjusting the central line, keep on adjusting the ventilators. So there is no zero hand hygiene adherence to me there. If you do the audit, all using the same glove, no hand rub there. Some people put a hand rub over the gloves, but it's also not effective there. Most of the time they didn't do it there. That's a basic reason. Nurse-patient ratio and poor hand hygiene adherence we noticed. And a couple of patients have stayed together also for monitoring purposes. They used a twin sharing ICUs, triple sharing ICU, keep the patient close, we spread the thing there. As far as opportunistic infections, yes, we saw rare difficult opportunistic infections. Nocardia we have seen, a lot of things we have seen there. But it's very difficult to prove CME during the time of COVID because without proper tissue diagnosis.
Yeah, and tissue diagnosis is a problem. I mean, Dr. Swaminathan, they did the surgery on the patient and that was post-COVID. So that patient had recovered and probably was operated in a normal operating room rather than a COVID operation theatre. So that's also a problem. Mucor, are we guys seeing Mucor?
Yes. Post-COVID, we are seeing. During the time of COVID, we are not seeing the Mucor there. Post-COVID, what the case presented by presenter there, we have seen post-COVID, particularly people use steroids, heavy doses of steroids, longer durations of steroids also there. Some of the people, they are not stopping. As long as the oxygen requirement is not going away, they are not stopping at 10 or 14 days. I have seen patients receiving months together there. 2 months in the ICU still getting the steroids there. This type of persons going for particularly following some dental procedures, that getting infection is very high. Not necessarily diabetic, newly diagnosed diabetic or following COVID or because of the steroid or because of the COVID, newly diagnosed diabetic, prolonged steroid exposure, not even toe sleep. Even with the steroid exposure, we have seen more of Mucor, second admissions, third admissions, we saw, and we are seeing in our OPD follow-up there. Right now, people who are exposed to steroids in different hospitals coming to our OPD with frank sino-orbital infections, we are seeing a lot of COVID there. And a couple of dentists that will start referring to us with a lot of COVID there. I got a couple of dental friends is there. They still keep on referring the patients to me. In fact, we got a pool, large number of Mucor from the dental sitting there.
Yeah, see, Mucor is a problem in these patients also. Any experience with isavuconazole?
Yes, we use for a couple of cases, sir, particularly when hepatotoxicity and neurotoxicity is a concern there. We use isavuconazole as well as posaconazole. Sometimes the problem is amphotericin B is a big challenge there. Sometimes amphotericin B is very difficult to give also there. That type of scenarios we use for isavuconazole. Couple of cases only, not most of the cases. We usually standardly use liposomal amphotericin B. If liposomal amphotericin B has got some issues there, that point of time we tried isavuconazole there, that point of time. Only in similarly aspergillosis, couple of cases voriconazole because of hepatotoxicity, neurotoxicity concern was there. That point of time we used isavuconazole even for suspected aspergillosis, not suspected, almost proven aspergillosis we can call. That point of time also we used isavuconazole again there. And again for mucormycosis we prefer amphotericin B. If amphotericin B 1 or 2 occasions not possible or the response is not that great, that point of time we use isavuconazole there.
Also, when you have a mold infection, you're not sure whether what it is, that isavuconazole will work against both rather than just giving a voriconazole makes more sense.
Of late, the Lancet publication showed POSA is also good for your aspergillosis also. So previously, people hesitant to use posaconazole only for mucormycosis, not for aspergillosis. But the phase 3 publications available, that comparison between POSA and voriconazole in future, POSA also has got role in aspergillosis there.
Dr. Swaminathan, any comments on POSA?
I think it's already become an option for patients who cannot tolerate ampho-B for any reason. And with the oral formulation that we have, the tablet formulation, the levels are much better. Earlier, the syrup, Dr. Chandra used to call it engine oil because it's such a horrible and crude stuff to give. You just don't get good levels. And I've had patients struggling to get levels. Now with this, it's a more assured drug. It's excellent in terms of the tissue penetration and delivery to the toxic, area where the cultures growing. So it is a very good option. Because there's no head-to-head data, obviously people are a little worried about using it as an upfront drug. I'm actually quite comfortable using it even as upfront after transitioning from amphob very quickly. Yes, the guideline would say use amphob, but amphob, is becoming less and less practical to use in today's setting. And I think we need to know what organism we're dealing with. So I think if we can get proper culture, susceptibility, speciation done, I think we can be more confident about using oral azoles as well as an option.
So you are happy using it as a monotherapy, or you'll use it along with amphob and then stop amphob?
I usually do, even my transplant patient, is that I overlap with amphob for a week, in which time I get the sequencing done to find out what organism it is. In the meantime, if we are lucky enough to get a culture and susceptibility done, even better. And based on that, I decide if I can transition over to pure posaconazole very quickly. Obviously, if surgical debulking is possible, then it is only mop-up therapy. So it's so much more easier to handle. As primary therapy, yes, it's tricky, but I've had very good experience even with primary therapy. But I never start without amphob. I always start amphob along with posaconazole, probably for a week till I get more data.
And that brings me to the biomarkers for both the bacterial sepsis as well as fungal sepsis. Are you guys routinely using procalcitonin for bacterial sepsis and to differentiate or whatever? Does it guide you that the procalcitonin is low, possibly the fungal sepsis is more likely?
I think it's become I think either using a CRP or a procalcitonin has become part of the COVID management. Put it this way, that most of the people when they enter, they have a baseline CRP as suggested by the government. So we are following CRP every 72 hours as an inflammatory marker for sure. So because of the cost of procalcitonin, there is only, and there's no doubt in the initial, we have been trying to forsake it in the beginning. But in the earlier days, we were using a lot of procalcitonin and CRP together. But once we have to restrict the cost and it became cost sensitive, the COVID ICUs. So I think we have come down on it. I think using an inflammatory marker. So we have traditionally been using CRPs. Procal has always been low even when you have bacteremia. Now, whatever Procal we have sent in this group of patients with immunosuppressed, I think if you're suspecting sepsis, your blood cultures are probably more important than a Procal in this group of patients. But again, I haven't seen the data on such immunosuppressed patients, who are on at least a routine more than 10 days of steroids, 7 to 10 days of steroids and TOSI and things like that. Because in a non-neutropenic, again, what is the value of a Procal which is normal in a patient who's immunosuppressed and you're suspecting sepsis is very doubtful. So it is not going to be a very good rule out thing. And rule in is anyway you're getting antibiotics. So that's why I think not much role is my personal opinion. I leave it to the other guys too.
Yeah, concern was really patients who are on a ventilator and suddenly crash, separating a cytokine storm from secondary infection, and especially these guys already have got solimedol or tocilizumab, then the PCT levels don't go up even if they are septic. So actually, as Suresh said, to separate a cytokine storm from a secondary infection becomes very, very difficult. And in one, you need to increase your immunosuppression. Other, you need. So at the moment, we found that there was no way of making a decision separating a cytokine storm from secondary infection. So most of the time we had to treat them for infection. There was no way, we didn't have the courage to just go up on the steroids without, giving higher antibiotics. We use beta-D-glucan purely for de-escalating. Suppose we started empirically echinocandin and the BDG-glucan came negative, we would safely stop the echinocandin. So that was the only thing we could use the BDG for to stop echinocandin. But if the BDG was intermediate or high, we had to continue the echinocandin. But at least in some patients, if the BDG came down low, we could stop the echinocandin. So we use that more for de-escalating once we had started we didn't use it to start, but we used it to stop.
No, you de-escalate to fluconazole or just stop the echinocandin?
The BDG was normal, we just stopped. We were empirically given echinocandin.
Right, without any mistake, yeah. And fundus you people do yourself if there is a candidemia suspected?
Not really.
Go near the patient's face and do the funduscopy. These patients...
I suppose it doesn't matter, but I don't think...
And galactomannan and beta-D-glucan, how many are doing? All of you do that regularly or? in COVID patients? Suresh Kumar told me that they are doing it.
Yeah, we are doing it there because it's available in our center itself. There is no need to outsource this one there. So our center is available there, particularly when the patient with the prolonged course of the ICU stay, it's very difficult to differentiate what is going inside. Whether it's a new onset pulmonary embolism or new onset HAP or new onset kappa, it's very difficult there. That point of time, yes, it's mandatory there. In fact, it's a biomarker-based approach. We start antifungal cover, send the galactomannan. If the galactomannan as well as beta-D-glucan is both negative, yes, we can stop the antifungal. So we are monitoring regularly. But the only thing, the concern is we are not able to get the BAL specimen there. The only thing we are using, sometime indirectly, we are using ET specimens only, the ET secretions only, not even mini BAL there. We are trying to do only ET secretions there. Of late, only the last couple of months only, our pulmonologists start coming, doing some little bit of bronchoscopy. They started there. Before that, we just send ET cultures as well as a blood beta-D-glucan. We are seeing the beta-D-glucan. We are seeing for the blood, and for the BAL, we are not doing it. Only ET secretions we are doing it. It's very difficult to validate the ET galactomannan. Universally, it's very difficult to validate the ET galactomannan there. So definitely, when the patient progressively the respiratory distress is worsening in the second week or 10th day, it's very difficult to say whether it's pulmonary embolism. Even though CTP sometime normal, it came back. It's very difficult to shift the patient to CTP protocol also there because the patient is in ICU. It's a bit difficult. There's a lot of oxygen support and vasopressors needed. It's difficult to shift for the thing. Echo and Doppler we do, but echo and Doppler cannot 100% rule it out there. The D-dimer is so high. It's a bit difficult. That point of time we do galactomannan and beta-D-glucan to decide out about the antifungals there.
So I think galactomannan is therefore very. I think we don't have beta-D-glucan, so we use a GAM only. So the kappa guidelines also say if you have a progressive, as I said, if there's a worsening oxygenation and worsening infiltrates on the CT and or the X-ray, and we are looking at why they are evolving. Is it HAP or kappa or thing? So using a marker is important. I think as far as GAM is being commonly used, we don't have beta-D-glucan as an in-house, so it's a problem for us as a send-off. So we've been away from beta-D-glucan. We're just using GAM.
What were you doing, Suresh? Were you doing mini BAL or what were you doing? Bronchoscopy? What kind of
I'm doing serum. Galactomannan in the blood, serum only. Serum galactomannan.
So they're not neutropenic, so it may or may not.
Correct. Again, the data is
serum, serum galactomannan will be very low sensitivity.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. That's again if it's a bang normal, then it. But we are seeing again most of them are in that. If you have kappa suspicion, you really cannot. Then you're empirically left with 2 weeks to 3 weeks of antifungal therapy.
Why not do a non-bronchoscopic BAL? What is the problem doing just a non-bronchoscopic BAL? No, wouldn't that be better? I'm just asking. So that's what we used to do. We should do a non-bronchoscopic.
In the second week, we find that they're no longer a problem. It's actually because we have started doing again, as I said, now that we know about it. In the second week, we are able to do confidently a lot more bronchoscopy, and we're able to do that if required. But it's just that non-bronchoscopic, again, the ET secretion, as Dr. Suresh Kumar is saying, I don't think every lab is capable of running, and we don't have a good calibration to say is there a good cutoff value for that. So I'm not very sure how it's going to work out with an endotracheal tube aspirate and what's the cutoff here. So you might as well use a poorly sensitive serum GAM, I would say.
We are looking for negative predictive value rather than positive predictive value. That's more important there. Indirectly, for a negative predictive value there rather than positive value. As said, non-bronchoscopic BAL also the cutoff is not clearly defined. Even though the recent ECMM guidelines says cutoff of 4.2, they put it there for non-bronchoscopic BAL. For ET secretion, they didn't put it. The problem sometimes the tracheobronchitis with aspergillosis can also have positive value, not necessarily pneumonia. And there is no validation so far. So look for the negative predictive value rather than positive predictive value as well.
So thank you all very much. I think it's been an interesting afternoon. One quick comment, 2 sentences on how do you see the second wave coming up? Or are you expecting it to decline, the COVID? Start, Suresh Ramasubban.
I think the quick 2 sentences would be that COVID pneumonias and COVID ARDS has been complicated. Most of our deaths have been secondary sepsis, and definitely 3rd week has been kappas, and 6 weeks, 8 weeks has been mucor, and that's the orders in which we are seeing. So I think if you survive the first 10 days, 14 days of lines and arts and things like that, then it's your kappas and things and have apps that get you. If not, then it's your mucor that gets you. So if you have to survive these group of patients.
Dr. Swaminathan, are you there?
I think we've learned a lot more about how to be self-reliant. One, obviously, using less is more. We started cutting down on our central line use, and we started getting PICC lines by radiology because they came in with new PPE and therefore were less likely to be contaminated. And we were moving patients out by day 80 to day 20 to medical ICU so that the care was better. We need to think of out-of-the-box solutions. Fortunately, I had an advantage because my colleague is actually, who is infectious disease, also a pulmonologist. So she used to do the valves and mini valves for us. So we didn't need pulmonology or ICU to help us with that. So obviously we need to get more self-reliant, we need to be more rounded, and obviously we need to have a better understanding of how this whole disease process works. Yes, it's taken us a year to understand a little better, and obviously most of it is over. What will happen, we don't know. The UK variant and the South African variant don't look so worrisome, but the Brazilian data seems to be a little more concerning. Most importantly, let's just take the vaccine and pray for the best.
Ashit?
It's very difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. And about COVID, certainly not. I burnt my finger every time I made any prediction. I realized that even after 7 months, I know virtually nothing about COVID. So I'm now wary of making any predictions. It's like predicting the stock market. I can't make it.
Okay, Suresh?
Yeah, so the COVID, as you rightly pointed out, it's very difficult to predict there. But according to the international, if you see after 7 to 8 months of COVID, particularly when we hit the peak after 7 to 8 months, it can go into the hiding, come back to the next phase. So right now, our peak is happening in the month of September 2020 there. So 7 to 8 months is March is our peak we are expecting there. And provided our immunity, whatever the serological positivity, people are talking about epidemiological surveys, 50%, 56% they're talking about. Whether it's going to protect till March, April, we do not know. Recent experience clearly showed 76% epidemiology positivity. The wave is taller compared to the prime wave. So we need to wait for a couple more months, as it's very difficult to predict. Even stock market, I can predict much better compared to COVID prediction there. And everything, whatever we said no, it's coming back. Tosli said no, now Tosli said yes. Steroids previously, people said first couple of months no, we started using steroids. So a lot of things is changing with COVID. So we need to wait for next 2 months to see how it evolves in the next 2 months there.
Yeah, I live in hope. So, but still, what will happen. So you have to live with it now. Half of it would be, most of us would be vaccinated, I suppose. It will give us some degree of protection. So anyway, it's been an interesting discussion with all of you. Thank you very much for the participation, and thank the audience for listening to us. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Hello, everybody.
Thank you all panelists it was quite an engaging and excellent discussions, very thoughtful insights into COVID-19 and secondary sepsis. There are no questions in the chat box, but one quick question to all the panelists. We all discussed really elaborately about secondary bacterial infections and fungal infections, but would like to know from you, like, what is your experience about concurrent other viral infections or any secondary viral infections that you have experienced during this COVID pandemic?
It was discussed. Anyways.
It was, Dr. Sinha, it was discussed in the thing about viral infections. CMV and herpes and PCP and all that were discussed. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. If no more questions,
so I think we can go on with the next.
Thank you very much all again. Proceed to the next session. I would like to welcome the chairperson, Dr. Anirban Chaudhary. He is a well-renowned and very proactive intensivist. He is currently the professor and head of critical care services at GB Pant Hospital, New Delhi. Over to Dr. Anirban.
Well, in this session, I welcome Dr. Harish. Dr. Harish has done his DM in critical care medicine from Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai, and is currently the senior consultant of critical care medicine at Narayan Hridayalaya, Bangalore. And he is going to talk on a very interesting topic, which is on disease-specific fluid therapy. Probably we are all dealing with different cases, the cardiac, the neuro patients, the gastro patients. So all of them suffer different medical conditions and at times witness where they require resuscitation with different fluids. And Harish will take it forward. Can I request the tech team to start Harish's presentation, please?
Hi all, myself Dr. Harish Mallapura Maheshwarappa, working as consultant in charge in the Department of Critical Care Medicine, Muzumdar Shah Medical Center, Narayan Hrudayalaya. So maybe in the next 15 minutes, we'll discuss on different aspects of fluid therapy and how we can select particular fluid in relation to different critical care setting or different disease, that is disease specific fluid therapy. So when it comes to selection of fluid, so being a clinician, so what we are interested, so is it going to change any mortality, morbidity, or main concern, like is it going to have any increased incidence of renal injury, requirement of renal replacement therapy? What is its impact on the coagulation? So how much amount of fluid needed to achieve the resuscitation goals? So what is the cumulative fluid balance at the end of the day? And what is the impact of this cumulated fluid balance on the clinical scenario? So basically we are in search of so-called ideal resuscitation fluid or ideal maintenance fluid. So it should have a predictable and sustained increase in intravascular volume, metabolized and completely excreted. So chemical composition close to extracellular fluid, no adverse metabolic or systemic effects. So finally, it should be cost effective in terms of improving the overall outcome. So when it comes to selection of fluids, so in the last 2-3 decades, we came across lots of clinical trials. So from like crystalloid versus colloids, that is targeting the starch, we had CHEST, Christmas, Crystal, and Success trial. So crystalloids versus the colloid, particularly when it compares to albumin, we had EARSS trial, Albios trial, and SAFE trial. So crystalloids versus colloid, that is a gelatin. We don't have a major RCT, but we had a published meta-analysis. We had some sort of conclusion from that. So within the crystalloids, so now we reached into the era. So suppose crystalloids are better. Among the crystalloids, which one to choose? Whether we go for normal saline or other balanced crystalloids like plasma light or maybe ringer lactate or ringer gluconate maleate and all. So we had 3 major trial on that, is SMART, SPLIT, and SALTED. So this trial has been distributed across different clinical scenarios. We'll go one by one. So when it comes to fluid selection in septic patients, okay, so this is so-called landmark trial, we can call it as, that is Success Scandinavian trial, which got published somewhere in 2012. So hydroxyethyl starch versus that of the ringer acetate in sepsis patients. The conclusion showed patient with severe sepsis assigned to fluid resuscitation with hydroxyethyl starch increased risk of death at day 90, more likely to require renal replacement therapy as compared to those receiving the ringer acetate. So basically, so there was lots of data available prior to this study, like CHEST, Christmas, and Crystal trial. So this is something which helped in the changing the therapeutic approach in terms of fluid selection in septic patient. Clearly showed that we need to concentrate on crystalloids, not on the colloids. So suppose worst scenario, we know that like starch is bad. Can we use albumin for resuscitation in septic patients? So this was a crystalloids versus colloid. So the trial called SAFE trial. So near about 7,000 patients included across Australia and New Zealand. So in conclusion, by and large, at the end of the study, they concluded there is no major difference whether you use 4% albumin or that of the normal saline. But when they analyzed subgroup analysis, which clearly showed when a patient is having severe sepsis and septic shock, there is some favorable data for albumin as a resuscitation fluid as compared to that of the normal saline. Again, albumin is absolutely contraindicated because which increased the mortality rate in a patient with trauma, particularly head injury patients. So basically, to conclude, when it comes to severe sepsis, septic shock, the obvious selection of fluid is going to be crystalloid. If at all you want to use, we can go for colloid, that is albumin, not the starch, not the gelatin. So that is data available in patients with severe sepsis, septic shock with a 4% albumin. Move on to one more critically ill patient category, that is liver failure patients. So what we need to select. So when it comes to liver dysfunction, we know that so major like conversion of lactate acetate is going to happen in the liver into the bicarbonate. So suppose my question is the RL is absolutely contraindicated. If you come like answer is fluid option depends upon the severity of the liver dysfunction and its ability to convert lactate and acetate into bicarbonate. So if the patient is totally, absolutely having a severe liver dysfunction, acute fulminant liver failure with a high lactate and all, maybe it is prudent to avoid the ringer lactate. So then we can go for like ringer acetate. So if the patient is having persistent hypoglycemia, so then we need to go for choosing the dextrose based fluid, either it is a 5% dextrose or dextrose normal saline, that is DNS. So as a maintenance fluid, not as a like resuscitation fluid. So we have to be very careful if the patient is having hepatic encephalopathy with a raised intracranial pressure with a cerebral edema when we choose dextrose as a maintenance fluid, because it can cause increase in the cerebral edema. So if the patient is having cerebral edema, hepatic encephalopathy with an ongoing hypotension, because we know that liver dysfunction is going to cause distributive shock with a peripheral vasodilatation, then it's better to choose saline based fluid, that is 0.9% or 3% saline if the patient is having cerebral edema, which helps in some sort of volume expansion, along with that which helps in the like cerebral edema management also. Albumin is the like selection fluid if the patient is having hepatorenal syndrome, or if the patient with the liver dysfunction, particularly decompensated cirrhosis with a huge ascites, if he underwent large volume paracentesis. So move on to next category, that is fluid selection in acute kidney injury patient. We know that when it comes to like normal saline, so among the crystalloids, so we put a pull stop, no colloids in critically ill patient. When it comes to crystalloids, so among the crystalloids, normal saline, which is going to contain the chloride, so this causes the like renal vasoconstriction. So more chance of rise in creatinine, more chance of renal injury, more requirement of the renal replacement therapy, because chloride is the culprit there. So this was one data which got published in 2012 when they compared like association between chloride rich versus chloride restricted therapy. So it clearly suggests if you use chloride rich fluid, that is the crystalloids, so increase in serum creatinine, increase in renal injury and that of the failure, more and more requirement of the renal replacement therapy, though there was no difference in hospital or ICU mortality or ICU or hospital length of stay, but there is a clear clue that so normal saline is going to cause increased chance of renal injury. So this is one trial which we got published in 2018, that is SMART trial. So balanced crystalloids versus saline in critically ill patients. So 15,000 patients across USA were included. So to conclude, so major adverse kidney events were more in a patient who received like normal saline as compared to that of the balanced crystalloid, that was statistically significant. So next secondary outcome, so like there was some hint to suggest that patient had some sort of increased hospital ICU stay and that of the in-hospital death, but it was not statistically significant. So, but when it comes to renal replacement therapy requirement, obviously patient who received normal saline increased like the requirement of the renal replacement therapy. So this was one more trial which got published in 2015. So effect of buffered crystalloid solutions versus saline on kidney injury among patients in ICU. So this was split trial, so which doesn't shows any changes in terms of like renal replacement requirement, renal injury or mass mortality, but they conclude so large randomized clinical trials are needed to assess the efficacy in higher risk patients. So to prove that normal saline is bad. So there are some limitations with this trial. So because after achieving a particular chloride level, so they like shift from normal saline to that of the other balanced crystalloid. So they were not able to assess the severity of the outcome in terms of using the normal saline. So this one more trial, we got balanced crystalloid versus saline in non-critically ill adult patient. Particularly they done in emergency department. We know that SMART trial which showed increased incidence of renal injury and renal replacement therapy in intensive care unit. But if you use a limited volume of normal saline, particularly up to 1.5 liter as a resuscitation fluid in like non-critically ill patient in emergency department, this data suggests there was no difference if you use normal saline versus that of the balanced crystalloid in non-critically ill patient in emergency department in a limited volume. So that's about the usage of fluid and their selection in background of kidney injury. So when it comes to trauma patients, so this was one review which got published, fluid resuscitation in trauma, what are the best strategies? If planned for damage control resuscitation, avoid excessive fluid, whether you choose crystalloids, so you maintain the permissive hypotension with a map of targeting around 55 or like systolic of around 80. So crystalloids are the first option, preferably balanced crystalloids, because we know that like if you give more and more normal saline, so hyperchloremic, normal anion gap acidosis, hypothermia, coagulopathy, triad of death, which is going to have a bad impact in trauma patients also. In head injury patient with the raised ICP and hypovolemia, normal saline and 3% saline are indicated. Albumin is absolutely contraindicated, particularly in head injury patient, because from the SAFE trial which showed increased mortality. So obviously in trauma patient, balanced crystalloids. So trauma with hypotension with raised intracranial pressure, we can choose normal saline or 3% saline. So move on to one more confusion in selecting the fluid in diabetic ketoacidosis. By a holy myth, we know that when it comes to DKA, our selection like roam around normal saline, but this was one like review, systematic review which published recently in 2020. So clinical effects of balanced crystalloids versus saline in adult patients with diabetic ketoacidosis. They included about 170 odd patients. They conclude in the secondary analysis of 2 cluster randomized clinical trial, compared with normal saline, treatment with balanced crystalloids resulted in more rapid resolution of diabetic ketoacidosis, suggesting that balanced crystalloids may be preferred over saline for acute management of DKA. So clearly, there is no need to stick on to normal saline. We can go for balanced crystalloids with a good resolution of the DKA and that of the decrease in like insulin and decrease in the duration of achieving the normoglycemia with the background of diabetic ketoacidosis. Again, choice of fluid in perioperative indication. Okay, so our concern in the perioperative period is also hyperchloremia, hyperkalemia, metabolic acidosis. With this target, they analyzed the available data. So clearly there is an unfavorable observation as compared to like balanced crystalloids versus that of the hydroxyethyl starch in critically ill patients in the perioperative period, with an increase in renal replacement therapy requirement with an increase in renal injury. So hydroxyethyl starch was replaced by gelatin or ringer lactate. Okay, so that we had a very narrowed options in a perioperative period. So large volume of normal saline disturbs the acid-base balance, okay, which is again detrimental even in neurosurgery, acute major bleeding, or in pediatric surgeries and all. So only few studies included in this review report the deleterious effect of hydroxyethyl starch on the bleeding status of the patient. So basically bleeding, renal injury, renal replacement therapy worsens with hydroxyethyl starch. So renal injury, renal replacement therapy increased with the normal saline in a perioperative period also. Again, stick on to balanced crystalloids. If at all you want to use like colloids, so we can go for gelatin. So as long as we don't have the good RCT on the gelatin. So this is one more meta-analysis. They included like crystalloids versus colloid among critically ill, trauma, and other group of patients like surgical patient, near about like 17,000 patients among 59 RCTs they included. So did not lead to increased mortality if you use the colloid, so which got published in 2016, but they were increased risk of like developing acute kidney injury requiring renal replacement therapy. So increased mortality and renal replacement therapy when you use pentastarch as compared to that of the tetrastarch in critically ill patient with the background of sepsis. Again, colloids are dangerous. So again, to conclude, do you think we have any sort of ideal fluid in different disease-specific modality of fluid selection? Answer is no. So maybe in general, crystalloids better than the colloids in critically ill, whatever the background. So gelatin can be an option till we get more and more randomized control trials. Albumin can be an option in liver dysfunction patient or severe sepsis, but not in trauma, definitely in head injury patients. So-called normal saline is no more normal. It is indeed an abnormal saline with a different clinical scenario. So obviously, normal saline may not be an approach for all critically ill patients as a disease-specific fluid therapy. Thank you all.
That was a very nice presentation from Harish, but I don't think Harish is here in the panel currently. So, but if there are any questions, I can take that on Harish's behalf. And if there are no questions, I will Only one point I would like to mention in the context of fluid resuscitation is in trauma patients, which he very talked about the damage control resuscitation and the role of permissive hypotension. Probably the permissive hypotension has to be restricted to those patients with lesser comorbidities or lesser not known multi-organ dysfunctions. Otherwise, probably we restrict the amount of fluid, but at the same time, we do not allow too much of hypotension. We instead start inotropes early so that the normotension can be maintained and yet fluids can be restricted. Well, we move on to the next thematic session. In this session, there are two lectures. The first lecture will be delivered by Dr. Yatin Mehta, and this would be on the subject of the challenges. Earlier, we never talked about the challenges of diagnosing and treating MRSA, but it has come up over in a bigger way since the past 2 to 3 years. That will be by Dr. Yatin Mehta, followed by another talk on the scope of MRSA management by levonadifloxacin, that by Dr. Sridharan. So first, I would request Dr. Yatin Mehta to deliver his talk. Can the tech play his recording, please?
Vedanta, the Medicity. MRSA is a majorly increasing problem in most of the Indian intensive care units. And it's a big challenge because of the side effects of the drugs which are being used, the difficulty in monitoring the levels of those drugs. So how to tackle this, that's what we're going to discuss in this session. Thank you all for coming, and I thank WOCAD for organizing this meeting and ISCCM. So the predictions are that by 2050, 10 million deaths every year would happen because of microbial resistance, because of sepsis. This is going to kill more patients than acute myocardial infarction or stroke. And about 2 to 3.5% of GDP would be affected because of this. So it's a huge cost to everybody today and tomorrow. And India has one of the highest MDR organisms in the world, as we are well aware of. According to WHO, it has prioritized how does one develop the antibiotics and what should be the priority. So the critical priority they have given to CREs, carbapenem resistant Enterobacteriaceae, Acinetobacter, Pseudomonas, and Enterobacteriaceae. Okay, gram-negative organisms. That's the top priority. Then the high priority, they talk about MRSA and vancomycin resistant or intermediate Staph aureus. Enterococcus faecium is also becoming a problem, and the GI guys are quite fond of Helicobacter pylori. So that should be the next step. Salmonella, Campylobacter, Neisseria remain again in that group. And then the low-level priorities are Shigella and Haemophilus resistant Streptococcus. So there's a lack of new antibiotics, and MDR is increasing exponentially. As you can see here in this slide, again this is WHO data. What are the old antibiotics and new antibiotics for gram-negative as well as gram-positive? And you can see that there are very few new antibiotics really compared to the existing antibiotics. In the development phase, if you look at it from phase 1 to phase 4, again, for gram-positive bacteria, there are very few new antibiotics which are likely to come in the pipeline. Earlier days, it was thought that gram-positive sepsis is not a serious problem, but that is a misconception. This was an old INDICAP study. INDICAP's new study is also going to come out very soon in publication. And here you can see that about 16% organisms were gram-positive in that data in Indian intensive care units. And again, substantial contribution to mortality. So about 16% mortality once you had gram-positive sepsis. And the commonest site is obviously acute bacterial skin and soft tissue infection, and then you get diabetic foods, and you get febrile neutropenias, and the devices, they are more prone for bacteremia and MRSA infections, and all the other causes of sepsis in the intensive care unit. So this is the contribution. Acute bacterial skin and soft tissue remain about 80%, and rest is these are about 40%. So burden of MRSA, as I already talked about, is also significantly increasing. From 2019, the prevalence was 29%. It has increased 10% in 2018. So the prevalence is increasing, the mortality is increasing, and the burden on the community is, because of that, it is significantly increasing. So when you look at an ideal MRSA agent, what are we looking at? We are looking at, it should be bactericidal rather than bacteriostatic. It should penetrate most of the tissues with very good levels in the tissues which they are supposed to act on. It should be an acceptable PK/PD, which are understandable. The bacteria should not develop resistance as we are giving the antibiotics, because some of the antibacterial agents have that property. Side effects should be acceptable and very minimal. All these agents, particularly MRSA, should be able to penetrate biofilms, because many of the central lines and other devices and valves, and so if the penetration is not good into biofilm, then that's also a problem. And then obviously, how long can you see? So many get the endocarditis patients, we have to give 6 to 8 weeks of antibiotics. Now, how do you continue giving IV antibiotics at home? That's also a problem. So, good bioavailability of oral. So the preparation should be both intravenous and oral. So these are the properties which we are looking at. And these are the currently available MRSA anti-gram-positive cover which is possible. Clindamycin, teicoplanin, vancomycin, daptomycin, tigecycline, and linezolid. These are the ones which we all use. And there are issues with most of these agents, as we are well aware of. Vancomycin, nephrotoxicity, autotoxicity are the common things to which you look at. Then the penetration into lungs is not very good. There are dosing issues. You have to measure the vancomycin level. Now, because of this COVID crisis also, vanc levels were not measured because the kits were not available. And there is variable tissue penetration. It doesn't penetrate all the tissues where it is supposed to act. And the bacterial cellular activity is slow in case of vancomycin. And on top of that, there is MIC creep. It grows up, the MIC will grow up, increase as an H visa is, because hetero-visa is again a problem with vancomycin. Teicoplanin also, is being used. It is although not FDA approved, but it is quite extensively used in India and in Europe. But again, thrombocytopenia is a major issue with teicoplanin. So bone marrow suppression, thrombocytopenia. Coming to linezolid and tigecycline, both are actually bacteriostatic agents. Linezolid is again more important to bone marrow suppression produces. So it produces peripheral and optic neuropathy. Lactacidosis can be a problem with linezolid, serotonin syndrome. And it is not approved for bacteremia, again because it's bacteriostatic. Also, it is grossly misused in India because of the oral availability. Daptomycin has another problem because although it is approved for right-sided endocarditis, it is not approved for left-sided endocarditis. It is likely to be ineffective, or it is ineffective in pneumonias because the lung surfactant destroys daptomycin. So it's an expensive agent. It can produce skeletal muscle toxicity, so you need to monitor CPK levels, and H visa, it is not very effective again. So these are the limitations of MRSA. Again, tigecycline is bacteriostatic. It is not, the blood levels are not sufficient, so it cannot be used for bacteremia. There is a black box warning against it for increased mortality by FDA. You do require dose modification in hepatic impairment, and no oral formulations are available. So these are the, again, limitations of that. And clindamycin we all have been using for a long time. It's bacteriostatic. There can be a high resistance. And the biggest problem with clinda is development of C. difficile sepsis. So colitis and C. difficile diarrheas are a major issue with clindamycin. So there is a gap in the therapy of MRSA management. There are safety concerns, most of these agents. The non-availability of oral bactericidal agents, narrow spectrum of coverage, variable tissue penetration with MRSA agents, variable bactericidal activity. You require dose adjustments in renal and hepatic impairment in most of the patients, and the limited option for biofilm penetration. So thank you very much for your attention. Now the second part of this session, I would hand over to Dr. Sanchit Sasidharan. He is going to talk about the standard of care, maybe with the newer antibiotics like levonordiafloxacin. So he is the head of the Department of Critical Care at Raheja Hospital in Mumbai. He's trained in critical care, first anesthesia, then critical care. His many publications, his special interests are neurocritical care and nutrition. So I would request Dr. Sasidharan to make his presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, good day to everyone and welcome to Criticare 2021. My name is Dr. Sanjit and I work in a hospital by the name of SL Raheja. Fortis Hospital, I manage the Department of Critical Care over there. And I'm invited here to talk about combating MRSA, exploring new options. Well, is that even a problem? Let me start this entire talk by asking whether that's even a problem. Well, there are a large number of ICUs in Bombay that would say, no, I don't have an MRSA problem. There are a large number of ICUs that would talk about saying that they haven't seen MRSA and they really don't have a problem with MRSA or for that matter, gram-positive organisms. Well, we conducted a study among all our patients of diabetic foot that actually came into our hospital for a period of around 1 year. And what we found was that the incidence of having one bacterial species was 44.3%. And the predominant bacterial species that we got was Staphylococcus aureus, 26.9%. And in fact, a very large number, almost 80% of them were actually MRSA. Well, this is another study that we recently reported in literature where actually looked at gram-positive organisms from the year 2015, 2016 and 2017. And if you look at it, the prevalence of Staph aureus was anywhere at 48.8%. I mean, 361 cases on 2015, 338 on 2016, and 342 in 2017. And when we looked at the predominant source of infection, it looked like it came almost 61% came from skin and soft tissue infections, whereas we also got it from respiratory tract as well as from the bloodstream. And when we looked at this microbiological profile of this same organisms, what we found was that there was almost a 30% prevalence of MRSA and a 67% prevalence of MSSA. And this was almost the same in 2015, 2016 and 2017. And it's not very different in 2019 or 2020 as of now is what I believe. So this means to say that yes, it does look like my ICU and my hospital does have an increased prevalence of gram-positive organisms. And one of the main organisms that we are having is MRSA by the looks of it. Well, even other studies have actually said the same thing. This is a recent study that came out from the group of Balaji Veeraraghavan and Sunanda Rajkumar, which actually said the prevalence to be anywhere from 15 to 45% with an overall prevalence of 37.3%. So this means, yes, we have a problem, and yes, it can be in various tissues. Let it be the skin and soft tissue, the lung, the bloodstream. It needs a great drug to reach, kill, and eradicate, and that too very, very safely. And that's where I put the entrance of the new standard of care for management of MRSA infection, which I believe would be levonordiafloxacin, a great drug which has given me great results as of now. Well, let's think about this particular drug. This is one of the few drugs that have attained the status of qualified infectious disease product based on coverage of 6 CDC identified threat pathogens. That's a special status that the US FDA gives, and it's given a fast track review to accelerate the drug development cycle. So let's think about this drug. 18 clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. More than 50 international publications and posters that have gone ahead with this particular drug. And 1,381 Indian subjects that have been subjected to this drug in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. This means there's a great body and a level of evidence with respect to this particular drug by the name of levodopa. Well, let's look at the structure of this drug. The structure of this drug is extremely different from a usual quinolone. In fact, even the oral and the IV levodopa, they've got a very different and a very unique absorption pathway that they have with and the oral drug has got almost a 90% bioavailability with an extremely good tolerance potential is what it looks like. And importantly about this particular molecule is that it gets enhanced permeation, enhanced target affinity, and because of its unique structure, it has an enhanced activity even in the acidic environment. In fact, one of the very unique properties that I found was that it has potent activity against sequentially selected mutants and has a very narrow spectrum and a narrow mutant selection window against quinoline-resistant Staphylococcus aureus because it preferentially targets DNA gyrase. Well, that's a very unique property of this particular anti-MRSA drug, levodopa. And if you look at the entire spectrum, it covers MRSA, VRSA, Visa, linezolid that is not sensitive to the rest of the Staphylococcus aureus, macrolide and penicillin, the Streptococcus pneumonia resistant penicillins, Enterococcus fecalis. It also looks at some gram-negative pathogens like Moraxella catarrhalis, H. influenza, quinolone, a large number of atypicals like Mycoplasma, Chlamydia, Legionella, and also it covers the anaerobic spectrum, which includes Clostridium and Streptococcus species. What is also very beautiful, and I think that's very unique about this drug among the gram-positive drugs that we have, is that it's got an extremely good in vitro bactericidal activity against methicillin and quinoline-resistant Staphylococcus aureus in biofilms. Now, this is something very important in intensive care, because in intensive care, we got lines, we got catheters, we got tubes, and definitely that is where they colonize and that is where they permeate. And from that, it is from there that they actually metastasize to different places and cause the various problems that we face with gram-positive infections. And the unique property of this particular drug is that it is extremely active against the biofilm, and it has got a bactericidal activity. Well, another important part of this is that it lowers the MICs extremely well. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's got a beneficial feature in rendering clinical efficacy in infections such as skin and soft tissue infections, diabetic foot infection, and respiratory tract infections. And this potent intracellular activity that it has will definitely help to work in the acidic medium, which thus enhances the activity of this particular molecule. And that's what the driver is. That's the driver behind the potent MRSA killing under intracellular conditions that it basically has. Well, another very important thing that it also has is it has got some kind of effect against cytokines, and when it does drop the interleukin 6 levels. In fact, if you look at the red bars that is there on your screen, that is levodopa treated, whereas if you look at the linezolid, it is the blue bars clearly indicating that the IL-6 levels and the TNF alpha levels seems to be kind of going lower when you're actually using levodopa, and probably that's the reason that in my hospital, when it has proven a great benefit in patients who are going through COVID as of now. Also, what we know about this drug is it's got excellent PK/PD. For example, it is absorbed with the help of amino acid transporter in the intestine. It's got a short Tmax, a high Cmax. It has got approximately 90% bioavailability. Food does not alter anything. It's got favorable PK/PD characteristics that helps to penetrate tissues and reach excellent concentrations in the tissues that we need. It has got very minimal drug-to-drug interaction, and though its excretion is in the urine and the feces, it's got very minimal role in the renal pathway in the excretion of unchanged drug. Less than 3% is excreted, so it really doesn't require to have any drug dose changes. However, it may not work in urinary tract infection. That's a different story, but it really does not require much drug dosage changes even in patients of hepatic or renal impairment is what it looks like. Beautifully so, there also seems to be a situation where the Emroc oral actually mirrors the Emroc IV. clearly indicating that the bioavailability and the kill characteristics will probably remain the same, even if it is oral and IV, making it a beautiful switch from the IV to the oral formulation that we so much require. Importantly, it has got an excellent penetration into the lung. In fact, the epithelial lining fluid has got 7 times the amount of the drug as compared to that of the plasma, and thus it may form a great tool in our armamentarium to combat difficult to treat MRSA infections. Well, whenever we talk about these kind of new drugs, we say, show me the data. Well, the data is so much. I mean, let me show you one of these phase 3 studies that have been published in the JAPI. This is a phase 3 study that actually looked at efficacy and safety of novel broad spectrum anti-MRSA agent levonoratiofloxacin compared to linezolid, the workhorse drug that we've been using for a long period of time for acute bacterial skin and skin structure infections, which was an open label randomized study that was done. What was done was there were 500 odd Indian patients that was randomized to Mroc O, that is the oral formulation, versus linezolid oral, and an Mroc injectable versus a linezolid injectable. And they used it in concurrent bacteremia patients with acute bacterial skin and skin structure infections and diabetic foot ulcers. And what did they find out among the overall group? Among the overall group, they did find out that Mroc was 91% affecting cure rate versus 87.8% linezolid. And specifically in diabetic foot ulcer patients, it had a great clinical response with 91.7% curing and 76.9% only linezolid curing. Now, what is also important for us to understand is that there are barely any side effects that we're looking at with respect to levonoratiofloxacin. There is the vomiting incidence is low, the nausea incidence is low, the pyrexia chills are low, asthenia is low, hemoglobin decreasing is low, blood glucose increasing is low. There are no changes that occurs with respect to sugar. Cough, these are things that we normally look at in quinolones. We're not seeing any of these things. And that's why, in my experience, I've probably treated a large number of patients with levonoratiofloxacin. I still am yet to see major side effects, and each of these side effects are so small that it completely outweighs, the benefits of levonoratiofloxacin outweighs the small amount of side effects that this may create. And this is even much more lesser as compared to the existing drugs that we have. More importantly, you must understand that hepatic impairment, you don't need any dosage adjustment with respect to mild, moderate, or the severe form of hepatic disease. Thus, this forms a great drug that we could use for transplant patients. In fact, there is no change of QTC interval also. The red line that you see is moxifloxacin and the blue line is levonoratiofloxacin. And we clearly have, it is proven that there is really no QTC changes that would occur when we talk about levonoratiofloxacin versus moxifloxacin. Well, there are certain potential indications that probably we could use it for. It would be community acquired pneumonia, it is ventilator associated pneumonia, catheter related bloodstream infections, and I think that's where it's going to hold a key. Bone and bone joint infections. I mean, we've got a couple of case reports that are coming in where we've started treating patients with osteomyelitis with very, very prolonged duration of levonoratiofloxacin, and that's probably because of its superior side effect profile as compared to linezolid, and we'll come to that in a short while. It is also could be used in sepsis of unknown origin and febrile neutropenia. Well, let's compare these. Now let's take some time on comparing these molecules. Let's compare levonoratiofloxacin to vancomycin and linezolid. Well, levonoratiofloxacin can be given IV as well as oral, similar to that of linezolid, whereas vancomycin can be given only IV. The bacterial killing is superior. Levonoratiofloxacin achieves huge bacterial killing as compared to vancomycin and linezolid. The MIC breakpoints, 90 breakpoints, seem to be very low as compared to any of the other drugs. The lung concentrations are superior. The gram-negative coverage, of course, is not very, very good, but it is better than linezolid and vancomycin, which has absolutely no gram-negative coverage. The percentage of MRSA coverage of all these are comparable. Levonoratiofloxacin is more than 99%. It covers visa, anaerobes, and its GI tolerability is superb. Apart from a minimal constipation, I haven't seen another side effect of levonoratiofloxacin as of now. It's got an extremely potent bactericidal biofilm action against MRSA. No kidney toxicity, easily taken by oral route without any kind of GI issues. It does not cause myelosuppression. This is something that occurs with patients with osteomyelitis, where there could be myelosuppression when we give linezolid for a prolonged period of time. There is no dosage adjustment for renal injury or for hepatic injury for that matter. And hence, I feel even short-term and the long-term levodopa completely outplays vancomycin, linezolid, and the rest of the drugs when you look at it for the MRSA or the gram-positive cover. Well, does it work for me? It's been working for me, and this is data that comes out from my hospital again, which actually shows that among all the quinolones and the gram-positive covers that we know, the MIC 50, MIC 90 is much lower as compared to rest of the molecules, indicating that the susceptibility profiling of levodopa is much better than moxifloxacin, levofloxacin, vancomycin, linezolid, teicoplanin, or for that matter, cotrimoxazole. It does work for me, for certain is what I feel. And I'm certain it will work for each one of you because of the fact that it has got such unique features, which includes the unique mechanism of action of a dual action on DNA kinases and topoisomerase 4, the rapid bactericidal action. It is suitable for long-term use. There is no dosage adjustment required for renal or hepatic. It is easier to switch from IV to oral. It's got better tissue penetration. It eradicates biofilms. It has got a unique structure with no QT prolongation, liver enzyme elevation, or phototoxic potential. It's got a very unique broad spectrum of coverage, gram-positive, including MRSA, respiratory gram-negative, atypical, and anaerobic bacteria. Thank you very much for the patient hearing, and enjoy the conference. See you then. Bye-bye.
So that was a very nice talk by Dr. Sanjeet, preceded by an equally enlightening speech by Dr. Mehta. If Dr. Mehta sir is there, then I can allow a few questions from this round. Is probably Dr. Mehta is not there in the. If Dr. Mehta is there, Dr. Sanjeet is not there. In the talk by Dr. Sanjeet Mehta sir, he mentioned among the potential indications all of them, but he didn't mention about the skin and soft tissue infections, complications arising out of skin and soft tissue infections, and which is an important area of anti-MRSA use, as well as for endocarditis. Any specific reason for that, or is in these areas that there is no data available about levodopa? Yes, Mehta sir. There is also, yeah.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jaishidhar. I'm heading the medical affairs for WOCAD antibody discovery. Can I answer the question on behalf of Dr. Sanjeet, sir?
Yeah, please, you can.
Yeah, so basically our is done in acute bacterial skin and syncytial infection, which include diabetic foot infection and concurrent bacteremia. It has shown a great results in terms of clinical efficacy. It has shown in more than 91% had a clinical cure with the levodopa when compared to linezolid. In fact, the side effect profile, when we look at the other currently available anti-MRSA agent, it's superior in terms of there is no nephrotoxicity, there is no thrombocytopenia, as well as no hepatotoxicity.
No, Jashid, we are not asking, we are asking specific questions. We wanted to know about those indications. And since there was no mention in the potential indication, whether this was intentionally avoided because of lack of studies or for any other reason. That's what you're
giving. Sir, as with any new drug, our first indication was acute bacterial skin and syncytial infection, diabetic foot infection, and concurrent bacteremia. And looking at the properties of this molecule, it has shown a potential in community-acquired bacterial pneumonia, Lyme-related infection, as well as febrile neutropenia, and the current studies are going on in that indication.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaishid. So with this, we come to end of our...
Dr. Anirban, can you take a question from the audience? From the Dr. Nitin Vadana, he is asking how is levodopa different from other quinolones? I think that's a new molecule.
I think this was explained nicely in the chart, and
it was. Dr. Jaishid can explain this
about the MICs and everything. I think it will take a lot of time if we have to repeat the whole thing. But well, briefly, Jaishid.
Briefly, Dr. Jaishid, yeah.
Yes, sir.
One or 2 points.
Yeah. So basically, when we compare to the classical quinolone, these come under the benzoquinolone subclass of the quinolone. The second, the major reference in the classical quinolone is that the mechanism of action is completely different from the classical quinolone. In gram-positive space, it acts on both DNA gyrase and topophore with preferential action on DNA gyrase. And that's the reason why it covers even against the quinolone-resistant Staph aureus. Thirdly, when we look at the safety profile, we know that the classical quinolone have a side effect profile of QT interval prolongation and cardiac safety issues, but this molecule doesn't have that because the phase 1 study which are done in US has shown that there is no QT interval prolongation. And we also know that the CNS side effect is more including seizure. We also have done studies which show that there is no seizure potential reported in the clinical studies. And even in animal model, it didn't produce any, injecting directly intrathecally, it didn't produce any CNS side effects. And thirdly, the hepatic impairment in ciprofloxacin, we know that classical quinolone, they have issues with hepatotoxicity. And the phase 1 study which has shown, we have done in US, it also shows that there is no hepatotoxicity and can be safely given, and there is no dose adjustment required even in severe hepatic impaired patients as well. In short, ma'am, that these are the difference from the classical quinolone.
Thank you for answering, nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we move on to our next is a panel discussion. And in this panel discussion on the impact of COVID-19 on the academic training, the panel will be moderated by Dr. Rungta. Dr. Narendra Rungta is a past president of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine and an extremely eminent physician of repute from Jaipur. And he will be taking this, moderating this panel discussion. I welcome Dr. Narendra Rungta and request him to take over charge of the proceedings. Yes, Dr. Rungta, sir, please. Yes, Dr. Rungta, sir, if you are there, I can. That the tech team may play that. So we have the panelists. Can the tech team once again show the list of panelists so that it will be comfortable? Yes, we have Dr. Ross Freeburn from New Zealand, Dr. Michael O'Leary from Australia, Dr. Arthur Kwan from Hong Kong, Dr. Charles Gomersal also from Hong Kong, Dr. Chariot Paul from Bangkok, Dr. Subhash Acharya from Nepal, Dr. Pradeep Bhattacharya from Ranchi, and Dr. Ranveer Singh Tyagi from Agra. So welcome all the panelists, and I request the tech team to kindly play the video.
So, good afternoon, everybody from India. I am in Jaipur, the Pink City. My name is Narendra Rungta. I am one of the former past presidents of the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine. Wish to thank you, the Scientific Program Society Committee of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine for the current conference, which because of obvious reasons has to be digital this year instead of being on-site face-to-face conferences. And I'm sure most of the friends who are here today, either on the faculty side or on the audience side, would miss the ISCCM conference, the Criticare, which has been a fascinating, everybody would wait for a year for it to arrive, and we get together to celebrate and understand, learn, and make merry out of it. But we are into difficult times, and so we have to live with it. And I welcome you all. Thank you, Deepak Govil. Thank you, Dhruv Chaudhary, for giving this opportunity to me to moderate this session with very eminent faculty from across the Asia Pacific region. I have with me Dr. Michael O'Leary. Let me introduce the faculty. Dr. Michael O'Leary, if you can raise your hand, please. He is the Senior Intensive Care Specialist at Royal Prince Alfred and St. George Private Hospitals in Sydney and New South Wales State Medical Director of Organ and Tissue Donation. I welcome you, Michael, and I'm sure you would remember our CD Jaipur. We had the opportunity to host you a couple of times.
That's right, Narendra. Thank you. Thank you, Narendra. That's right. And you know, I remember with fondness my visit to Jaipur and indeed all my visits to India. And we were just saying before before we started that it's a shame that we aren't together in person this year, but let's hope that that in next year maybe with the way things are moving, that we might be able to all get together once again. So look, the topic that I was asked to address was the...
Michael, can I introduce other colleagues before we get going?
Fine, sorry, absolutely.
Right.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So I have my very old friend, who is not so old as I say, Ross Freeburn from New Zealand. I have been knowing him since 2001. And Michael, you would wonder, we met first in Sydney in 2001 during the World Congress, me and Ross. He was the teacher, I was the student, and that's how we met. And Dr. Ross Freeburn is consultant intensive care services at Hawke's Bay Hospital, Hastings, New Zealand. He is the immediate past president of Asia Pacific Association of Critical Care Medicine, Associate Dean, Hawke's Bay School of Medicine, University of Otago, Medical Director, New Zealand Air Ambulance Services, Adjutant, Associate Professor, Chinese University of Hong Kong. So many things, so many stars. Plug to your self, Ross. I welcome you and wish to thank you for your sparing your time to be with us. And I'm sure you have been to Jaipur almost 10 times until now. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Ross, you are muted.
Yes, thank you, Narendra. And thank you for the invitation. Like Michael, I'm disappointed we can't be there in person, because I think, much as this is very important, I think the fellowship when we sit and talk to each other in India is much better than this. And we're going to be talking about that a bit today as well, how what we lose by video conferencing. But it's good to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Ross. And we have Dr. Arthur Quinn, who's the intensive care specialist, New Territories West Cluster Hospital Authority, Hong Kong. He's the treasurer currently of the Asia Pacific Association of Critical Care Medicine, Secretary, Hong Kong Society of Critical Care Medicine. I welcome you, Dr. Arthur Quinn, to this meeting, and thank you for accepting our invitation. I also have with me Professor Dr. Pradeep Bhattacharya, who is professor and of anesthesia and critical care medicine, one of the leading hospitals and teaching institute in the eastern part of our country, that is Ranchi, Rajendra Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Pradeep Bhattacharya has been the Vice President of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine and also the General Secretary. We will also have very soon with us Dr. Ranveer Tyagi, who is the current Vice President of ISCCM. He is expected to join anytime. And also Dr. Subhas Acharya, Professor and Head of Critical Care Medicine at Tribhuvan University, who is the General Secretary of APACCM, and is located in Kathmandu, Nepal. So with this, Dr. Ranveer Tyagi is the current Vice President, and he's Head of Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care Medicine at Synergy Hospital, Agra, the city of Taj Mahal in India. So let's get going. And we will request the audience who have been able to make here in this panel discussion despite limitations and late invitation to put their questions in the chat box, and the faculty here would be very happy to answer your questions. And on behalf of all the faculty, let me once again thank the Scientific Committee of Criticare 2021. So I'll start, Michael, with you.
Thank you.
We had a terrible time the last 1 year. Almost 1 million patients required ICU care across the world. In India alone, almost 100,000 patients required ICU care. And that means almost a million ICU bed days and 50,000 of them requiring ventilator care. So each one of us and anyone known to us critical care wise was involved badly 24/7 in care of these patients, saving their lives, making them a little comfortable, and also not only serving them in the ICU, we were also taking care of the patients at home who were getting some treatment and help on digital platforms. So our training went heavywards. We were caught on a wrong foot, and we hardly had any time to train our residents, students, or nurses. They were all involved, and if my data is correct, almost 2,000 healthcare workers lost their lives while taking care of these patients. And it's not over as yet. Many countries are still struggling in the western part of the world. India and the number of friends who are here, New Zealand, Australia, they are relatively relaxed. But Dr. Arthur was just mentioning they are still struggling, though their critical care is a little bit relaxed. But you never know. Mumbai is reporting again. We are not comfortable. Our scheduled meeting of ISCCM oration on 27th at Mumbai has been cancelled because of this. Therefore, the demand continues, the stress continues, and we have some sort of pressure ongoing on all of us. We don't wish things to come back to that level. Though vaccination is on, I have got the first jab. My wife has got both the jabs, and I'm sure many of you must have already got the jabs. So, but that may be just a little bit of protection. We may have different things putting stress on our critical care system. Therefore, we want to be prepared for training our doctors, for training ourselves, preparing ourselves for future, immediate future, long-term future. And I also feel simultaneously that we lost control somewhere. When we lost control, I mean the intensive care specialists lost some control somewhere, and we just did what the time demanded at one particular day and hour. The politicians, the administrators ran the game as they wished across the globe. WHO playing some role, and the politicians and political leadership around the world playing a lot of role. With that preamble, I throw the ball into the pitch. It might be spinning, it might be swinging, but each one of us has been bowled or out because of other problems. So let's get going. And opening batsman is Dr. Michael O'Leary. With your thought process.
Look, thanks very much, Narendra. Look, I think that I'm sure Ross will agree with me that most of us in Australia and New Zealand feel a bit of a fraud talking in this session, because in reality, the pandemic has virtually passed us by in terms of the numbers of individuals infected, ICU admissions and deaths. And we've really not seen any particular pressure on our healthcare systems and resources that we've seen described elsewhere in the world. Even in Victoria, in Australia, which was the only state that had anything approaching a crisis in terms of COVID-19. So, in my hospital, in Sydney, it's probably one of the largest hospitals, a quaternary referral centre, an ECMO retrieval centre. we've only had 7 or 8 ventilated patients over the entire COVID emergency. We've only had a single death, one patient who elected not to be ventilated. So it's quite hard, I think, for us to experience and to appreciate, I guess, the challenges that the rest of the world seems to have experienced with this pandemic. But nonetheless, the effect of the pandemic on our way of working has been and continues to be for social distancing, the working from home, regulations and limitations on access to hospitals, very, very difficult to get people into the hospital who are not patients or essential workers, have transformed the normal workplace. And even today, a year later, when we haven't had a single case of community transmission in New South Wales for over a month, in reality, we haven't actually had any real community transmission for probably 7 or 8 months. None of this has been relaxed. So we still feel under a lot of pressure in the hospital in terms of how we work, and we're far from back to normal. So the immediate effect of this, I think, in terms of teaching, was suspension of our normal program of 3 or 4 times a week of having tutorial room-based teaching for our junior doctors and nurses. But some of my colleagues are very good with IT, and they're young, and they understand the social media and so on, and how you can harness these things. So within a week or two, we had a really impressive program set up using Zoom to provide tutorials for the juniors, and in some ways, actually, this has ended up, to me, being better than we had before, because now anyone can attend, no matter where you are. You don't have to be rostered on for the shift. You can attend from home. I dial into these sessions most weeks and really enjoy being involved with them. Whereas in the past, it would only be if I was actually in the hospital that I could attend, and even then only if I was free. And also they're recorded, so we record them, and they're available for review by people who aren't available at the time. I think the main downside of the e-platform for these types of tutorials is the lack of personal interaction. So if I was if it was my turn to do one of the tutorials, I would try and make an interactive session and engage the audience in some form of discussion. And frankly, that's, I've found anyway, and I'm watching it, and even not just me, but others doing it, it's almost impossible on the Zoom platform to do that. I think the thing that stopped at the start of the pandemic and hasn't resumed at all, and isn't really amenable to e-solution, is our weekly bedside round of the ICU patients with all the specialists, as we call it, the grand round, which I always thoroughly enjoyed. It was a really good opportunity to bounce ideas off people. It was great for the juniors because they saw a number of senior people discussing their cases. It was a good opportunity to sort out plans for some of the more difficult long-term patients who sometimes seem to get lost in this recurrent handovers with no real strategy of care. And we haven't managed to resume that even today. And there is very little appetite within the hospital, within the unit, within my management to do that, because there's still a concern about the optics, how it looks to have loads of people crowded together going from bed to bed. It just doesn't look right, even though we're all compulsorily wearing masks and so on. I guess that our main concern at the start of the pandemic from a teaching and training perspective was the potential impact of all of this on the college examinations process. And this is really important because, especially in a pandemic that involves intensive care, where we're going, within the first week in March last year, we expanded our 50-bed ICU to a 90-bed ICU in a week. So, the potential to require more specialists on the floor, more experts to actually drive the management. We talked about what would happen if we had to open ICUs on every floor in the hospital and how we might staff those. And we had plenty of people who were available that we could move into primary patient care roles, but they needed supervision by intensive care specialists, and where they're going to come from. So we need to ensure that the sort of process through the training program and coming out at the end with a certificate is working, and it probably needs to be working more efficiently now than normally. Yet it seemed to be very difficult to see how we could do this in the pandemic situation. And it's not just an issue for the healthcare system, but it's also an issue for the trainees. If you have a vision as to when you're going to do your exams and when you're going to finish your training, and then suddenly you're told, in fact, that there aren't going to be any exams this year, I would imagine it's quite hard to apply yourself to study and so forth. So, it has a knock-on effect. Ross, I think, is going to talk a bit more about how the College of Intensive Care in Australia and New Zealand rose to that challenge. And I think they have to be congratulated, because they did manage to run an examination program last year, which is quite different to some of the other colleges. I mean, the Physicians College in Australia didn't manage to run the clinical examinations last year, and now they have a situation where you've got the next cohort of people going through the written with no real prospect of how they're going to run the clinicals. Look, I don't want to talk for too long. I'm going to give everyone else another chance, but I guess, when you think about this issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael, for your.
Okay, I'll leave it there. That's probably
summarizing.
That's probably enough. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, summarizing the experience that you had, and what's your perception about teaching and training in critical care. And Ross is known for his, taking the things around the world. Particularly, he's been very kind to travel across the developing world or underdeveloped world. I've seen personally during last 20 years how much he has contributed to the development of critical care medicine across through various platforms. It will be relevant to share with all of you and the audience here that Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine was very, very fast to react initially. In FEB itself, and a task force was created with Indian Medical Association. And 3 of us were assigned the job, and I was asked to coordinate. And in a matter of about 2 months' time, we trained almost 10 to 12,000 healthcare professionals across India digitally. And we used to run almost 5 sessions, 6 sessions a day on average. And on one particular day, I remember we ran almost 12 sessions, each about of 40-45 minutes. And subsequent to that, we have been able to train about 2,500 odd doctors in critical care medicine digitally in the whole spectrum of critical care medicine, ventilation. Ross himself was one of our guest speakers on one of the evenings. Ross would remember that. Thank you, Ross. Yeah. And the program continues. And we have been, the ISCCM runs 2 programs. One is Indian Diploma in Critical Care Medicine, and another is the enhanced program, updated program, that is Indian Fellowship in Critical Care Medicine. Again, there was an innovation done by the Education Department, the Indian College of Critical Care Medicine, and they held the examination, marathon examination over 2 days, 3 days, digitally, and almost examined 700 odd doctors in a matter of 3 days, forming a team of about 100 examiners working throughout the day in different rooms digitally. That was just to share with you what we could do, and the whole effort continues, and now we are digitally doing a national conference where we usually have about 4,000 to 5,000 delegates. This time I am told 8,000 have registered digitally. So I'll come to Ross now, and Ross, please tell us what you
Thanks,
have to tell us, guide us, and what's your thought about the whole thing.
Thanks, Narendra. I was going to share screen just so you can see what the going to talk about. So, as Michael mentioned, I was really going to talk about some online learning assessment processes during COVID. I'm going to start by talking about the College of Intensive Care exam and assessment process and what we did to change that. And then the rest of the talk is going to be about the basic course and how that's been adapted and delivered in New Zealand and in other places for dealing with the problems of COVID. So the college has two exams. There's the first part, which is an applied basic science, and a second part, which is also known as the fellowship exam. The first part involves a written, and then there's an invitation to a viva examination, and the fellowship has a written and an invitation to a viva and a clinical exam. And I want to talk through each of those. The written was no problem on either exam because it's been conducted at multiple sites previously, and therefore that was just continued. The papers are scanned and sent to the examiners for marking, so that was not changed at all. The vivas of both the first part and the second part exam were delayed. So there was a examination in February, and the vivas were meant to be in May, and they were delayed for 6 months. And the second sitting and the first sitting were combined for the vivas, and they used a commercial internet company at major centres using clusters of examiners at those centres, but they had online orals. In other words, everyone was exposed to the same risks and problems because to make it fair, so everybody got their online oral online with the two examiners sharing a screen. And that was for the first and second part. The challenges were the logistics and connectivity, and that failed us a couple of times. And the other thing that was a problem was the time zones, the 4-hour time zone difference between Auckland and Perth. So I found I was having my mornings off, but finishing at 9:30 at night. This clinical part was the most difficult. After 6 months of delay, it was decided to use regional examiners. So in each Australian states, and in some states there were 2 places, and in New Zealand, after the initial lockdown, there was a very carefully controlled exam done by local examiners on candidates that didn't work in their hospital. There's a robust discussion with the Interstate Examination Committee, and this seemed to work reasonably well. I don't seem to have moved my screen anymore. So the challenges are, as Michael said, there's a delay for the trainees pathway, and it's difficult for those that had to repeat an exam because now they were a further 6 months behind. And it's difficult for those planning careers and career changes. One of the things, of course, that had changed was that people weren't moving much during this time, tend to stay in the same hospital, so that wasn't such a driver, but it was a problem. There was a problem with examiners. While experienced examiners could adapt, the opportunity to mentor and advise new examiners to provide appraisals for them is difficult. I see this as the biggest problem for the future, is we can't train new examiners very easily using the system. The examiners themselves are learning how to use the Zoom and other tools, and to look at another examiner is very difficult. So feedback is far more difficult. So I'm going to stop talking about that. We were lucky to get, as Michael said, we were lucky to complete the exams, and we plan to have another sitting exams starting in February and March. We hope to be able to do them twice a year as we used to do. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the basic assessment and support and intensive care, the basic course, which many of you would have heard of and perhaps even partaken in. The basic course was written in 2004. In fact, it's interesting to note it was written after SARS. In fact, the incentive for writing it was that we knew that in Hong Kong and Singapore in particular, with the expansion of ICUs in 2003, there was an increased morbidity and probably mortality as a result of inexperienced people working in ICU. We've seen the same phenomena occur in other places in the last year because of rapid expansions of ICUs. And the basic course was ideally placed to deal with this. It started in 2004, and since then there have been well over 2,000 courses run throughout the world, and this map shows you the places where it is run. We had already started as a group moving to an online form of the course. An app had been developed by the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and this app had, amongst other tools, the e-lectures, which could be delivered, and these are the lectures that are able to be delivered online. So we already had that in place at the end of 2019, and so therefore moving to an online format for us was a little bit easier than it would have been otherwise. Over the 6 months after the start of the pandemic in New Zealand, although we had very few cases and we were lucky never to get a widespread community transmission, we were all terrified. And we thought that, like other places, Italy and the UK in particular, we were going to be overrun by this terrible disease. So over the 6 months from the start of the pandemic, we set out to run additional basic courses. And we decided to run face-to-face courses and various hybrids of them. And we ran 20 of these over a period of time. During lockdown, we used mainly the e-lectures, and the courses were reduced to 1 day with pre-reading and post-study. I must say that one of the most amazing things was that all the people coming to the course were highly motivated. When before people would take time to come to the course and perhaps think it was a day off or a holiday, these guys all came very motivated, wanted to learn what they might have to do to look after critically ill patients. We managed to maintain social distancing and isolation processes. They were challenging, but we tried to minimise any contact time there was, and that we had a wide range of participants. We were fortunate because although our education facility was small, the schools were closed, and we moved across the road from the hospital to this intermediate school that they lent us their hall. We were able to do the skill stations by, as you can see, well spread out and with masks and remaining distant from each other, so maintain some sort of distance and reducing the risk of transmission. The basic course, when you're running it online, of course, the worry is that people don't actually look at the lectures, and that's always a concern that people are going to turn up. There is if you look at the basic website as an administrator, you can actually see, and here's a result from a course run in August, these are the lectures along the top here, and this is the participants. You can see what time they looked at and how long they looked at their lecture for. So you can see that there is some compliance with the need to read the lectures, and that helps. However, not all of my colleagues believe that this is a good idea. This is an email I received from a clinician who knew nothing about the course from another hospital. Quite a terse email, which I chose not to reply to, saying basically we had holes in our head and shouldn't be considering running any sort of education program during COVID because it was far too busy and far too dangerous. I differed, and we actually had ministerial approval to travel to do this course, and we got exemptions. We're trying to maintain all the time very strict isolation processes during the teaching of it. Of course, one of the problems with COVID is that it's not the doctors but the nurses that bear the front of it. Over the 6 months from the start of the epidemic, we also ran 15 basic for nurses courses face-to-face with over 250 participants, the same site. And several other hospitals used the basic material informally. Again, social distancing and isolation was difficult. If you're trying to teach something about how to do something to a patient, it's difficult to remain isolated from others while doing it. At the same time, we started developing our online versions of this course, and a group of nurses in New Zealand decided to adapt and use the online basic material, using the online lectures from the Chinese university and then an online school station situation to teach this course. They ended up teaching 103 nurses who came from various backgrounds, the PACU, district nurses, emergency care. They also ran one in Samoa, which is some distance, 4 hours flight from New Zealand. And you can see the Samoans here enjoying the airway school station. Samoa had the luxury of having no COVID at all, and so they didn't have to, and they also had no masks or gloves. So they were lucky, but they managed to do some education in case it got into the country. At the same time, we made basic more online. We started by doing numerous courses with pre-reading, the e-lectures, then online school stations, which we run by numerous people in multiple countries worldwide. At one stage, we had 4 countries running a basic course and 3 other countries at the same time. The problems with this are time zones and logistics, language barriers, which are always a problem, and the fact that some people turn up without having done the pre-reading and preparation, and it's often missed. The online course has been developed further, and this is a screenshot of the basic website, and you can see in the middle there is online basic for COVID. This has now been developed and released. It's a completely online course, and it has questions such as this. If you're applying a fixed pressure to each breath, the respiratory compliance goes down. Will the total volume rise or fall? You submit your answer, and it tells you whether it's correct or not. If you make a mistake, it takes you back, and you need to go and do some more reading. It has a number of multi-choice type questions as well, and the idea is that it's meant to cover all the problems that we've found in the COVID test and the COVID course in the past. The problem is it's people's misinterpretation of what is written is hard to correct, and trying to anticipate what that is difficult. There's also an interactive COVID lesson. This is not really part of the course. It's been written recently. It allows people to get some understanding of how COVID works. So from this, what have we learned? Well, if they're going to give lectures, it's best if they're short and pre-prepared. They're best if they're wordsmith. About 10 minutes time is enough for people to listen to a pre-prepared tape lecture. You need the really focused skill stations. You need to allow time for handing over and moving between rooms. And you need to allow for breaks. At one stage, we did 6 hours without a decent break, and we all were falling over at the end of it. And the groups need to be only 4 or 6. Larger taints the interaction between them. I hope that's helped. I'll maybe take any questions or to discuss that with other people.
Thank you, Ross. It was very interesting, very exciting, and a lot to learn from what you did, what your group did. I have been associated a lot till the year 2006-07, and then we had our own issues related to formation of College of Critical Care Medicine in India. But I think a great job is being done by your group. The basic course has really done wonders across Asia Pacific region in particular. I'll move on to Dr. Arthur Kwan. Can you unmute yourself, Dr. Kwan?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
So I'll request you to kindly share your thoughts and experience.
Okay. So I would like to share my thoughts from a trainee's perspective, because once I received the topics and invitation from the ISCCM, what I did is to ask my trainees concerning their impact from a trainee's perspective. The most important questions they ask is that, I would say it's probably mentioned by Michael, it's that there is minimal interaction from a trainee's or audience perspective. Although they know that they have some pre-reading materials and they read it and then they attend the course. However, what they receive is that they just attend the course, or either online or just some via Zoom. But the problem is the lack of interaction. From some of our other trainers, they commented that the audiences, that means the trainees, they don't answer questions. And there is minimal discussion in Zoom or other software. In contrast to what we have in the past is a vigorous discussion in person. So probably one of the problem that electronics, although it brings convenience, it's the lack of interaction. So I would like to throw the ball to Pitch to see how other people think concerning the interaction. Another problem is the lack of grant run. From our institution, our elective operation has been cut off by 75%. That means only 25% of the operation is available. Otherwise, all other operations are shut down. And what we remains is elective cancer surgery. So from our perspective, and especially in teaching, for us, during the so-called grand rounds, we are only discussing the COVID cases, because all other cases, which in the pre-COVID era, has been gone. So, and this situation lasts in my institution, it lasts for 8 months. So the current trainee in the previous year, they have an 8-month lack of exposure in some non-cancerous critical care situation. And that creates a problem because they can't grow up. And yet, because the exam is still there, they have to attend an exam. So the lack of experience, it's really an issue. What we compensate so far is that we discuss these sort of cases via PowerPoint slides or traditional dietetic lecture teaching. And yet we can't compensate. As I'm not sure if Michael can share their experience in your perspective. So I would say my comment on these 2 points. So I welcome some discussion on these 2 issues. It's the impact of electronic way of delivering things, which in fact results in a diminishing communication. And the second thing is a lack of a wide spectrum of cases. So I welcome discussion in these 2 aspects.
Thank you, Arthur, for sharing your experience. And we understand the issues, the way you have dealt in your area, your institution in Hong Kong. I'll move on to Dr. Pradeep Bhattacharya. Dr. Pradeep, what is your take on the topic, and what is the priority that you look at in coming times?
You see, what I understand, the entire world is changing as far as educational modalities, teaching, training, as well as assessment methodologies are concerned. And there are many issues, as we know that in our country, the electronic system in long run, definitely it is going to be a big success. But at present, if we look at the medical colleges everywhere, although they are well equipped, but there are lots of problems. So first of all, we should see what problems we faced initially when it was started there was a immediately what we saw that there was an interruption of this continuous educational training which we used to do for our residents and fellows, and as well as students who are undergoing different kinds of courses. Then there was a considerable reduction in the clinical exposure. That was a big problem. We saw that, yes, now the entire hospital is getting closed, and other than COVID cases, barely few cases of other disciplines are getting admitted. And those number of cases as such, surgical, medical, whatever you say, they came down drastically. So because these are all time-bound training which these students do, and suddenly if this kind of things happen, these time-bound trainings really gets hampered, and students get barred of getting exposed to all those cases which they are supposed to see in their training period and they are supposed to learn. So this was a big problem again which happened. Then daily cessation of academic activities which used to happen during rounds. When we used to take rounds, we used to take case presentations, seminars, and one-to-one interactions. All these things suddenly vanished. And it created a big hollow that, yes, now how these educational programs will continue. Then all those elective postings for students. Suppose a student is coming, he has got a posting in medicine, he has got a posting in surgery and others disciplines. And even those who are in critical care at different settings, if they are supposed to be posted in neurocritical care or cardiac critical care, all those elective postings also, they had to be cancelled. So there was a sudden crisis as far as practical training is concerned. So this was again a huge loss to all those who were in this phase, this last year one phase, and I don't know how long it's going to continue. But at present, things have started again going in a normal pathway. We are returning back to our normal activities. But these problems which we faced and our students also faced, that how to handle and combat this, because e-learning, obviously, we can give rise to good theoretical teaching to a student. We can do it for 2 hours, 3 hours, but ultimately the clinical part or the practical part, which the students are supposed to learn, they are badly affected. So these interactive sessions, which we used to do, they are again lost. And what happened gradually, there was increased dependency on these online resources. So online resources, we know that obviously our even ISCCM has started many courses like STEP. They are taking classes on every week and 15 days basis for all our students. But again, they are all, whatever we teach, they are all in the form of a theoretical manner, not in the form of a practical training or teaching. They have their own limitations. And again, if we look at this, the problems with that yes, synchronization with proper timing. Suppose a class is being taken at a particular time, whether that student is free or not, whether he is able to synchronize with that particular time or not. Then again, even if he is synchronizing, there may be a problem of internet. That is in our country, that is also not a very uniform, it's a uniform problem across the country. So even if you know that there is a class and your internet is not working, you fail to connect and you lost whatever you are about to learn in these classes. So these were some of the practical problems, but I don't say that only there was losses, but there are a number of gains which also has happened during this period. And obviously the support of seniors and supervisors, they came down because supervisors, what they can do, they cannot help them practically, but obviously they can help them from a distance. And their support is very important. We know that at the time of training, the support is very important. And many a times the students felt that whether our seniors how they are going to help us when we are going to appear in the exams. Because in the exams, they have to show the things in the clinical, practical exams, how they are going to perform, how they are going to do the things. So in the last ISCCM exam, I think Dr. Deepak Govil and Dr. Babu Abraham and team, they did a very good job, and they thoroughly explained the way they are going to take an exam. More than 100 examiners were there, and online all those examinations were taken. But I don't see that in future, even if we continue with that pattern, that is going to be very helpful as far as, because we need lots of practical training also on the bedside, and that has to be continued somehow. And we have to come out with some ideas in future. But another thing which I want to say that there are many opportunities which also came during this the pandemic. That was like students got exposed to new clinical entity. So we saw a different pattern of disease when we saw these COVID patients. So it was a different clinical entity which has got distinctive safety measures to be taken for how because all these things were taught that how to prevent this infection and infection control measures. Now spontaneously, each and every person of the hospitals without being told, they are practicing on themselves. So this is a good thing which every student and every staff of the hospitals have developed. Then distant learning through video conferencing, that has given a new path of virtual critical care training. So virtual training has got its own importance, and obviously in future what I see that this virtual training is going to be more advanced, and people are going to learn more out of this virtual training. Then virtual journal clubs, they have started they have started mortality, morbidity meeting online, ethical rounds, and courses, as just now was told that Ross told that about this courses, which the basic course and other courses like which we were run, and there were lots of learning out of these courses. So I think it was not a huge loss, but definitely there was a loss as far as practical and clinical training is concerned, what I understand when we talk about our intensive care training is concerned.
Thank you, Pradeep. You reflect a lot of ideas and experiences which ourselves, I have gone through. Though we have different experiences, your area is still developing. Our part of country is by and large developed. But the government of India has assured the nation that in next 6 months' time, 80% of the population will be covered by a good broadband connection. That's what I wanted to share with you. Friends, gentlemen, we already have crossed the allotted time by 12 minutes, but we can extend our discussion for at least 10 more minutes. So I request each one of you to take about 45 seconds to 1 minute in taking each question. My next important thought is this digital learning, e-learning has come to stay. It is not going anywhere, whether COVID goes or it stays. Therefore, the emphasis has to be on strengthening the ways and means of promoting this e-learning, digital learning. Now, the challenge is we can deliver theoretical lecture, didactic lecture, we can invite questions, we can address them, but practical training remains a challenge. So I want each one of you to address that what is your reaction to that we strengthen our e-learning and digital teaching programs, including examinations, one, and how to promote and develop ways and means to impart practical trainings, bedside trainings to our emerging doctors and nurses. And similarly, a hybrid system can be developed. So I have mixed 2-3 things together for each one of you. Michael, you first.
Yeah, Narendra, I think that those points are really important, but the reality is that you can actually do a lot on e-platforms in terms of giving practical training, but it requires it requires a lot of technical skill in how you do it in an electronic platform. So you can make really good interactive videos. You can use animation. You can use 3D techniques and so on. So, for example, to sort of impart training in procedures, cannulation, central line insertion, chest drain insertion. I can imagine that there are some very, very good techniques to at least give a sort of practical training of how you might do that, and probably a lot better than even someone standing at the bedside and trying to describe it and drawing some diagrams on a board or on a piece of paper. So it's possible. But we're doctors. We were never trained in this, and in order to do that, I think we would need to harness the expertise in the video and animation and so on. And that's something that we haven't done in the past very much in medicine, and we need funds. We need someone to pay for it. No one's going to do it for free. So it's possible, but I think it's a big challenge. And at the end of the day, we are going to need to be able to train doctors at the bedside. There's no alternative. That has to happen. We have to find ways of doing that and maintaining safety in doing that. It has to be possible.
Thank you, Michael. And your what you said is not without a basis. There is a strong experience, there is a strong background, and we are quite apprehensive about the outcome of what we tell them online, digitally, or through e-learning. That always remains suspect. But during last 1 week, I've been trying to talk to digital experts, taking their viewpoint about e-learning, particularly the practical aspects. And I pose them straight questions, whether it is possible to impart practical training to doctors and nurses online. And his simple answer, very promptly, he said, why not? If we can do a robotic surgery, why can't you catheterize a patient? Why can't you intubate a patient by a robot? So he suggested that you have to have training centers in each city where there will be mannequins, there will be equipment, the doctors and nurses will visit there, the learners will visit there at time, and the robots or the doctors on the other side digitally would train them through a pre-designed process and method and training. And this will, in any case, whether you like it, that's what he said, whether you like it or not, very soon you will be replaced by a computer. The surgeon would be replaced by a computer. Doctors, engineers are going to become surgeons. So it's only a matter of time, he said. And you can become an engineer. So it's, that's what his response was. That was very interesting, though not very exciting for me, when he said, you are going to be replaced very soon. So we'll take it ahead. Ross, the same question with a little bit of feedback that I got from, good IT expert, well-meaning IT expert. Yeah, you are muted. Unmute.
I'll just show you this, and although some skills will not be able to be taught online, ventilation is certainly something that is able to be taught online, and this is from Hamilton, but all the major ventilator companies now have models that allow you to manipulate their ventilators online. You can use the controls, the alarms. It does most of the settings that are available to you as a clinician to adjust the ventilator. And you can use this as an online learning platform. So although it's not possible to do all the things that we teach, by doing that we can. The other thing is bedside teaching can be achieved with a good Zoom camera and video. So there is possibility to do physical teaching at a distance. It requires a bit of discipline, but it's possible to do that. And we certainly, as Michael said, we certainly need to do the bedside teaching and assessment. To teach that's more difficult, but we need to work on improving our skills with Zoom, Skype and other tools to do that.
Do you think we miss an IT expert here? A learned IT expert who could give real-time, some sort of sermons and upcoming information to us in advance? So
sometimes they talk in a language we don't understand.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We're interested in the product, but I think it's the top end of the product we're interested in what it can do. I'm not particularly interested in how it does it. I've noticed there are now about 7 different platforms people use for teaching, and they're all good. People worry a lot about the security of Skype and to some extent Zoom. I'm not worried about it. If I'm teaching and someone's listening on the side, that doesn't worry me particularly. Obviously, if you're doing commercial business, it may be more important. But I think if you're teaching and someone's to jump in on my conversation with a trainee, it's probably not a problem.
So interestingly, friends, I am heading an organization called Critical Care Foundation. And the objective of this organization is to work for the critically sick. And areas would include everything from teaching, training, managing, develop critical care systems. But it was designed in 2019 early, and very soon, it has to be left behind and be replaced by everything digital. So we are trying to organize ourselves to the demands of changing systems, and a lot of help is coming from IT experts for us to teach and train and help the critical care, critically sick patients in every manner. I'll come to you, Arthur. So with the perspective that we have been discussing, what is your take on this?
Yeah, okay. I would say the one of the important issue is to how to enhance the interaction in our era. As mentioned, I've mentioned the 2 problems just now, and I would say our way to dealing with this is concerning the bedside teaching. What we are going to do, or at least to try, is that currently we are seeing or assessing consultation via Zoom. In one of our satellite hospitals, we have cubicles within the accident and emergency department where there are 4 cameras, and also the ECGs, echoes, and also X-rays and ultrasound images can all be put online. And then they consult us to see whether they have to be admitted to ICU, and we do the consultation and see all the films and ultrasound images by Zoom. So although it can't replace the physical examination, but we can ask the doctors and nurses in the accident and emergency department to auscultate for us. So in some sense, it replaces a traditional bedside teaching because there are informations already online and already in Zoom. And we are trying to see whether this can be transformed from a clinical use, that is our current consultation, to teaching purpose. And for the second issue concerning the how to assess and review the responses during e-lectures, probably what we are trying to do is there is also a function of basic chat, and also we will in Zoom, and also we will do some more MCQs so as to enhance the interactions. So I would say the key it's how in the next stage, because we are already jumping into an e-platform era, it's to how to enhance the interaction. So we are trying to deal with these by the measures that I've mentioned just now. Yeah.
Thank you, Arthur. I think you are absolutely right in mentioning what you have actually said in the last 2 minutes. And I'll move very quickly on to Dr. Pradeep Bhattacharya to please react to the digital and e-learning innovations.
I little bit differ here because telemedicine is basically a consultation. And when we deal with students, they are a different kind of population. So I give an example, sir. What we can do is that we need to make our virtual training programs more stronger. And we have to reduce the contact time with each other. And that is one formulation which we can do for future. And how we can do it, suppose we need to put a central line to a patient. So what we can do, we can take an e-learning lecture with all the things, practical things demonstrated on a online basis. And then after doing all question answers, training, teaching, everything, and then we move to the patient and just we stay there for performing that procedure and showing the students that how it is to be done. In that way, we can reduce the contact period between teachers, students, as well as patients. So if we reduce the contact period and if we increase 75% we use on a virtual platform and 25% we go to the patient and do the thing and come out. I think in future, because I think without patient and without one-to-one interaction, 100% teaching is not possible.
Thank you, Pradeep. And I think the time would not permit us to go any longer. Therefore, I would put a number of points to summarize. And if any one of you have any particular comment to make on these points, you are welcome. Number one, all of us feel that these have been difficult times and the impact has been felt differently in different parts of the world, and most of the world's population has suffered, and so the intensive care medicine as such. Number two, at present, there is nothing is in sight to replace the bedside trainings, at least for the present. So we must do everything possible to continue bedside training for our emerging doctors and nurses, particularly in critical care medicine. Number three, whether we like it or not, e-learning, digital platforms are the areas of future. And as in one study, it was reported that the AI interpretation of MRI scans was 40% better than, more accurate than radiologist's interpretation. So that may be one indication of what is coming up in future. Surgeons are getting replaced by robots, and they are sitting in the operating rooms or the ante rooms of the operation theaters. I don't know whether to call them as surgeons or helping guys between the robots and the patient and the other teams. So we may be in line with surgeons. So let us adapt and accept the emerging technology IT, information technology, which seems to be the technology of future, and that is going to help and save the humanity in coming times. Innovation is the key for future success, and stay put in this world of high competition, demands, and uncertainties. There is always some fear of unknown these days, and none of us are absolute exception to this. With this, I thank you very much and give you 30 seconds each if you want to make any comments on how I have summarized.
Thank you, sir. Very nice.
Ross?
Thanks. No, thanks, Narendra. That's very good.
Oh, yes,
Michael?
same. Yeah, exactly. Excellent session, Narendra. Very interesting listening to everyone's perspectives and a great summary. And again, as I said, I hope we can meet in person sooner rather than later.
Unless we strike our glasses, nothing is complete. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, Arthur?
Yeah, it's a nice summary. And I hope I can be in India in the coming year or so, because we have been online for quite some time, and probably it will be good if we can meet together in the coming year.
Absolutely. There is nothing greater than two great neighbors coming closer and closer and meeting frequently. So here we complete with a note of thanks to the Scientific Committee of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine for giving us, all of us, the opportunity to share this platform and express our views, conduct and moderate this session, particularly from my side. And I wish to thank you all the gentlemen who have acceded to request and gone a little out of way to allow me what I wanted to do during last 1 week or 10 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Friends.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rangta. That was a quite elaborative and extensive session on the training and critical care education during the COVID pandemic. Now we move on to the next session. It is a thematic session on electrolytes. I would like to welcome Dr. Dinesh Agarwal. He is an intensivist and physician from Meerut. Over to you, Dr. Dinesh.
Hello. Can you hear
Welcome,
me?
sir. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Dinesh. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm very much thankful to ISCCM for inviting me. And I am basically from Ranchi and I'm practicing in Ranchi. So there is some...
sorry, I take my words back. We're trying...
Anyway, it doesn't matter. So let's start our next session. And let me introduce the next speaker. Can I see the slide of the speaker, please? So I welcome Dr. Samir Sahu from Bhubaneswar. He is a director of critical care and pulmonology. He is from Emory Hospital, Bhubaneswar. His area of expertise is critical care and pulmonology. He has a number of publications and review and 6 books or chapters. So he is not a unknown name, and he's a big name in our Indian Critical Care Society. And I welcome him on this platform to speak on persistent hypokalemia. So can we proceed, please?
Honorable chairpersons and colleagues, today I will be speaking to you on persistent hypokalemia. By definition, hypokalemia is serum potassium less than 3.5 milliequivalents per liter. And for persistent, I would like to define it as a hypokalemia persisting after 48 hours in spite of corrective measures. Now, potassium is the major intracellular cation. The normal serum concentration is 3.5 to 5 milliequivalents per liter. and the concentration inside the cell is around 150 millicoulombs per liter. The total body potassium is around 3,500 millimoles. Approximately 98% of the total potassium is intracellular, and most of them is in the skeletal muscles, bones, and liver, and 95% of that is exchangeable. Now, the daily potassium intake is around 1 millicoulomb per kg per day. Normally, 90% is excreted by the kidney secretion by the cortical collecting tubules, and 10% is excreted through the gut. 90% is reabsorbed in the proximal convoluted tubule and loop of Henle. In renal failure, GI loss is more than 30%, and there is also loss from the sweat. Now, if there is increase in aldosterone or high serum potassium level or high urine flow or high sodium delivery to the cortical collecting tubules, then the secretion of potassium increases. And if the aldosterone is low, or there is low serum potassium, or there is low urinary outflow and low sodium delivery in the cortical collecting tubule, the secretion of potassium is decreased in the kidney. Now, the incidence of hypokalemia is frequently encountered in clinical practice. 3.5% of the hospital patients have hypokalemia. 75% of the hypokalemia is serum potassium 3 to 3.5, and only 25% of hypokalemia is less than 3 millicoulombs per liter. The causes of hypokalemia is potassium deficit. The potassium deficit is due to excessive potassium loss mostly. The loss is from the kidney or extrarenal losses. And then there is a rare case of poor potassium intake. The other cause of hypokalemia is the shift of potassium from the extracellular compartment to the intracellular compartment. Now, alkalosis, insulin, and beta adrenergics shift the potassium from the extracellular fluid to the intracellular fluid, causing hypokalemia. And it's the other way around. In acidosis and alpha agonists, the intracellular potassium comes to the blood. Now, clinical features, if the potassium is more than 3 millicoulombs, patients are usually asymptomatic. But if they are less than 3, then you can have fatigue, myalgia, weakness, cramps, periodic palsy, and rhabdomyolysis, or nausea, vomiting, distension, constipation, parenteric ileus, polyuria or polydipsia, endocrine carbohydrate intolerance, respiratory fatigue, hypoventilation, or psychosis, delirium, and depressions. Physical examination, unless the potassium is less than 2.5, you do not have any physical findings. But once it is less than 2.5, you can have hypotension, bradycardia, tachycardia, premature ventricular beats, cardiac arrest, abnormal ECGs, hypoventilation and respiratory distress, decreased muscular strength and decreased tendon reflexes, and signs of ILS. The diagnostic approach, hypokalemia is usually due to abnormal losses of potassium from the gut or the urine. The most common cause is drugs, including diuretics, and gastrointestinal loss secondary to diarrhea or vomiting. Transcellular shift of potassium is less common. So history of vomiting or diarrhea and review of patient's medication is sufficient to make the diagnosis of hypokalemia. In some cases, additional laboratory tests may be needed. The first step is exclude pseudo-hypokalemia and drugs causing transcellular shift. Next is assess renal potassium excretion by urinary spot potassium. Urinary spot potassium less than 20 indicates potassium conservation, and more than 20 millimoles in the urine indicate renal wasting. The potassium and creatinine ratio in the urine, if it is more than 1.5, it suggests a renal cause for hypokalemia, and if it is less than 1.5, it suggests extracranial cause. These are the drugs which can cause transcellular shift, mostly catecholamines or stress-induced release of catecholamines, bronchodilators, exogenous insulin, and theophylline, etc. Now, the initial step I told you is doing the urine spot for potassium and creatinine ratio and the ABG. And in case you don't get a diagnosis, you can go in for further investigation to find out what is the cause. So the first step is looking at the history. Then if you want to know the further cause of this, you can do a urinary potassium creatinine ratio. If the urinary potassium creatinine ratio is less than 1.5, there is extrarenal loss, which means there may be low intake or GI loss, like vomiting and diarrhea or laxative use, and sometimes thyrotoxic, paratic palsy, or periodic palsy. If the potassium creatinine ratio is more than 1.5, cause of the hypokalemia may be vomiting, diuretics, or rare congenital disease like Barters and Gittimans. If you have blood pressure, then you have to start high blood pressure. You have to start looking for aldosterone causes for hypokalemia. So overall, the diagnostic approach is if you don't get the diagnosis from a history, then you do a urinary potassium creatinine ratio. If it is less than 1.5, it may be due to transcellular shifts or extrarenal loss or low potassium intake. If you have paralysis, then it could be due to hyperthyroidism leading to periodical palsy or familiar periodic palsy. If the potassium creatinine ratio is less than 1.5 and if you have metabolic acidosis, then it is due to gastrointestinal losses. And if you have potassium creatinine ratio more than 1.5 and you have metabolic acidosis, then it could be diabetic ketoacidosis or renal tubular acidosis. Then you have to remember a few drugs and toxins which can cause hypokalemia, like carbonic anhydrase inhibitors, penicillins, amphotericin B, aminoglycosides, meropenem, fosfomycin, and intoxication due to some drugs like verapamil, chloroquine, and some other drugs which are used like licorice or caffeine overdose or glue sniffing or toluene. Now, usually hypokalemia in the ICU is multifactorial. To explain this, I would like to give you what happened during the COVID-19. COVID-19 patients, the incidence of hypokalemia was quite high. The main cause of hypokalemia was excessive renal excretion of potassium. Then you could have problem of pseudo-hypokalemia due to blood sampling. Then you can have poor potassium intake. Then respiratory alkalosis, which lowers the serum potassium when it's due to intracellular shift. You could have diarrheas, which has potassium losses. You could have intracellular potassium shift due to beta adrenergic stimulation due to the serious inflammatory response. Extracellular volume depletion and metabolic alkalosis may increase both intracellular shift and potassium loss in the renal condition. And drug-induced hypokalemia due to inhaled beta-2 agonists and vasopressor or diuretics or piperacillin. Complications of hypokalemia is either cardiac arrhythmias or respiratory muscle weakness. So that is why if the potassium is low, you should do a ECG and a ABG. And if these two are normal, then there is no urgency of correcting hypokalemia. You can go in for working up to find out the cause and replace potassium gradually. Now, magnesium is a molecule, it doesn't allow the potassium to improve if there is magnesium deficiency. And there are drugs like aminoglycoside, cisplatin, and phosphate, which can also cause potassium loss by inducing magnesium depletion. Therefore, the treatment of hypokalemia, the first step is to treat hypokalemia, is to identify the cause and to stop the ongoing losses of potassium, such as treating diarrhea, vomiting, hyperglycemia, or discontinuing diuretics. The next step is to replete potassium and magnesium deficit. Potassium can be given orally or intravenously. In the absence of intracellular shift, the reduction of serum potassium by 0.3 millimoles suggests a total body deficit of around 100 millimoles. And unless there is a life-threatening cardiac arrhythmia or respiratory muscle weakness, urgent potassium repletion is rarely required. Oral potassium chloride requirement is around 60 to 80 milliequivalents per day. If losses are persistent, you can increase it to around 100 milliequivalents per day. Potassium chloride, 15 ml, contains 1.5 grams of potassium chloride, which is equivalent to around 20 milliequivalents of potassium chloride. And if the patient cannot take orally or has life-threatening situations like paralysis, digital toxicity, or arrhythmias or ECG abnormalities, then you need to give potassium IV and quickly. IV administration, potassium chloride has got 2 milliequivalents per ml in 10 ml ampoules. Do not give more than 40 milliequivalents per liter by peripheral vein or 60 milliequivalents per liter by central vein. Prepare KCl in normal saline solutions. Do not use dextrose, use only glucose-free solution. Higher concentration can cause irritation, pain, or sclerosis of vein. Rapid correction should only be done in life-threatening situations, and this is rare. Frequent potassium estimation, 4 to 6 hours, is necessary when you are giving IV administration along with continuous ECG monitoring. The other things required while you are correcting hypokalemia is you have to correct the volume, correct the acid base, treat metabolic alkalosis, treat hypomagnesemia and hypophosphatemia. So in summary, persistent hypokalemia in the ICU is common. It is usually multifactorial. You need to find out the cause and treat it. Finally, replace the potassium according to the requirement of the patients. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, we might go to the next talk.
Yeah. Next, can you please put the slide of the next speaker? The next topic is persistent hypernatremia. The speaker is Professor Prithvish Bhattacharya. He's from Shillong. He is a professor and HOD of Department of Anesthesia. He is coming from Northeastern Indian Gandhi Regional Institute and Medical Sciences, Shillong. So I request Professor Prithvish Bhattacharya, please start your topic, and that is persistent hypernatremia.
Regular question that comes, acute hypernatremia we always see, and then we try to correct it, and then for some time, even if the patient did not have hypernatremia, later on we see that hypernatremia is coming on. And this becomes a real issue for us in a critical care setting especially. It is a problem in the whole hospital. But imagine that the magnitude is that it ranges from 9 to 26% occurrence. At the same time, the Canadian study had shown that there was a mortality associated with 36%. Now, this makes it really makes us sit up and take notice. Now, hypernatremia, given that sodium is the main electrolyte in the body and it is having a relationship to the total body water, it can only develop as a result of the loss of free water, or we give, say, sodium bicarb, or we give hypertonic saline is used in neurosurgery, also in neurology, or a combination of both. Now, what happens is an increased osmolality draws water from the cells into the blood and thus dehydrating specific neurons, the osmoreceptors, which are situated in the supraoptic and the paraventricular, anteroparaventricular region of the hypothalamus. These, when they shrink, they have a change in shape, and it is as if it's a mechanoreceptor, and this sends a stimulus, which leads to the prohormone arginine vasopressin going down the axon to the posterior pituitary, where it is converted to the active hormone. And whenever there is a stimulus in the form of hypovolemia or hypernatremia, then the arginine vasopressin can be released. So this deformation of these cells in the osmoreceptors initiate both the thirst and the arginine vasopressin release. And they signals, initially, we find that the body has a normal osmolality ranging from 280 or 275 to 290. And we find that the changes in the osmolality, they occur, as I mentioned, in the posterior pituitary. They can have the secretion of both arginine vasopressin and ADH, or in the kidneys. At the same time, you see, a 1 to 2% change would lead to ADH secretion in the plasmosmol. But for thirst, the threshold is a bit higher, about 285 to 295 milliosmoles per kg, and thirst is stimulated and water is taken in by the person. Now, this, we have understood that water is lost, water needs to be taken. And water may not be taken either because of some therapeutic reason, restricted, or imagine an elderly person who has come, he has not been eating, not been taking, or vomiting. So there are multiple conditions, and the history is very important. But as I mentioned, that it is impossible to have hypernatremia if thirst response is intact and water is available. So bolte hain, Miyan Bibi Raji kya karega Kaji? If both thirst response is intact, water is available, we don't have the problem of hypernatremia. And it can happen and be maintained only when the thirst mechanism is impaired and water intact does not increase sufficiently in response to the hyperosmolality, or when water ingestion is restricted. So just a picture, you can see that the neuronal cell is having the water molecules inside. And once there is, we find that extracellular, there is a hypertonicity, these water molecules passively come out, and then they are going there, and the cell becomes smaller, shrinks. And this again is the mechanoreceptor that is going there. But once the shrinking has occurred, now the cell wants to limit the water loss. And so what happens? They either manufacture osmolytes or transport organic osmolytes across the cell membrane, and they come back to their original shape. Now, this is where it's about 48 hours it takes at least. So after that, we say that before 24 hours, if we are getting the patient, it is acute. And after 24 hours, there is a problem that these osmolytes are already there, other things like urea, etc. there. And when we give correction very quickly, rapid correction of this hypertonicity of the extracellular area, then these are quickly taken up, and then the cell may swell. And if it is allowed to go on unchecked or for a long time, cellular swelling, damage, and ultimately brain damage and death can occur. Now, usually we find that there are several concurrent factors. As I said, the most prominent is poor fluid intake, and also there are, hypotonic fluid deficits. The person gets diarrhea and vomiting, and again, we mentioned that we can give hypertonic saline or sodium bicarb. So patients losing hypotonic fluid have a deficit in free water and electrolytes, And this leads to a decreased extracellular fluid volume. This may be causing a life-threatening hypotension. Now, just because hypertonicity is there, we can't withhold water at this point of time. So as a life-saving measure, if it is serious hypotension, then we should give initial resuscitation with normal saline, even in the face of hypertonicity. And sometimes the renal hypotonic fluid loss results from anything. We give diuretics that which may interfere with the ability of the kidney to concentrate the urine. So these can be causing a problem. The diabetic patients who have come in with hyperosmolar coma, continuous use of mannitol, and very important, we forget that when we give high protein tube feeding, especially with our nasoduodenal tubes, the urea produced can also contribute to this. And the other is the diuretic phase of the acute tubular necrosis. The other, I was talking, we often see that lactulose is being given on a daily basis to improve the fluid loss, keep the stool soft and prevent constipation, and nasogastric suction, and in post-surgical cases or in conservative management, gastrointestinal fluid drains and fistulas, they may cause hypotonic fluid loss not related to the kidney. The other is patient has very high fever. We are not watching the person temperature and not taking care of the insensible fluid loss. And if there are burn injuries, again, this is a large amount of sweating and fluid loss that occurs, which is not being replaced. So this can occur because we have given the patient maybe otherwise not on ventilator, but maybe with restraints, and he is not sedated, he is sedated, so he can't even ask for water, or he is intubated and immobilized, so he is not getting water if the nurse is not checking his actual fluid requirements. And if the patient is unconscious, either we have sedated or because of the meningitis, etc., that they are there, and these things can also lead to reduced water intake. The other thing we forget is that there may be reduced thirst also. There may be injury to the thirst centers, and this may occur from metastasis, perineal tumors, other tumors, and as well as vascular abnormalities, especially relating to the anterior part, where we may see that the anterior communicating artery aneurysms and also trauma to the anterior part of the brain, they may lead to damage to those hypothalamus, even ischemic injury. And the other is loss of water through the respiratory tract. Nowadays, in this COVID era, we were giving initially high flow oxygen, and the minimum we are starting with a face mask is 10 liters. And when we go on to non-invasive ventilation, we are using large amounts. And if the humidifier is not good, now every hospital did not have the optimum humidification systems available, but they were needing to give high flow nasal cannulas. Now, if the high flow nasal cannula usually comes with a good humidifier, but NIV was being used a lot, and there the humidification sometimes was becoming a casualty to some extent, that it was not matching the actual gas flow. And this led to loss of water, which was not being taken into account. Another thing is that if damage has occurred, I was talking about tumors, pinealomas, meningiomas, craniopharyngiomas. So these can cause a problem. And in the post-operative period for pituitary injury, given that the arginine vasopressin is being released from there, and ischemia like Sheehan syndrome, and inflammatory conditions, we have patients with acute meningitis, encephalitis, and then neurosarcoidosis, tuberculosis, and we are not realizing that they may be causing a problem. And nowadays with interventional radiology, aneurysm clipping, the patients come to us, rupture, and these people also, they are going to have damage to the structure, hypothalamic pituitary axis. The next important is the drugs. Patients with CNS seizures, phenytoin going in high doses for a long time, amphotericin B being used, and even when with borderline kidney function, also sometimes we are having to use contrast agents as a necessary evil. And we are, though we are taking the precautions of hydration, etc., they may still cause damage. And there are so many of these drugs that can cause. A patient was taking colchicine earlier and has come to our ICU now. The drug history, the age of the patient, how long was the patient, say in a level with less care setting, nursing home type. Nowadays, the palliative care groups are there, and we find that the patient's tumor metastasis has affected that. So all of these multiple conditions tend to cause it. Now, what does it point to? Is the cause of death, increased risk of death, does it reflect a direct effect of hypernatremia, or is it a marker of suboptimal quality of care? It may be at some point the patients came in with severe hypernatremia because there was some degree of suboptimal in the hospital ward or in the nursing home or in the patient being at home for a long time and nobody was taking care. So which is the actual cause for the increased death is uncertain at this point. But we have to keep in mind that these are the factors. The person could not drink water, was left alone, unattended for some time, and uncontrolled diabetes and diuretic therapy going on. And these are going to contribute to it. And when this is combined with a decreased baseline level of consciousness, you can see that it gets worse. And tube feeding without, keeping in mind that this may be contributing to the diuresis and hypertonic infusions, and giving lactulose, as I mentioned earlier, and mechanical ventilation and medication. So we find that a hypertonic urine, when we are assessing these patients, we have to estimate the volume status. The hypertonic urine with a low urine sodium may indicate extrarenal fluid loss, as I mentioned. And if it is an isotonic or hypotonic urine with a urine sodium higher than 20 to 30 milliequivalents per liter, it may be that we are using diuretics, osmotic diuresis, and intrinsic renal disease, which are the cause. So in summary, we have to understand that persistent hypernatremia, in spite of normal treatment, we have to think that there are other contributing causes which we are missing. These disease conditions that are there, patients with meningitis, did we factor in meningitis? Now, normally it doesn't cause, but occasionally it does. Same with encephalitis, with tumors, meningiomas. So all these things. So in the beginning, first is establish and document whether it is acute or chronic. But acute hypernatremia may also be actually just coming on to a tumor or a chronic condition like other sedation and all these things. So in acute hypernatremia, we correct faster with a maximum of 12 milliequivalents per liter per day. However, all the time we have to see, have we missed any clinical condition that may be contributing to the persistence of the hypernatremia in spite of appropriate management? So chronic hypernatremia, well, we go much slower. Now, herein comes the thing that if the regular dictum was that with chronic hypernatremia, you go slowly. If you go fast, there is a chance of higher risk for mortality, for seizure, and there are cerebral edema. And these usually we expected, the standard teaching was it contributed to mortality or brain damage. But the current thinking has been found that no such evidence is actually there much. And this was a study by Chauhan et al. In 2019 published. And it was crucial to see that where did the recommendations for slow correction of hypernatremia come? It was derived from pediatric literature, which contains rehydration seizures due to cerebral edema in infants with hypertonic dehydration. But they had, this was in infants. And in adults, if we go slow, we may rather be wasting time and the patient may die earlier because the slow rates of sodium correction. And rather there may be lower mortality with a greater speed of correction and reduction of the hypertonic saline. So this is very, very important that nowadays we have found that we are increasing our rate of giving the sodium, giving the fluids, and we are trying to see that unless any untoward effect is occurring at that point of time, clinical features, consciousness, etc., they have to be continuously evaluated, and we are giving it over 3-4 days also, and we are finding that the patients are doing well. And this is more important when we see that the patients start becoming conscious and we gradually become more confident. I think more studies are needed, but the study by Chauhan et al. Was really path-breaking. So I hope that we have now understood that occasionally that we keep seeing the persistent hypernatremia in the ICU. We should not worry so much, and we know that we have to look at concurrent conditions that are precipitating it, and simply, and now in palliative care, just like that, if there is a tumor and it is causing persistent hypernatremia, we know that this is going to be there because this is the metastasis. So we are able to explain better. If we know the conditions, it is okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a great presentation. And I would like to add something, and I have to insist on some points, if you allow. So it was a great talk from Dr. Samir Sahu also on hypokalemia, and we on day-to-day basis we are facing a problem of hypokalemia in our patients, and almost each patient we are facing electrolyte imbalances. So it was a great topic, and it was a very important topic because hypokalemia again complicates with arrhythmias and muscle paralysis and all this, and correction is very important. Very fast correction, and that too with a high concentration with peripheral cannulas, it's causing a lot of problems. So right decision has to be taken, whether it has to be oral, whether it has to be peripheral line or the central line. So it has to be judged properly. Thank you, Sahu sir. And on hypernatremia, please. Bhattacharya sir, it was a great talk, and I again want to insist on a few points to all that volume status, judging the volume status is very important, and accordingly we have to treat the patient. And all the newcomers, I insist that calculating the total body water and deficit is very important because most of us we miss it. And they insist the surgeon insisted on humidifier, and it is a great role in present era in COVID patients. We are using very high flow oxygen, and without a humidifier we are going to face a lot of problems. And I give my mic to Dr. Sharmila.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for conducting the session. And thanks to both the speakers, Dr. Samir Sahu and Dr. Prithvish, for their excellent talks. With that, we proceed to the next panel discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Yash Javeri, who will be the moderator, for an interesting panel discussion on optimizing the outcomes in invasive fungal infections. Dr. Javeri, are you with us? Dr. Javeri is Senior Consultant Critical Care Medicine associated.
The video, please.
He is associated with Regency Super Specialty Hospital in Lucknow. He is the convener of Indian Sepsis Forum for Indian Forum of Sepsis, and he was past chairman of Delhi chapter of Critical Care Medicine. So he'll be moderating the sessions. Is Dr. Javeri with us?
He will join. Maybe the tech team can start the video.
Okay. So please start the recording. The panelists are Dr. Govil.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session. This is an industry session sponsored by Concord. I'd like to thank ISCCM organizing committee. We are going to talk about invasive fungal infections in this session, about diagnostics and treatment. We'll have a small talk followed by a small panel discussion. The talk will be on optimization of outcomes in invasive fungal infection. Disclosure, this is an industry session. The agenda will be to differentiate between colonization and infection, risk stratification, early suspicion and workup, early and right antifungals, right dose and duration, and when to use a combinatorial approach. The line of division between colonization and infection is very, very thin, and it's a gray zone. Appropriate interpretation is required, especially in an immunosuppressed host. Cultures of non-sterile sites are not useful, so do not send samples if they are just on non-clinical basis. Send samples which are based on sound clinical evidence. It is must to score a patient for risk stratification. Candida score is most commonly used score. A cutoff value of 2.5 will give you a sensitivity of 81% and a specificity of 74%. A score higher than 2.5 increases the risk of proven infection to 8 times. So it's a very, very reliable score, especially in non-neutropenic population. The risk factors, immunosuppression and epidemiological exposure. Higher the immunosuppression, prolong the immunosuppression, higher is the risk. Same applies to epidemiological exposure. If you are exposed more, or if you are exposed for a longer duration, the risk is more. So risk stratify each and every patient for immunosuppression and exposure from the community or in the hospital to various fungal agents. What are the risk factors for invasive pulmonary aspergillosis? Neutropenia, monoclonal antibodies, hematopoietic stem cell transplant, solid organ transplant, CMV infection, COPD with steroids, critically ill patients independent of immunosuppression. In the immunocompromised aspergillus culture, positivity in respiratory failure fluids should lead to treatment. What do we see in critical care? In MICU or surgical ICU, we see more of candidiasis, whereas solid organ or bone marrow transplant, aspergillosis is common, whereas oncology as well as COVID, we see a combination of both. COVID, we are seeing more of mucormycosis along with candidiasis and aspergillosis. This is an old publication from our department where almost 8% of the blood culture positivity was because of fungal agents. This is another series where we wanted to show that non-albicans is increasing and increasing by leaps and bounds in this part of the world. This was a case series about Candida Saki candidemia, non-neutropenic critically ill patient. This is a newsletter from Sir Gangaram Hospital where they evaluated sensitivity in yeast fungi in 2005. And if you see various agents, it's a busy slide. For amphotericin, the score is 100 for sensitivity across the fungi species, except for auris where it was 20 and palicosa 85.7%. Whereas fluconazole, you can see 0 at various folds and various other, it's less than 50 or 60. Same applies to majority of echinocandins except for micafungin where the sensitivity for Hemoluna is 100%, but various species of Cordemia and Trichospora are not sensitive to, as well as Cryptococcus is not sensitive to micafungin. The diagnosis of fungal infections is a big challenge. When the diagnosis is obscure, the diagnostics fail. When the disease becomes obvious, the diagnostics help us. But this is not the right way for diagnosing fungal infections. So this was the traditional diagnostic, but we are moving towards advanced radiology, HRCT, as well as molecular and antigen-based testing for invasive fungal infections so that we have a lesser turnaround time and we tend to catch such fungal infections early. The predicament is under treatment versus excessive irrational use. We do not want to have any of the strategy. We want something in between. At the same time, we do not want to overtreat with a blanket therapy. We want to give a personalized care for our patients. So how do we select? Severity of infection. If a patient is critically ill, hemodynamically unstable, we generally choose liposomal amphotericin or at times echinocandin. Underlying risk factors, comorbidity, site of infection, local data, antifungal history, cost. Start at high dose. No dose modification of loading dose. we are knowing that fluconazole, the loading dose is 800 milligram. For various preparations of liposomal amphotericin, give the highest dose. The highest dose is 6 milligram. Don't gradually escalate dose as for chronic infection, and some studies have even used dose up to 10 milligram per kilogram. De-escalation once the patient is clinically stable and you have antifungal susceptibility. Duration is at least 2 weeks for candidemia or bloodstream infection after last negative culture. For mucormycosis, aspergillosis, the duration could be even longer, running into months. Longer durations are recommended for persistent candidemia. Metastatic infections involving other sites also we need to give prolonged therapies like CNS infection, bone endocarditis, joint, prosthetic joint infection. Are all amphotericin B preparations same or they are different? The first agent which was discovered was conventional amphotericin B, and the drug has withstood the testimony of time. We have been using it for 50 years, and the resistance is practically unknown for these drugs. But we improved on the drug, and newer formulations were made to decrease nephrotoxicity, to decrease infusion-related side effects. Now we have amphotericin B lipid complex, we have amphotericin B colloid dispersion, and we have liposomal amphotericin B. Efficacy-wise, lipid formulations are much better than the conventional amphotericin B. However, it comes with a cost, so the cost is high. But in last 10 to 15 years, most of the liposomal preparations, the costs have decreased drastically. Nephrotoxicity is lesser in liposomal amphotericin B. There are various reasons. There are 9 lipid moieties compared to 1 amphotericin moiety in a molecule of liposomal amphotericin B. So the risk of nephrotoxicity is less. More lipid is there, so the mammalian cells are spared more. And there are various other mechanisms also which contribute to decrease nephrotoxicity. There is huge literature about decreased nephrotoxicity because of various mechanisms with liposomal amphotericin B preparation. Infusion-related toxicity is also much less with liposomal. Then comes lipid complex. Colloid dispersion has been out of clinical market nowadays. And with conventional amphotericin B, the toxicity is more. The nephrotoxicity can further be reduced by adequate hydration, by decreasing other nephrotoxic drugs, and judicious selection of patient. If a patient is already having a compromised renal function or at a high risk of renal dysfunction, probably we will like to choose a liposomal preparation against conventional. This never means that conventional amphotericin B does not have any place in our armamentarium. It has place. Patients who are not at risk of renal dysfunction, probably we can still safely use in few of those patients. Combination approach for therapy only in high-risk proven infections, generally for mucormycosis or persistent infections. Generally, we tend to use a liposomal amphotericin-based combination therapy with another drug. Generally, it is used to cover molds. It is used for a suspect of resistance or proven resistance. Resistant species causing deep-seated infection, again, we tend to use a combination approach. It is equally important to break the chain of infection. Infection prevention and infection control are important aspects. We need not only focus on infection management, but also on infection prevention. We need to prevent outbreaks. We need to prevent emergence of newer species. We need to track and have a surveillance data of various species of fungi which we are isolating. We are capital of invasive fungal infections in the world, so we need to bring down the rates. Key points from my talk will be, you have to suspect and risk stratify. Use Candida score. Have mycological support from your ID colleagues and clinical microbiologists. Early adequate therapy. Amphotericin remains the suitable option in vast majority. It will cover majority of fungal infections, Candida, Cryptococcuses, mold, aspergillosis. So if you have to make an empirical choice with little microbiological evidence, amphotericin will be a good choice in most of the cases. But there are few exceptions, so we should be aware of those agents. Compare various therapies. You should be aware of the benefits and drawbacks with various therapies. And last but not least, infection control is pivotal in managing invasive fungal infections. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. I welcome you to this industry symposia. We have an esteemed panel with us. We are going to discuss about various preparations of amphotericin in this panel discussion. I am privileged to invite Dr. Prakash Shastri, Vice Chairman, Critical Care Department, Sir Gangaram Hospital. Dr. Pradeep Rangappa, he is from Bangalore, a great intensivist. Dr. Deepak Govil, a leader in ISCCM, and he needs no introduction, he's from Medanta, Gurugram. This is an industry session sponsored by Concord. My first question to Dr. Deepak Govil. Sir, what preparations of amphotericin are available commercially in India?
Thank you, Dr. Yash, for starting this beautiful session. So there are so many preparations of amphotericin B which are commercially available in India. To start with, one is the cheapest and oldest version of the amphotericin B, which is the amphotericin B deoxycholate, which is there for ages. And I'm sure all my esteemed panelists must have used it. It's an old-time drug. Gradually, it is coming out of the flavor. Then comes the lipid complex amphotericin B, and finally the liposomal amphotericin B, which is the mostly used nowadays. In between, there are 2-3 indigenously derived molecules which are complex in nature, and sometimes they are on the liposomal-based structure. But if you talk about the standard drugs, they are these 3 drugs.
Thank you, Dr. Govil. These are the preparation, conventional, liposomal, lipid complex, and as I told, colloid dispersion have lost the flavor, and the evidence is very, very scant for colloid dispersion. I come to Dr. Shastri, sir. What are the major drawbacks with conventional amphotericin?
When we talk about the drawbacks, we are basically talking about the side effects of the drug. So when we talk about the side effects of the drug, they can be broadly classified into 2 groups. One is the infusion-related toxicity, and the other is the organ-related toxicity. The infusion-related toxicity, you know that you can have an anaphylactoid kind of a reaction, and that is why in quite a few centers who are not using amphotericin B on a regular basis, they even today they give Avil and hydrocortisone before giving amphotericin B injection. But that is a thing of the past. Nowadays, we give it as a slow infusion over a prolonged period of time to mitigate these infusion-related side effects. But then we talk about the organ-related kidney. It can produce what I can call as a renal tubular acidosis kind of a picture, in which what happens is the body is not able to retain potassium, and potassium is lost. And that is why you tend to get hypokalemia. Even though the kidney functions are getting deranged, the creatinine levels are going up, the urine output is coming down. But these patients do not have hypokalemia because the kidneys lose their ability for tubular reabsorption of potassium. And that is why you get this renal tubular acidosis kind of a picture and hypokalemia, and then obviously hypomagnesemia is associated with it. So when you give especially the deoxycholate form of the drug, you have to be very careful about the electrolyte imbalance, and obviously you'll be concerned about the kidney toxicity. Infusion-related toxicity can be mitigated by giving a prolonged infusion. We tend to give 50 milligrams in 50 ml of 5% dextrose over a period of 5 hours. So that is a simple kind of a protocol that the nurses also understand, and they give it. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We move on to Dr. Rangappa. How safe is liposomal amphotericin B in comparison to lipid complex or colloid dispersion in terms of nephrotoxicity and infusion-related side effects?
Yeah, thanks, Deepak. So as clearly we know that these newer amphotericin B that has come is to predominantly mitigate the nephrotoxicity aspect of it. So, and there have been multiple studies comparing nephrotoxicity between, so we clearly understand amphotericin B deoxycholate, the main limiting factor is its nephrotoxicity. But when you talk about liposomal amphotericin B and colloid dispersion, so there are few studies that has compared. So one of the studies from Wingard et al. where the compared liposuction amphotericin B, 2 doses, 3 mg and 5 mg, along with the amphotericin B lipid complex. And the nephrotoxicity, in fact, was much lesser in liposomal amphotericin B as compared to amphotericin B lipid complex. Now, they compared 2 doses of liposomal amphotericin B, 3 mg and 5 mg, and they found the side effect profile of nephrotoxicity was similar. So the dosage also one need not be worried about in liposomal because nephrotoxicity was significantly less. And obviously, when you compare with the deoxycholate, there was one study by Walsh et al. There's a lot of studies on amphotericin by Walsh et al. From US. There they found nephrotoxicity was 19% with the liposomal amphotericin B as compared to 34% with regards to deoxycholate. Yes. So clearly it shows that the liposomal amphotericin B clearly has a distinct advantage in having most minimal nephrotoxicity. Yes.
Yeah, I come to the next question to Dr. Govind. What will the right dose of liposomal amphotericin be for a critically ill patient with invasive fungal infection?
Actually, doses are quite high. They are 3 milligram to 5 milligram as a per kg body weight in critically ill patients with invasive fungal infection. And this dose, not for a small time, it has for a long duration. So we have to give it for a long duration as well. I think that that will be discussed later on. So, but what we practice is 3 to 5 milligram per kg body weight to start with.
Yeah. So what is your practice? Do you gradually escalate dose or you start at the highest recommended dose?
We start with the highest recommended dose.
Thank you. So that is very, very important point. You start with the highest recommended dose, even if there is nephrotoxicity or pre-existing renal dysfunction, but the subsequent doses could be accommodated to be modified according to the renal functions. Dr. Shastri sir, how long is therapy with liposomal amphotericin B generally given for a critically ill patient with invasive fungal infections? And what will be your endpoints to stop therapy for an invasive fungal infection?
The answer to your first question is very straightforward. And as per the guidelines that are given by the IDSA, you need to continue the antifungal therapy for invasive fungal infection for 14 days after the last culture is negative. Now, this is the official statement. The concern is that how often it is practiced in letter and spirit. And that is where things change a bit. However, I can say for myself that whenever I start amphotericin B in whichever form I've started, and yes, my preference is for liposomal amphotericin B, I would definitely give it for a period of 2 weeks from the day I start. So that is my basic approach towards the management. What are the endpoints? Now, the endpoints are 2. One is the clinical endpoint that clinically the patient is better. So that would be a clinical endpoint. But along with the clinical endpoint, we need to have the radiological endpoint as well. So that means generally speaking, I would repeat a CT scan after 2 weeks and see whether there is some resolution, or in case it is a brain, then probably I would do an MRI and see whether the lesion has progressed or come down. But having said that, there are occasions in which even if the radiological clearance is there, sometimes we tend to continue these drugs for a longer period of time. So what I would look for is a biomarker. In case of aspergillus, now I've got a biomarker in the form of galactomannan, where I can do a galactomannan in the bowel fluid. And the bowel fluid, if I serially look at the bowel fluid galactomannan, then that could give me an indication that yes, the patient is getting better. So that is a biomarker-based de-escalation of this drug. Having said all this, I would come back to my basic point that whatever happens, I need to give this drug for at least 2 weeks from the day I start.
Thank you, sir. And probably duration for deep-seated infections and mucormycosis can run into months altogether. Thank you.
Huge.
Yeah. Dr. Rangappa. We know these lipid preparations of amphotericin B have brought down the toxicity, but still liposomal amphotericin B can have nephrotoxicity. What are the strategies you apply in your clinical practice to further reduce the toxicity?
Yeah. Thanks, Ash. As I said in the previous narrative, that nephrotoxicity does exist, but compared to our other contemporaries of amphotericin B, deoxycholate, and lipid complex, this has distinctly less. So we have looked into studies. There are studies which have shown that the nephrotoxicity can be significantly reduced by not having other concomitant drugs which contribute to nephrotoxicity, Yash. Because the one study which was done was looked into where the patient is only on lipotropin, amphotericin B, and another group having more other nephrotoxic, because most of their drugs are used in a post-transplant setting where there is a cyclosporine or any other nephrotoxic drugs. So it was 6% in a group where patient was only on liposuction and amphotericin B, and another group where there was other additional drugs. If there are more than 2 or more other nephrotoxic drugs like cyclosporine or any other allowed diuretics for that matter, then the risk went up to 22%. So what we can conclude is try to avoid using other concomitant nephrotoxic drugs to significantly reduce the nephrotoxicity, and the choice of amphotericin B, which would clearly be liposomal amphotericin B. And there is a little debate on the duration, as Prakash Shastri rightly said. So there are studies comparing little lesser duration and higher duration. Maybe curtailing the duration also, if clinically allowed, may lessen our nephrotoxicity. Yes, over to you, Yash.
Yes, can I make a point
Yes,
here?
please. Yes, sir.
The drugs that we are concerned about in the intensive care setting are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, diuretics, as Pradeep has already mentioned, but the other drug is the aminoglycosides. These are, you have to make sure that these 3 are avoided at all costs, and that has to be mentioned in the case record that these are not to be used. And finally, if you maintain hydration of the patient, probably that could help in at least mitigating, if not avoiding, the toxicity. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Govil, what do the guidelines recommend as empirical choice for a high-risk, critically ill COVID patient who is probably suffering a fungal infection? Because it's an empirical choice we are talking about.
Difficult question, Dr. Yash, because as we all know, the COVID is a new thing for everybody. So guidelines pertaining to COVID is like difficult. And nowadays, so much literature is coming, it is very difficult to dig out the right thing. And only time will tell what is the right and what is the wrong. Today, we are taking everything as a pinch of salt, and everything can be used to salvage the patient. But coming back to our experience in critically ill patients suffering with the COVID, what is happening in the COVID, there are 3 possibilities which I experienced. I am sure Dr. Shastri and Dr. Rangappa, who are having either equal experience or maybe more experience than me in treating such patients, that they are at the high risk of fungemia, they are at the high risk of invasive aspergillosis, mainly the pulmonary aspergillosis, and they are very high risk for developing mucormycosis. So we have to think any drug which is acting on all 3 areas. And probably the liposomal amphotericin B could be the only drug which is acting at all 3 levels. Like in aspergillosis, I know it is not the first line drug, but still in mucor and in the invasive fungal infections in the form of fungemia, it is acting there. And sometimes you can even see that this fungal meningitis is also happening in the few patients. I would request at this point Dr. Shastri and Dr. Rangappa also, if time permits, to just give their experiences, share their experience.
Before I give my experience, Deepak, can I ask you how many Candida auris did you see in your experience?
Yeah, they are too many.
And that is where liposomal amphotericin falls short of our expectations. That is where perhaps we'll have to go in for echinocandins, because in my hospital, at least, the resistance to amphotericin B is to the tune of 90%. Having said all this, I would agree that as a broad spectrum antifungal agent, obviously liposomal amphotericin B, because of our long experience of having used the drug in some form or the other for a very, very long time, and I've been using it for the last 30 years, honestly. And if that is why it gives us a lot of confidence to prescribe this drug in those conditions where we are suspecting fungal infections very strongly. Having said that, we have to realize that amphotericin B may not be a drug of choice in Candida auris and some other conditions, Scedosporium and other conditions. So we need a broader spectrum, and there is an unmet need as far as the broad spectrum or empirical antifungal is concerned. I will be giving a lecture in the future of antifungal therapy in the critical care. And there I think I will mention that isavuconazole has now come into the market. And isavuconazole has been found to be effective against both aspergillus as well as mucormycosis. I have seen 12 cases of mucormycosis in the last 3 months, and I have got a few proven, histopathology proven aspergillus case, again pulmonary, who underwent a VAT decortication. So I could prove that it was an aspergillus. And so when you have this kind of things coming in your post-COVID patient, I'm talking about post-COVID patients only. When you have this kind of a scenario in post-COVID patients, really very difficult unless you have some kind of a biomarker or something to go by, because amphotericin B in this group of patients, again, it's a very dicey situation for us to give, because we have seen so many patients who were never in CKD, but they ended up having a CRRT in these patients. So AKI is a very, very important component in the management of these patients. And if we use amphotericin and we push the patient who was having CKD but non-oliguric and maybe not fulfilling the indications of dialysis, we push him to some kind of renal replacement therapy. So yes, it was, as Deepak told, it is a difficult question to answer, and I think you'll have to tailor it to the needs of the patient, and that decision has to be at the bedside.
Thank you. We'll take this last question because of paucity of time. I'll put this last question to Dr. Rangappa. What will be your empirical use of antifungal in a critically ill patient suffering with invasive fungal infections where you do not have any diagnostics, proven diagnostics with you?
Yeah, thanks, Yash. Since the question is empiric use of amphotericin B. So when you look into the guidelines, so you wouldn't see that as a level 1 recommendation for aspergillus or invasive fungal candidiasis, but definitely it has a distinct role in a select cohort of patients, and typically where it's recommended is where there is refractory temperature in patients who administered antibiotics with a neutropenia following post chemotherapy. So where you do not have an answer, so there is a febrile neutropenia and it is not settling with whatever broad spectrum antibiotics, and this is in the setting of a post chemotherapy. So one could definitely consider amphotericin B as their choice because of its wide spectrum of activity. And the other group is in hematopoietic stem cell transplant, where they have been, or any other condition where they have been on an azole prophylaxis. So once you go on an azole prophylaxis, so there is a possibility of risk for resistance for these. And as I previously mentioned, Candida auris is a very troubling specimen in our Indian context. So azole prophylaxis, or you have a epidemiology which is telling you that auris is a problem in your situation. So that would be my cohort of patients where I would consider this issue.
Thank you, Dr. Rangappa. With this, I'd like to close this panel discussion with the concluding remarks. The predicament while treating fungal infections is over-treatment versus under-treatment. So we have to risk stratify each patient. We have to look at the different perspective at each patient. Try to build up your mycology diagnostics and early and intense antifungal therapies to start with when you suspect and treat empirically. Thank you, respected panelists. Thank you, Concord, for arranging this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yash, for wonderfully conducting a session and bringing into focus a lot of relevant issues which are of importance for us in our day-to-day practice. And I also thank all the panelists. Now we have reached the last session of the day, and this will be the session on new bugs or re-emerging bugs. And the chairperson for this session would be Dr. Virottam Tomar, very famous physician of pulmonary medicine and critical care from Meerut, and I would request Dr. Tomar to conduct this session from henceforth. Is Dr. Tomar there? Is Dr. I can't see his, yes, he is there.
Yes. Yeah. Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Welcome, Dr.
Okay. So I think we can start. We are having slides of our speakers here. The introduction.
Yeah, can you please introduce the speakers before that?
Yeah. Hello. So the first speaker is Dr. Chandresh Chakrabarti from Kolkata. He is consultant critical care in charge of Apollo Hospitals, Kolkata. I think he's the only brief introduction he has given in his slide. So I request Dr. Chandresh Chakrabarti to please start your session. Yes. Dr. Chakrabarti, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, it will be played by the tech team, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah,
So
this is a very interesting topic, like with the breakthrough infections in ICU, especially serratia. That is upcoming.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Today, I'll be presenting on breakthrough infections in ICU, and the bacteria that I have been asked to talk on is serratia. So I'll keep it simple, and we will basically go through the microbiology of the bacteria, and then why it has become relevant to intensivists, and how we can deal with the difficult to treat infections. So serratia is not a new bacteria that we are talking about. It's been reported as early as 1969 from Archives of Internal Medicine as an outbreak in the hospital and how it's controlled. But it has become more relevant these days because of the multi-drug resistant strains of serratia that has come, and which has become really difficult to treat, and we'll see why. Now, serratia is a facultative anaerobic gram-negative bacteria belonging to the class Enterobacteriaceae. It is abundant in the environment, particularly water sources, and it can also contaminate various kinds of infusions, injections, causing hospital outbreaks. In fact, it can also come from various surfaces and various instruments that are used in the hospital, like endoscopes, bronchoscopes, soaps, etc. The infections happen in clusters, and it must trigger an investigation by the infection control committee of every hospital, because usually there's a common source outbreak, like the hospital water source or some instrument, etc. And we'll see a few such reports as we move on. But the most common serratia infection that we see in the hospitalized patients is bloodstream infection from water or from various kinds of infused contamination. It has been seen in dialysis patients because of the fluid source that is used for dialysis. It has been reported in neonatal ICUs from various parts of the world. And these patients are particularly prone from point source outbreaks causing bloodstream infection. However, it can cause infection in various other organs, like it can cause urinary tract infections, pneumonia, meningoencephalitis, soft tissue infections, particularly post-operatively, osteomyelitis, particularly in patients who have got joint implants, orthopedic implants. It can cause eye infection also. And however, none of the organs that we have talked about are commonly infected. That means you cannot say that serratia is a common cause of pneumonia or bloodstream infection or UTI per se in the general population. So these are rare infections, and it only happens from time to time, sporadically, as outbreaks. Now, this is a publication from the American Journal of Infection Control, where Serratia marcescens sepsis outbreak was caused from contaminated propofol that was being used in this hospital. As you know, propofol contains egg, and egg is a good media for bacteria to grow. This is, again, an article from the British Medical Journal, Antimicrobial Resistance and Infection Control, which reports about an outbreak of Serratia in neurosurgical site infections associated with a contaminated shaving razor. Serratia outbreaks associated with extrinsic contamination of soap has also been reported from Infection Control Hospital Epidemiology Journal. So as you can see, it can cause outbreaks from various contaminated sources. The problem is Serratia is intrinsically resistant to various antibiotics like the common amoxicillins, amoxiclavs, narrow-spectrum cephalosporins may or may not work against Serratia, macrolides, tetracyclines, nitrofurantoin. But the most significant is that it is intrinsically resistant to colistin. Modern ICUs, particularly in India and parts of the world like where the bacterial flora is like India, like Pakistan, Southeast Asia, etc. There's a huge amount of carbapenemase producing organisms and multi-drug resistant organisms, and the ICUs use a lot of colistin or polymyxin B. And in these ICUs, we are seeing a breakthrough of Serratia infections because once the patient is on colistin for a long time, bacteria like Serratia, Proteus, Providentia, etc. Cause breakthrough infections. And that's why it has become very, very relevant. Now, there are various kinds of resistance mechanisms which got a potential to harbor MDR strains or develop MDR strains. These can be AMPC production, ESBL production, carbapenemase production, and it can also develop resistance to beta-lactams while the patient is on therapy. Now, the risk of emergence of AMPC is high, particularly in patients who are receiving antibiotics from a prolonged period of time. For example, patient with meningitis, CNS infections, or neurosurgical infections, particularly in the presence of VP shunts or neurosurgical prosthesis, etc. It can happen if there are sequestered sites, like I mentioned, osteomyelitis, where the bone cannot be completely removed, where debridements are not completely possible, and where source control cannot be done extensively. And these are patients who are particularly prone to development of resistance while on therapy. High risk of developing resistance happens, as I mentioned, in CNS infections, and therefore it is advocated not to use ceftriaxone or ceftazidime, even if the lab reports that it is sensitive. Meropenem or cefepime are the preferred antibiotics for treating meningitis caused by Serratia. For other sequestered sites, fluoroquinolones or trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole are useful antibiotics. Now, if there is an AMPC or carbapenem resistance, then cefepime or the newer BLBLI may be used, but colistin, as I mentioned, is not an option. This is one report or an article published in the Journal of Antimicrobial Chemotherapy from UK, where they are again talking about a Serratia marcescens producing carbapenemases and an emerging resistance problem in the UK. This is as recent as 2017. So what do we do in life-threatening resistant Serratia infections? Like, we have to use cefepime. It should be used in high doses, 2 grams, and extended infusions 8 hourly. A newer BLBLI ceftazidime avibactam may be useful in treating such infections, although the data is sparse on the effect of ceftazidime avibactam. If Serratia is producing metallo-beta-lactamase, then we can think of combining aztreonam with ceftazidime avibactam. And for UTI, fosfomycin or newer aminoglycosides may be used. Plasmomycin is unfortunately not available in India, but other newer aminoglycosides which have come to the market may be tried. There are certain newer drugs which have been proposed for treating Serratia, like meropenem, avibactam, cefiderocol, plasmomycin, or ribavacycline. Unfortunately, these are still not available in this country. The emergence of AMPC derepressed mutants can happen as early as 4 days on therapy. And because imipenem is a strong inducer, it is not preferred as a carbapenem. Meropenem or doripenem is a preferred carbapenem. Ceftriaxone is also a weak inducer, so if you want to give a prolonged therapy, ceftriaxone should be avoided. If there is poor clinical response to cephalosporin, susceptibility test should be repeated from fresh cultures, just because, as I mentioned, the bacteria can develop resistance while on therapy. The duration of therapy usually is 7 to 8 days. They don't need prolonged antibiotics. However, for complicated infections like neurosurgical infections, complicated UTI, poorly debrided sites, they may need long courses and with the risk of developing resistance. So, to sum up, Serratia outbreaks used to happen in hospital from as early as 1900s and is still happening. And it will probably continue to increase as a menace because of the increased use of multiple advanced medical equipments and increased use of colistin in our ICUs. If there is a Serratia outbreak, the Infection Control Committee needs to run an investigation and a fishtail analysis to find out why or from where this outbreak is happening. As I mentioned, Serratia is resistant to many antibiotics, but particularly to colistin. Treating carbapenem-resistant strains can be challenging, and you might have to try various options, which already are mentioned in my talk. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. For now, that's all in my talk. Thank you very much. And this is my email if you want to get in touch with me for further questions. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasheth. Excellent presentation. As definitely, it's a very emerging trend of Serratia, and especially in pulmonology setups like bronchoscopy, thoracoscopy setups, and where EBUS are using, we are using, and definitely we agree that the broad spectrum antibiotic use, especially the early use of colistin in different ICU setups, is a major concern. So thank you so much, Dr. Ashi. I request the next presentation. Can we upload the next slide for next presentation? Technical team? Yeah. The most welcome Dr. Neeraj Tyagi, the well-known intensivist from Delhi. He is a consultant in charge in Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, and he is having European diploma in intensive care. I know him personally as an excellent person, very dedicated person, especially in dealing critical care. So most welcome, Dr. Neeraj, and I request you to start your presentation. Can you hear me, Dr. Neeraj?
The tech team may kindly play his video.
Yeah, that is there now.
Present on this topic, new and emerging bugs, in which I will be speaking about Burkholderia.
Okay.
This is a genus, a bacteria which belongs to a genus of Proteobacteria. Previously, it was a part of Pseudomonas group, and it was first described by Burkholder as a phytopathogen causing infection to the onion roots. This became important because this is the third or the fourth most common non-fermenting gram-negative bacillary infection in intensive care units or in wards after Pseudomonas acinetobacter and Stenotrophomonas. This data is even from reputed institutes like AIIMS, PJ Chandigarh. So Proteobacteria has a gamma subclass with Stenotrophomonas and a beta subclass which has Burkholderia and Achromobacter. So this is an obligate aerobe non-fermenting non-lactose fermenting bacillus, which is catalase positive, oxidase positive, and H2S and urease negative. So it is labeled as Cepacia complex, which has around 10 genome overs, of which Cepacia, multi-ovorans, Cenocepacia, and Ambipharia are the predominant species which cause infections in human beings.
Just the tech team, can you just hold on and play the right
reported in patients with
diseases like this. Just stop this video and play the video by Dr.
This
Neeraj.
complex causes
this is a different
infections.
This is a different video. The tech team may please note that this is different from what Dr. Virottam Tumar has announced. And you please play the correct video.
Yeah, there I think is a different Dr. Neeraj Tyagi, I think slide should run up. Yeah, there's some confusion, I think.
I request the tech team once again to play the video by
Neeraj
Tyagi.
From Delhi.
And this video is for the next talk.
Next talk, yeah.
Sir, I haven't received.
You please, show the slide of the speaker so that Dr. Virottam Tumar can once again read out the speaker, and then you place this video.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah,
meanwhile, you can search Dr. Neeraj Tyagi's talk from the end. Yeah. Just show the.
So the risk factors for infection, as we already described in cystic fibrosis, chronic granulomatous diseases, and hematology.
Can you please hold on and first let Dr. Tomar introduce the speaker?
Just introduce the speaker, yeah. Yeah.
Sir, I'm playing the Neeraj Tyagi's video, sir. Hold on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many congratulations to organizing committee of Criticare 2021. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this talk on Ehrlichia, which is not a new but an important, uncommon pathogen, which is now considered responsible for quite a few nosocomial outbreaks. So let's talk about the relevance. Almost a decade back, first case series was reported from Bangalore, and now in last decade we have seen Manipal, Vizag are some of the cases from which this pathogen has been isolated in neonates as well as in adults, and we have a plethora of literature which has made us much more wiser how to identify and how to deal with this bug. So it's a gram-negative bacilli, which is not fermenter, just like Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter, which we see very commonly in our ICUs. Earlier, it was known as Flavobacterium genus, which was later on changed to Rhizobacterium meningosepticum, and it was all because of we were able to identify the genetic constitution, and that's the reason how it shifted. So it's a ubiquitous organism which is widely distributed in the environment, but important thing is it's not known to reside in human hosts. So if it is being isolated from a patient inside ICU, it is pertinent on us to find the source from which it is coming. The reason for us to believe is because it has been isolated from sinks, basin, and taps, and the chlorine-treated municipal water, it can survive in that pretty well. Similarly, it has been found to colonize all kinds of fluids, endotracheal tubes, humidifiers, and all kinds of ICU atmosphere. And finally, the CLSI still has not given any established breakpoints. So when we are going across the studies and we are trying to interpret the MIC's data, one must be aware in some of these studies, they are not from this particular bug per se, but have been from a pathogen, which is as different as Staphylococcus. So when it comes to clinical profile, all kind of hospital-acquired infections all across organs have been attributed to it. But also in certain case series, we will see community-acquired necrotizing fasciitis, bacterium, as well as pneumonia are found to be caused by this bug. So Ehrlichia, the important thing for which is relevant particularly to India is that they have two different beta-lactamases. One of them is ESBL, or extended spectrum beta-lactamase. Another one is more notorious, is a class B metallo-beta-lactamase. So we all understand the importance of MBLs because they confer resistance to carbapinamines, which are the go-to drug if we are suspecting any secondary infection in India. When it comes to risk factors and variations, this really good article which came was able to differentiate how it was becoming very early, within 2 weeks, while in the earlier literature, it was reported for late onset of infection, most of the times post 4th or 5th week of hospitalization. Other aspect was that these patients were on mechanical ventilation for not too long. And the most common antibiotics as suspected were colistin and carbapenems. Mortality rate in their study was very high, almost every 3 out of their 4 patients they died, although we can't say that mortality is attributable exclusively to Elizabeth Kingia, but it seems perhaps, as they say, the appropriateness of antibiotic choice is very important. So another study which looked at a specific subpopulation of those who were being hemodialyzed in ICU found something similar. All kind of invasive lines obviously were present in these patients, but most of them were on colistin when this bug was suspected and isolated. When it comes to antibiotic susceptibility, the MIC for ciprofloxacin was very low, and they were also susceptible to glycopeptides. The reason for this is important because the major practice points which we can derive from the study is like these patients who were on hemodialysis and in ICU, maybe as we know, the patients who go into AKI, the mortality goes very high. The isolation time was even earlier, within first week, that means average of 5 days. And the reason for that was the source was perhaps inside the ICU, in the tap water being used for hand washing. And obviously, we do suspect broad spectrum antibiotics, including colistin. They led to selection pressure and probably emergence of this bug as one of the causative agents. Patients were not too old, again, something which has been believed that that only patients in extreme of ages were susceptible to this particular genus. The mortality, surprisingly, was very low. It was just 25%, and probably because the institute was aware of this bug and they were able to choose effective antibiotic therapy much early. So in contrast to 75% in the previous study, it was just 25%. When it comes to clinical profiling, it is really important because if you go in the literature, you realize the second species which are being responsible is not meningoseptica, but anaphylaxia. What in this study find out that there was no significant difference in antibiotic sensitivity, and this point needs to be understood very clearly because most of the biotech systems which are being used in most of the hospitals, they are not species specific, but they are able to identify most of the time Elizabeth Kingia, the genus per se, and that should be enough for us to choose our antibiotics appropriately because bacteremia and VAP are the most common infections being caused, and because as highlighted in the study, almost half of the patients, they do have growth of other pathogens which are gram-negative bacilli. So we need to use a dual therapy which will cover those gram-negative bacilli, but also will work against this Elizabeth Kingia. And minocycline, piperacillin, tazobactam in this particular hospital, as PGI Lucknow, were effective antibiotics, but that not be a universal case. Again, they showed because they knew which antibiotics will work, they were able to achieve favorable outcome in almost about 75% of their cases. So if we are not able to identify the genus, but we are able to somehow start the antibiotic therapy, even if the infection is early, most of our patients will survive. What one must understand, the previous pre-delectation for as we considered immunosuppressed patient or those who are having certain kind of malignancy is not necessary, as shown in this paper. Patient who had just hypertension or they had hypertension with diabetes or just COPD, almost 50% of them were part of the group who had this Elizabeth Kingia infection. When it comes to risk factor for mortality, a very recent paper showed that yes, immunocompetent hosts may also succumb to this bacteria if not treated appropriately. Obviously, high sepsis score is a risk factor for mortality in any which infection per se. But as highlighted in previous study, one should be aware of concomitant infections and choose antibiotics accordingly. Similarly, so one should try to find out what kind of other risk factors, which are new risk factors, like cerebrovascular attacks, was also seen in this patient to predispose the subset who were ultimately developing Elizabeth-Kingia species. And the most likely source of infection or the organ infected was again lungs, and the reason is probably a biofilm formation, and that's why most probably some of these new generation antibiotics are not able to penetrate there. One should be aware of what to look for in terms of perhaps treatment efficacy, and they showed that thrombocytopenia, if it is persisting for around 7 to 10 days despite treatment, is one of the factors. So is persistent inflammatory state, as shows by high CRP in this patient. So choice of empirical antibiotics, despite they were able to identify the subspecies and they were able to categorize what kind of antibiotics were working. The combination therapy they showed perhaps somehow gave better results as compared to moxifloxacin or used rifampicin, which was not being used very commonly in their ICUs. So when we talk about which one to choose, local antimicrogram is very, very important. So as this study in Taiwan showed that patient who were receiving carbapinams, they had polymicrobial bacteremia, but in their case, it was trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, which was the go-to drug. And despite some of us, we tend to use something like tigecycline. The MIC in this case was in north of 4 microgram per ml. That means the usual 50 milligram twice a day dose is going to be ineffective if we are trying to cover our patients against this bacteria. Obviously, outbreak investigation is very important because we need to find the source the moment we isolate this bug in any which patient in our ICUs. And this London hospital investigation showed that sometimes the propagation is believed to be person to person, but the point source was there in the ICU was like in 3 clinical sinks, and later on when they were able to locate, I'll show further, were 2 more areas. And the most important aspect is antimicrobial drug usage, which was considered a very important aspect. They found no correlation because other clinical units in the hospital were using the same kind of antimicrobials, but because it did not have any environmental source, there were no outbreaks whatsoever in those areas of hospital. Median age was pretty low, like 45 years in these patients, and patients were obviously on broad spectrum antibiotics. So the reason why we need to find out the outbreak source is if we do not have any environmental source, obviously we have to fall back on infection control practices, and we need to tweak them, maybe changing our catheter mounts and bacterial filters, which they found to be colonized from 72 hours to 24 hours. And try to find out the right kind of hand disinfectant. For example, when the London hospital switched to alcohol-based rubs, they were not able to mitigate the outbreak in whatsoever way. They had to go for source control, and what they tried to use was a 3-hourly forced flush of the sinks. But if any situation arises in our hospitals, we need to go for enhanced environmental decontamination as well. So to conclude, the practice points are that we need to identify this bug as early as possible. We need to find out the environmental source, and obviously automated culture and identification systems, they play a crucial role in discriminating Elizabeth-Kingia, a non-fermenter, from other non-fermenter which are notorious to be there in our ICUs, namely Acinetobacter and Pseudomonas. And the moment microbiologists they suspect this infection, they should try to inform the clinicians, and so that appropriate antibiotics as per the local antimicrobiome can be instituted as early as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Neeraj. I think you have elaborated very nicely. And I request, in the last, we will keep the question answer session. So I request technical person to upload the next session, next topic. Yeah. So I welcome Dr. Sai San from the Lucknow He's assistant professor, and he is having in the Department of Critical Care Medicine, KGMU Lucknow. He has done MD and IDCCM, DM, and ADIC. He has cleared ADIC from European Critical Care Society. Other the feather in his name is he's the best DM resident of SGPGI in 2017. He has awarded SS Agrawal Award for the research in 2019. He has more than 30 publications in national as well as international journals, including critical care medicine and on the shock especially. So I request Dr. Sai Saran to present his on the blood area topic.
Good day. I sincerely thank Criticare for giving me an opportunity to present on this topic, new and emerging bugs, in which I will be speaking about Burkholderia. This is a genus, a bacteria which belongs to genus of Proteobacteria. Previously, it was a part of Pseudomonas group, and it was first described by Burkholder as a phytopathogen causing infection to the onion roots. This became important because this is the third or the fourth most common non-fermenting gram-negative bacillary infection in intensive care units or in wards after Pseudomonas acinetobacter and Stenotrophomonas. This data is even from reputed institutes like AIIMS, PJ Chandigarh. So Proteobacteria has a gamma subclass with Stenotrophomonas and a beta subclass which has Burkholderia and Achromobacter. So this is an obligate aerobe non-fermenting non-lactose fermenting bacillus, which is catalase positive, oxidase positive, and H2S and urease negative. So it is labeled as Cepacia complex, which has around 10 genome overs, of which Cepacia, multi-ovorans, Cenocepacia, and Ambipharia are the predominant species which cause infections in human beings. And these infections are predominantly reported in patients with diseases like cystic fibrosis. So this complex causes various infections, pulmonary infections being labeled in, especially when they cause necrotizing pneumonias, they are labeled as Cepacia syndrome. And it can cause bloodstream infections, peritonitis, skin soft tissue infections, septic arthritis, and ocular infections following surgery. The other species is the Pseudomallei, which causes melioidosis. So this organism is ubiquitous and it is non-pathogenic. In healthy hosts, it has very low virulence, but in immunocompromised patients and in patients with intensive care, if it manifests with severe infection. And it likes moist environments. Wherever water and other medical equipment with water sources are available, it grows. And it has an extraordinary metabolic diversity. Thereby, it has wide range to adapt to the environment. It can utilize the carbon source which is there in your disinfectants and can sustain its life in intensive care unit. So it can sustain in nutrient limited environments. So the risk factors for infection, as we already described in cystic fibrosis, chronic granulomatous diseases, and hematological malignancies. Apart from that, it can be reported as outbreaks, especially waterborne infections and exposure to contaminated solutions. It is being reported with immunocompetent patients, and the broad spectrum antimicrobial use itself is a risk factor for acquiring such infections. So beyond human pathogen, this is used in biotechnological applications, like it promotes the plant growth by nitrogen fixation. It is used in the production of antimicrobial compounds that can protect crops against other bacterial and fungal infections. And it is used as a bioremediation agent that is useful in degradation of various man-made pollutants. So it has its role in industry, various man-made industries. Thereby, it can come into the critical care units or hospitals where various products are being manufactured. So my little experience with this organism, I'll share. Thereby I introduce the challenge which this organism can pose in critically ill patients. So this is a 25-year-old male with no comorbidities at all, presented with high-grade fever for 6 days, diffuse pain abdomen for 2 days, and 1 episode of hematemesis. So the next 2 days, the fever progressed and it reached ARDS, requiring intubation, mechanical ventilation, and prone ventilation. And this patient is in septic shock too, requiring meropenem and doxycycline-like broad-spectrum antimicrobial agents. The diagnosis at admission was complicated dengue, along with scrub co-infection in this patient. The shock and ARDS improved with this treatment, but he had persistent fever for the next 3 days, and surprisingly, his blood cultures at admission revealed Burkholderia cepaceae. This patient also stayed in corporate or outside hospital before coming to our referral center, and he was given broad-spectrum antimicrobials for a period of 1 week. And the sensitivity pattern of this organism, as you can see, that it is sensitive to trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, meropenem, and levofloxacin. But as the fever were persisting, the trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole was added to this patient, the fever improved, and he was extubated successfully. This is one of the few cases of immunocompetent patients who developed, following a tropical infection, developed Burkholderia cepaceae, and you can surprisingly see the resistance of ceftazidime, which is usually used in the treatment of Burkholderia cepaceae infections. Again, my experience with case number 2 is a 35-year-old male who is a school teacher by profession, who presented with pyomyositis. It is usually caused by gram-positive microorganisms. The cover in terms of piperacillin and tazobactam and vancomycin were started to this patient as he developed worsening clinical condition, development of ARDS and septic shock. He was shifted to intensive care unit where meropenem and vancomycin were administered empirically. You can see that this patient had developed features of secondary HLH with pancytopenia, elevated ferritin and triglycerides along with hepatosplenomegaly. We did a bone marrow. Surprisingly, the bone marrow showed hemophagocytosis, but along with the growth of Burkholderia cepaceae, and simultaneous blood cultures also were positive for this organism. And the sensitivity pattern of this was similar to the previous case, which was having very good sensitivity to trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole. So this was reported as disseminated pyomyositis by Burkholderia cepaceae. So the admission blood cultures were positive, and these were the ultrasonography and chest X-ray or the CT scan imagings at admission, which showed ARDS. So after this, the bone marrow showed hemophagocytosis and the parasite, which is engulfed in this bone marrow, the bacteria. So the third case, which I am presenting, is a 55-year-old woman who presented with undiagnosed diabetes mellitus, who presented with severe community-acquired pneumonia along with some soft tissue infection. Workup revealed that this patient was positive for Burkholderia pseudomallei. The treatment in this patient, surprising, the sensitivity was good with ceftazidime. So ceftazidime followed by trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole was administered. And this was reported as disseminated melioidosis because the blood culture grew pseudomallei. The scenario 4, which I am going to tell, is outbreaks in intensive care unit. You can see that in March 2019, multiple cultures were recovered from blood in a neonatal intensive care unit. Once they chased the site of this outbreak, it was found to be a suction apparatus. So you can see the various outbreaks which happened in India reported the sources of infection being water, IV antibiotics, antiemetic drugs, rubber stopper of amikacin, ultrasound gel, and suction apparatus. So the outbreaks, which were analyzed through systematic review, found that medical preparation, including various solutions, drugs, and disinfectants, like even contaminated chlorhexidine solutions, contaminated multi-dose salbutamol nebulization vials, are the major risk factor or the sources of these outbreaks. So the water contamination, whenever you have water contamination, the same water is being used in pharmaceutical contamination, and this water through various medications comes to the ICU or hospitals, and in patients with predisposing diseases, it will lead to cepaceae complex or cepaceae syndromes. So based on this, Burkholderia cepaceae was labeled as an objectionable microorganism category by FDA, especially warning the pharmaceutical industries. So the outbreak, as I explained, that they can be in nebulizers, they can be in mouthwash, they can be in various sinks or faucets and ultrasound gel. So how this is being reported nowadays more frequently? This is because of the automated diagnostic techniques like MALDI-TOF or Phoenix or Vitek or walkaway systems that through which you are able to label that this organism is Burkholderia cepaceae. This is of a great concern because of the sensitivity pattern of these organisms. As you can see that I explained that this is a report from AIIMS Delhi saying that colistin empirical usage or increased usage of antimicrobials like colistin predisposes or increases the incidence of such organisms like Burkholderia cepaceae. You can see the UCAST or CLSI sensitivity patterns of this organism. As you can see that it is resistant to amoxicillin clavulanic acid. UCAST reports ticaracillin as resistant and CLSI reports piperacillin tazobactam as intrinsically resistant to this organism. You can see that imipenem is resistant in both. Aminoglycosides are intrinsically resistant and trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, of course, is the sensitive drug, and this organism is intrinsically resistant even to polymyxin B or colistin, which is the pivotal drug of gram-negative bacterial infections, which are XDR, MDR in intensive care unit. So the resistance develops mainly through the development of efflux pumps, alteration of the lipopolysaccharide, mutations or AMP-C beta-lactamase production, which can happen, and DNA gyrase mutations, especially for fluoroquinolones, and dihydrofolate reductase mutations, if they can happen, that will be leading to a drug resistant even for trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole. Reports are there for Burkholderia cepaceae, which is resistant to trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole too. So the treatment options, as I said, that is variable. You have to check the antibiotic sensitivity report which was given. The main drug of choice majority of the times is cotrimoxazole, which is used in 15 to 20 mg per kg per day divided in 3 to 4 doses of trimethoprim. Alternatives, we have like levofloxacin, ceftazidime, which I reported that in the 2 cases which I reported, it was resistant to ceftazidime. And meropenem, doripenem, minocycline, and chloramphenicol also have sensitivity pattern. So we should devise appropriate antibiotic policy. You should control the water quality of pharmaceuticals, and you should be able to have an outbreak approach to any such outbreak which can happen. You have to find out the source and you have to do surveillance among patients with high risk. Finally, it leads to the identification of potential reservoir and good infection control practices that can prevent such infections, along with reduction in the empirical broad spectrum antimicrobials which are being used. So to conclude, in my recent paper, we said that uncommon non-fermenting gram-negative bacteria like Burkholderia cepaceae can be suspected in a patient who is clinically deteriorating, especially on broad spectrum antimicrobial therapy. You should suspect these such infections in patients who received prolonged antimicrobial therapy, especially with agents like carbapenems and polymyxins. And the drugs of choice are trimethoprim, sulfamethoxazole, fluoroquinolone, and tetracyclines, but you should always verify the antibiotic sensitivity reports which are available. And the diagnosis can be done through the utility of automated diagnostic technologies, which can play a role in such diagnosing such uncommon non-fermenting gram-negative bacilli. I again sincerely thank Criticare for giving me an opportunity to present over this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sai, for excellent case presentations and very eye-opening. All these 3 cases are very eye-opener. Thank you, Dr. Neeraj and Dr. Chakrabarty, for a nice presentation. I think there's no question answer in the chat box. Pardon? Your voice, please unmute yourself.
There is one question in the chat box, Dr.
Okay.
Kumar. They said that it is from Calcutta. They said that they had an outbreak of Burkholderia during the COVID times, and despite lot of effort to find out the source of Burkholderia. They could not find anywhere. So what might be the causes? And they have noted that similar things have happened in UK also, that despite best searches, they could not find the source of contamination of Burkholderia during COVID. Yeah.
Dr. Sai?
Kumar, you
Yes,
can
sir.
answer it or you can pass it to the speakers as you wish.
Okay. Dr. Sai is there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Very tough. In India, I think definitely we can say that the risk factors which I discussed by COVID, like the empirical use of broad spectrum antimicrobials, could have predisposed almost even immunocompetent patients to alteration of the microbial flora and such uncommon gram-negative non-fermenters to come. And sir, to chase the source, I think we require very strict infection control committee, because I have shown you that it can be there in suction apparatus. It is ubiquitous. It can be everywhere. How many
Dr. Sai, I just want to point out, because of the specific nature of this question, just it strike to you that you also had a second degree hemophagocytosis. I think that in a COVID also you get certain features which can be related to the AVHH. So the same thing, the raised serum ferritin, score. Does it make the COVID patients a bit vulnerable? That is what. Whether we can trace out the source, that is of course important. But more important is that whether COVID patients are vulnerable for such infections.
They can be definitely vulnerable, sir, but I don't have data about Burkholderia complicating COVID-19 patients. In the last 6 months, I have not seen COVID patient positive with, in my little experience, with Burkholderia-like agent. If reports are there, then definitely
I think the one who has raised this question should report it. Probably it will be a learning for every one of us.
I think any other question?
But as I said, to trace the chase and how many cultures we can do. Even in our hospital, we send cultures for everything. But it was not an outbreak. It was only one patient who had among the 13 to 20 patients who are there in the intensive care unit. So,
Dr. Sai, just to add on here, in our microbiology, we also got report of this type of like Burkholderia and other, and Serratia sometimes. But most of the time, we found that patient, when we reports are come after 48, 72 hours, most of the patients, our tertiary center is here on meropenem, levoflox. Most of the time they get recovering. So I usually don't add this cotrimoxazole, trimoxazole. I think this is a wonderful drug, and we can use if we get early reports.
Definitely, sir. I agree. I think actually there are only seven drugs which can act apart from trimethoprim. As you said, meropenem will act, levofloxacin and chloramphenicol, ticracillin clavulanate and piperacillin tazobactam. And apart from that, I think minocycline. These are the 7 drugs which are being recommended by CLSI or UCAS, which can act on the organism. Surprisingly, our case was resistant to ceftazidime that is used to this trimethoprim. Otherwise, they will be sensitive to meropenem, sir. Meropenem and levofloxacin.
Thank you, Dr. Sai. Thank you so much.
If there are no other questions, I wish to thank Dr. Virottam Tomar. I wish to thank Dr. Chandrashis Chakrabarti, Dr. Sai Saran, and Dr. Neeraj Tyagi for their wonderful presentations. And I'm sure that this session also brought into focus to many more, including me, the various problems that might emerge following the widespread use of colistin and other reserve drugs in a large extent, and what are the lessons that we might have to take from this. So thank you very much. So we are our conclusions for the day. So tomorrow again at morning 9 o'clock we will get back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you.